speakers, performers, translators, publishers, partners, volunteers, media friends, and above all, our readers who have made this journey possible. In fact, BBLF belongs to all of you. Over the next 3 days, I invite you to experience the sessions on our stages, but please don't stop. Talk to the people between the sessions. Discover a new book. Listen to a language you may not understand. Make a new friend. Share an idea. Start a conversation. Let us create new stories together and in our small way, make our world little more thoughtful, creative, and humane. With immense gratitude and warmth, I welcome you all to BBLF 2026. Let the conversations begin. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the festival with the first session of the day. Session partner, Ankita Pustaka presents Linguistic, Hegemony, Indian Languages and the Federal Imagination.
By O.L. Nagabhushana Swamy, M.S. Ashadevi, N.S. Madhavan, Keshava Guha, and the moderator for this session is Divya, Kalavala.
Requesting all the speakers on the stage and as well as the moderator of the session, that is Ma'am Divya Kalavala, please. Divya ma'am, over to you.
Thank you. So, we begin this festival with something that is very close to our hearts in India, which is its languages. And so, we also think of, when we think of languages, we think of India as a space with multiple languages and literatures and literary traditions as well. So what happens when these languages exist alongside one another, and what does it really mean for something like a story or a memory or an entire literary world travels from one language to another. So these very interesting questions we are going to explore hopefully in this session. And today we have our esteemed speakers, Ms. M.S. Ashadevi and Mr. O.L. Nagabhushana Swamy, Mr. N.S. Madhavan, and Mr. Keshava Guha with us today. And so these are very interesting, very, very different literary voices as well. And that is precisely what I think is also going to make it very interesting for us to hear them. So I'll begin now with a question that is a general question, a broader question to all of you. So we look at India is always perceived as a multilingual country. And so when we think of these many languages existing together in a particular nation, how do we look at English among these regional languages in India? In the sense that does English become a bridge between these languages, or is it also creating a certain kind of hierarchy, is something that I'd like to begin with.
Good morning. I came to know that the language that I was speaking was called Kannada when I came to high school. Because in my childhood, I didn't know anything about languages. Language came to me very naturally. And when my parents wanted me to go to English medium, I asked, what does it mean? He said, they will teach everything in English. No, no, I don't understand. Like, I began to get confused then. Then, much elder, I understood that language is not something that describes reality, but language is the thing that creates reality for me. Till I came to high school, Kannada was the language that created my reality, my relationships, my way of looking at the world, my childhood, everything. When I'm exposed to another language, well, how to look at it? Basically, it was kind of translation for me, translating English into Kannada. I understood through translation. And then, when I became much older, I understood that every cognition is translation. Now, coming to your question, is English a kind of hegemonic language or a kind of bridge? It's both. It's both. It's hegemony because not many people know English in India. Hardly about 10% of the people of 140 crores can say that they know a little bit of English. But to communicate in English, to write in English, to speak in English, it may be just about 5% of the Indian population. That means it fails to be a bridge between me and other people. But English is a bridge because through English I can understand so many literatures, so many people from in other languages, or English is a bridge to other worlds. So I cannot just say it is a bridge or it is a hegemony. It is hegemony, right? And it's also a bridge. It depends on how we use it. Secondly, those who are educated are using education as a tool of exploitation. Those who have studied English, not the writers I mean, but who have scored more marks in English or got more prestigious positions through their English medium education, they become all kinds of undesirable bureaucrats, undesirable, corrupt, and all those things. Well, are we using language as a kind of a tool of exploitation? If so, English is a major tool. It prevents so many people from learning so many things. That takes me to the question of, do we have any possibility of teaching good English or a kind of comfortable English to the large majority of population? Impossible. And then, English also made me feel inferior sometimes. Though after teaching English about 40 years, I am still not very comfortable with my spoken English. Because somewhere in my mind I feel the English I am using is academic English, used only for teaching English language or literature or theories. I am not communicating anything to the people. So this kind of question, whether English is hegemony or a bridge, it cannot be answered in a binary way. It's either this or that. It depends on how we make use of that English. It is hegemony, yes. But that brings us to the question, which is more hegemonic, Hindi or English? So unfortunately, Hindi is becoming more of a danger to us, that is the common people, than English. English at least gives them a hope of getting a better future, but not Hindi. Well, these questions are very controversial and thought-provoking and discussing. We shall see what happens.
Yes, please.
Good morning. I do agree with Professor Oelin, but let me put it in a simple hypothesis. English is a very intimate enemy to all of us, for the Indians. It is hegemonic, it is a bridge, but I want to focus on one point which Professor Oelin was mentioning, that it has created a huge amount of inferiority even to this day. It's true, it is a bridging language, it's a language of knowledge, it's the language of, communication all through the world. With all that, with our colonial experience at our back end, I'm sure it has created a huge amount of inferiority. Though I'm speaking in this panel, I'm a bit nervous because I don't know whether I'm speaking with the proper English or not. And it has created inferiority in women in particular. It has prevented her from so many opportunities, from so many expressions, from so many stages, which she deserves, obviously. So it has got all the dimensions of positive and negative, but even to this day, in English is a language we would like to win over, probably. That's what I feel.
So would you like to answer the same question? Would you like to answer the same question as well? The same question, please. Yes.
No, I think the question of a bridge language comes only when two different communities or two different groups interact. So most of the time we interact among ourselves and our language is good. It's only in a multilingual situation you have to resort to English, that's as a language. And you have to inevitably resort to English because all the higher knowledge is there. All the encyclopedias are there. All the scientific research is happening there. So that's access to education, it becomes also a question of privilege, class and all that. So when two different communities meet, how they solve the language problem is they can find very interesting solutions. I'll give you a Kerala example. Kerala, we ran out of people to work in the house, the maids, the helpers, the drivers. So a lot of people came from Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and Bengal, Odisha. As a matter of fact, their number is 30 lakhs now, which is about 1 in every 10 Keralite is an outsider. So the housewives started learning Hindi to communicate to them, to go to shops, because all the shop girls or all the helps are, say, the common name for them is Bengalis. All of them are Bengalis. So the bus signs changed to Hindi. Now their second generation is coming up and they are very fluent in Malayalam, top scoring in examinations. So when two languages meet, there could be very interesting solutions. But I think English is inevitable because of the corpus of knowledge it holds. And still scientific research, linguistic research is driven by English. Thank you.
I can just transfer it.
So many interesting points. I'm trying to think what I can add. I suppose I have two differences in background from the other distinguished panelists. I mean, one is that I write in English. The other is that I suppose it's a generational thing. I mean, I feel old when I see the CJP, but here I think I'm the youngest, so there's a generational difference. I think we should also look at how things have changed. And I think that this point about colonialism is very important because today, what are we having celebrated our 80th Independence Day, a lot has changed. And I think if you look at young people today, I don't think they associate English with colonialism at all. I think they associate English with, as Professor Oiland said, getting a job and getting ahead in the world. They don't even associate English with a country called England or a country called Britain. If at all, maybe with America, but really it's just they associate with modernity. Now, I want to just briefly address what might be the ways in which English is not a hegemon, and in which, in fact, English may be at a weaker position. So speaking from the perspective of somebody who writes in English in India, there are, I think, a few ways in which we have our own weaknesses, shall we say. One is that English, like Hindi, is on the one hand a hegemon, on the other hand an orphan. Because if you look at India, India is structured through linguistic states. And each state has its own literary culture, its own institutions that promote the literature of that state, of that language. It's only English and Hindi that have no state to promote them. Hindi is spread across multiple states with different agendas. English has no state at all. I mean, there are states where English is spoken more or spoken less, but English is not the main language in a single state. As a result, English has no institutional supports. Similar to Hindi, no sort of vibrant institutional supports. No, Professor Oiland said 10% or 5%. I think if we really talk about people like me, whose main language is English, it's going to be less than 1%. There are people who have functional access to English, but literary, imaginative access is a totally different thing. So as those of us who write in English, we can't really rely on an audience. In fact, we are often very envious of our peers who write in Malayalam or Kannada because they are so much more connected to their audience. They understand the audiences, they have a shared sense of language, shared sense of the history of the language, the cultural resonances of the language. We don't have any of that. And so in society, in economics, in commerce, English is absolutely hegemonic. In literature, I don't think it's quite the same. Now, in terms of English versus Hindi, I think English has become English has kind of, as the other pants alluded to, has won the battle with Hindi because it's a language of modernity and commerce, and also as Madhavan said, because that's where higher knowledge is available. In fact, it's interesting. A century ago, English was not the only language of higher knowledge. French and German and even later Russian were important rivals to English, but they've all been eclipsed. A century ago, if you were a young scientist in India, you had to know how German to access German scientific papers. Today, all you need is English, and if it's in Germany, I will translate it for you. But Hindi had one advantage, I think, vis-a-vis English, which through the attempt at Hindi imposition in a top-down manner was frittered away, which is that if you want to translate between Indian languages, English is so different in terms of its syntax, its vocabulary, etc. English is not an ideal bridge. So what happens very often now in India is, let's say a book is translated from Kannada into English, and later if it's being translated into Bengali, they'll do it from the English edition because you can't find a translator who can go directly from Kannada to Bengali, and so much is lost in that process. Whereas I think between any two Indian languages, for all the differences between them, it's much easier to translate. And I think that English as a bridge we've lost. Hindi may have been a better bridge than English, but because of this top-down North Indian imposition, Hindi lost out and English won.
All right, so so far we've heard different point of views from different languages as well, and different vantage points as well. Could be translation, could be criticism, could be writing in a regional language, or could be writing in an Indian English as well. We've come across something like English as an upward mobility, or English as something that's associated with inferiority complex, or in some other states we have other kinds of languages associated with migration and class and gender as well, and who learns which language and what happens to the generations after that. And then, of course, we've moved on to someone who writes in English and has spoken extensively about the expanse of English itself in this country. So I'd like to specifically ask a question to Mr. Keshava related to the writings that you've done and the languages that are associated with it. And I say languages also because although you write in English, you are, your characters and the settings, everything is placed in Indian cities, and especially Bangalore and Delhi, where you've grown up and live. So if, could we think of how your writing process is in terms of what do we do with language and the linguistic worlds and the literary worlds that these characters bring to the table?
Sure. I've written 2 novels. The first was set partly in, the Indian sections were set partly in Bangalore, partly in Chennai. Second was set entirely in Delhi. Bangalore is a totally multilingual city. Chennai and Delhi I would describe as dominant language cities, in that if you are a minority in those cities, as Madhavan was suggesting, over time next generation will have to learn the language. In Bangalore, you can live like my mother's family, 4 or 5 generations without learning Kannada. So, they've been here since the 19th century, but they've always been in the Tamil-speaking area, and so they never learn Kannada. Delhi is not like that. Delhi and Chennai, you have to learn Hindi, you have to learn Tamil, eventually. So what does all this mean when you write in English? 2 things. The first is, any Indian who writes in English, you have 2 choices. Either you're writing about characters who speak English at home. So my second book, the characters are those who speak English at home, and it's partly a political choice on the behalf of the father of the family, because he says he sees English as a vehicle away from caste oppression, because and of course into modernity, because Indian languages are totally freighted with various caste terms, and they don't have English equivalents. So he sees English as a caste-neutral space. He's in fact tried to reinvent himself in a different caste. And so he's very insistent on English, and his children will only speak English at home and not Hindi. That solved the problem very easily, because I was writing about that kind of family. They speak English. In the first book, I was writing about people who speak Tamil, specifically, Iyer Tamil dialect at home, but I was conveying it in English. And it's a funny thing. I sort of think of it as pre-translation. When we read books in translation, they might be speaking Spanish or Portuguese or Malayalam or whatever, but we're reading it in English. I was doing the same exercise while writing in English. But I didn't want it to sound like a I didn't want it, because they were speaking Tamil. I didn't want to make it seem like it's some sort of Tamil-fied English, because I'm converting it into a different language. It has to sound correct in English. And that brings me to the last thing I'll say about this, which is when I write in English, it doesn't belong to any particular country, because I'm shaped by my reading of books from all over the world, some of them in translation. I'm not trying to create some new Indian English, nor am I trying to write a perfect British English. It's a kind of, I think of it as reader's English. My English is shaped by books, and so and all the history of the language to me is what matters. Rather than it belongs, and English has that asset. It doesn't belong to any particular country. Now it belongs to the whole world, and so that's probably the kind of English I try to write.
All right, thank you. So the idea of English itself as a global language, and it belongs to everyone, and very specifically in India, we have multiple Englishes in different kinds of Englishes, or what we refer to it as Indian English. So from here, I'd like to move on to Mr. O.L. Nagabhushana Swamy in terms of understanding your much of your career. You've spent a lot of time translating from world literatures, Russian literature, specifically Tolstoy's work, into Kannada. And you've done Kannada literature, you've moved Kannada literature, translated Kannada literature into English as well. So what does this process entail? And during this process, does Kannada change in what it is able to express? And what happens when the reverse happens as well?
It's an interesting question, Divya. I'll make one thing clear. As a young boy, I read lot of literature stories. I liked them. Robinson Crusoe, Gulliver's Travel, Kenilworth. But I read all of them in Kannada. Later on, I began to read stories from Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, translated into Kannada, published by Sahitya Academy. I enjoyed them. One funny thing is, I relish reading a translated work in Kannada than in English. That's one thing. Second, in translation, my aim is to create an impression in the reader through my Kannada that he is looking at a human situation expressed in a different language, but it is communicating to him through Kannada. My Kannada should be very natural to Kannada. But unfortunately, one theory of translation wants you to be faithful to the language of the writer, which becomes very artificial. It doesn't sound natural to the ear of my mind. Nobody speaks Kannada like that. So when I translate, I do one thing. I do not select the major writers of English or American writers. I have translated from writers from Mexico or Russia or Bolshevik Singer or Neruda, Pamuk. All those translations, I do one thing. If possible, I try to look at various versions of translation. For example, Tolstoy's, I went through about 5 different translations of Anna Karenina and 5 different translations of War and Peace. I want to, and while I translate Dostoevsky also the same thing, because the notes they give, the details they provide, makes me imagine the details and then try to bring it into a natural kind of Kannada. Natural kind of Kannada, Sahajavad Kannada, hengi helana adana. It should flow in a natural way in my language. The readers should feel that. That I answered from Pamuk. When he wrote that Museum of Innocence, he collected all the works, things and little articles belonging to 1973. And based on that, how do the characters react to such and such a thing, he wrote that novel. So the same thing applies here also. The more details I absorb in different translations, it makes my translation strong. It also changes Kannada. Because translation is nothing but looking at the world from the point of view of another person, expressed in another language, and trying to bring it to my language. So it is a very interesting, exhilarating, challenging thing. And fortunately, I say this, translators are more fortunate than writers, because in every translation I face a new challenge. I have to try to change my language according to that work, but the writers, the original, the so-called original writers, they are bound to their own style, their own way of presentation, etc. Translation gives me a lot of freedom. I can become so many people, not one author. Well, so it changes. A translation changes the receiving language and also the translated language, because the people know Russian through my translation, means they get a different kind of idea of Russian. Last word, whenever a new member enters my family changes, and also the family of that other person also changes. So the same is true with translations. So why this happens, how this happens, and what is the proportion of this change depends on the political and economic power of the languages. A translation may change Kannada drastically, and if fortunate, Kannada translation English may also change English if it is a, well, that's a different question.
Right, thank you so much, sir. And so, I mean, of course, you've explained something very complex, which is this exchange between languages through translation. I'll hold that thought for a second and move on to ma'am, and would like to ask you something about that you've spent a lot of time writing, which is on Vachana tradition and contemporary women writers as well. So I'm thinking about, in the context of gender and caste, and also historical figures like Akka Mahadevi, who's brought into another language like English when they're translated and evoked, or rather recovered into English. What becomes of that process? And during this process of recovery, are we also creating a historical voice, or are we also thinking of, with this historical voice, are we reviving, or are we creating something absolutely new of this particular voice that we're trying to revive?
Divya, what is historic and what is contemporary when it comes to Akka, when it comes to literature, when it comes to feminism? According to me, Akka Mahadevi is the most modern writer of the world. Even to this day, we are yet to reach her, we are yet to understand her. The way she uses language, the way she creates her metaphors, the way she encounters patriarchy, and with such clarity and with such profound intellectual ideology she writes. No, it is difficult to translate Akka, not because she's historic. It is difficult to translate Akka because she's far ahead from us. Okay. At the same time, Akka in Kannada, it means she's the elder sister. Even to this day, she is the elder sister. She is Maha. Okay. So, translating Akka, or if we try to make her very contemporary, as you said, it means that we have to we have to build a dialogue with her just to understand our own time, our own challenges of this time. So it's not the question of transforming historic voice into a contemporary voice, but on the contrary, it is the question of, delegating the meanings which she meant even to this day, and feminism has got so much to learn from her even to this day. The feminism of the day is yet to reach her ideology. So I would like to read, whether in English or in any other language which I know, whether it is Andal, whether it is Lalla, whether it is Bahina, Jahina, Meera, whoever it may be, I would like to build a dialogue with them as if they are my soulmates. So the question of translation never arises to me. But translating them into English is a very, very difficult task, which Professor A.K. Ramanujan, even Oilen has tried, even H.S. Shivprakash has tried. But I would like to know from Professor Oilen whether he is happy while translating Akka, or whether he is contented that he has translated all her ideology, all the beauty of the Kannada language which she uses, or the metaphor she uses. Are you contented, sir? Are you happy?
That's a difficult question. Translating Kannada to English is always a different thing. While I'm translating into my language, I'm confident. I can do so many experiments. I can do so many things. But English is a learned language for me. I visited England in my 50th year. or I went abroad very much later. So English is a learned language, and I don't have the touch of lively English, how the English is spoken, how the make fun of each other, so many everyday language. So ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬೇಕಾದಂಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು, but not with English. So while translating something into Kannada, I'm doing something new. But I'm taking a writer like Akmadevi to English. I don't know how contemporary English people speak English now. The English I have learned is the English that was taught to me in 1973. So the translation, the language I use for translation is about at least 50 years old. That becomes a challenge. I can't.
Just for example,
Yes.
Sakshi Sattittu, Patra Bendittu. How you translate it into
I,
English?
the examples are immaterial, Ashadevi. Yeah, because
I would like to know
no,
the kind of metaphor she uses.
that's what I'm telling you. I can feel an English metaphor as my own metaphor in my language. I can comfortably make an equivalent of that. But I don't know. For the word Sakshi, the witness comes to me, but it's not what she means. Patra, is it a document or is it a letter? How to use it? So how I understand in Kannada, that's a different matter. And the tools that I have to take into the English are limited for me, at least for me. The kind of English that has given to me doesn't help me to translate Kannada to English. I can do, but not very comfortable with that. So my idea is this. I can translate with some effort, with some honest effort, anything into Kannada through English, but not the other way. I'm not very comfortable with that. That's a question of familiarity with our language. That's why English becomes hegemonic. English becomes a powerful, rich relative. But on the other hand, English is the greatest receiving language. The most of English books are translated from other languages.
These are very, very fascinating responses.
Yes.
And it's very interesting that you've just made an attempt to translate something that has just given. And it is, it's pointing towards a certain kind of untranslatability. But it cannot be strictly untranslatable as well. It has to be expanded and thought about in the context of the historical voice that we've talked about in this question.
Just only one sentence I'll just I believe translation is creating a new original. So every translation is a new original. So every reader has his own original. Every translation is a new original. So if I can comfortably translate a new original into my Kannada, that is possible for me. But I'm not so confident in doing it in English. I can't create an original in English. Adanna, I wanted to say that.
That's the point I wanted to make it very clear.
The different dimensions of translation is something that we've explored right now with the help of a historical voice. But I'd like to move on to from historical voice to historical events and ask Mr. and Ms. Madhavan about the historical events that you depict in your writing, these enormous historical events that get depicted and brought into the lives of the characters that you depict in your writing. So the question is, what can fiction do that history is unable to do with your writing?
You know, the Kochi experience will prove that translation is a dangerous business. Because when the Dutch came to Kochi in 1643, first thing they did was to kill or jail all the Portuguese interpreters, the Malayalis who can interpret a speak. So translation is quite a dangerous business. That's a Kochi experience. I'm probably a bilingual, not English and Malayalam, Malayalam and Hindi. So I had to work in a Hindi state where the rule was that you cannot write or speak or in any language other than Hindi. So this was Bihar during Karpuri Thakur's time, which abolished English teaching from schools. So the students of the rich send their children outside Bihar. So that's probably, so in that situation, I found I had a totally different perspective of the history from there, because I'm not attached to the events, but I could see it. That's one of the main reasons. Secondly, I was exposed to Hindi literature. For example, a writer like Phanisher Nath Renu had become as important to me as O.V. Vijayan. So, these are the benefits of genuine bilinguals in India. You get to know two languages. And I want to make a point about translation, because we have a rich tradition of translation in Malayalam, from Bengali, from Kannada, from Marathi. Now it's all international translations, all through English. The basic, even the Kannada book, the Banu Mustaq's book was translated not by a Kannadiga, but by somebody else, whom the publisher pick it up and say, you translate it. He might have the AI to do it and corrected it. So that is a big translation challenge, because it's all coming through English. Then I'm kind of a midnight child just after that. So the momentous events of the country at some point or other have affected me. That's it.
Okay. I'd like to now move on to Mr. Keshava, and this is a common question to all, which is, then we've now on this panel associated with translations, criticism, literary criticism, and writing in regional languages, writing in English as well. And from all these vantage points, are we looking at a practice of writing or translation or writing in general, are we looking at it as a decolonial practice? Just connecting back to the kind of responses that came up in the, with the first question of how do we understand English as a language, and how do we associate with it? What do we create with it? So is this a decolonial practice is something that I'm asking?
You see, that's not how I see it in my own work. I mean, I'm not saying that that's a wrong way to see it, right. But it's see, in India, I think we have a understandably, because if you go back to the early post-independence period, I mean, firstly you have all these anti-colonial writers. So if you go back before 1947, you have a lot of anti-colonial writers, and then you have a lot of writers who belong to communist or communist-aligned movements. And whether you come from a kind of Gandhian background, or whether you come from a progressive communist background, or later on, whether you come from a background of socialism, there's a shared commitment to literature as a force for good. And Madhavan mentioned Phanisher Nath Renu, my favorite Hindi writer, Nirmal Verma, was castigated by critics because he was writing from time to time love stories. And your work is not sufficiently progressive, your work is not improving society. So I think we've gone way too far in India in that direction of trying to prescribe that literature has to have a certain social or political purpose. And see, also the other thing is, I've done many things. I've been a literary critic, publisher, etc., but I've not been in academic literary studies. And I think that sometimes I think academic literary language is very important, but it has its place in the university. So as writers, I think we are less likely to think that we are doing something that is decolonial or what have you. That's more for a professor, who is looking at text.
Right. So then, if you say that it's not an attempt to do decolonize, then how do you look at your?
Yeah. So let's come back to how you started this framing, which is whether it's a bridge or whether it's a hegemon or whether it's privilege. See, English is a fact. Now, a few people in India speak English as their best language. A very large number of people in India want to speak English. So English is a fact, and it's not going anywhere. It happens to be, for historical reasons, the language in which I am most comfortable. But I think that to come back to what one should be striving towards, it is to make sure that English doesn't destroy other languages. So to take my own example, I grew up speaking English, but then I married into a Hindi-speaking family. And so now I think the onus is on me, so suddenly I have a daughter whose mother tongue is Hindi. I never thought this would happen, but it did. So I think that the threat of English is that this very precious bilingualism that you have had in Kerala and in certain other states vanishes because from a very, very early age there's a pressure on you to only speak English. But in terms of writing in English, look, English is my language. That's just what I'm going to do, decolonial or otherwise.
Any responses with this? Any responses with this idea of how do you look at your writing? And I've posed a question saying, is it a decolonial practice? But if it's not, then what is it?
For me, writing, the place is very important. So when the place is important, the language becomes important. So there is no place in India that speaks English as first language, probably Nagaland as it is. So I had to inevitably write in Malayalam. I had to listen to the nuances of his dialects. So that's how the language comes, through the place. And the place also connotes history. That's what I think.
Any responses from this end, both of you, in terms of how do you look at your practice of writing and translating?
I'll mention one interesting experiment. There's a novel which got a Booker Prize in 2019 something called Girl, Woman and Other. 3 of my friends are translating it into Kannada. That novel deals with what happens in England in the second decade of 21st century. And the characters are women coming from different parts of the world, belonging to different races, and they are not economically or politically strong, and they have different kind of sexual relationships. Novel is the exploration of that situation. It mentions so many places, but how to bring the feelings associated with each name of a star singer or a star actor or the hotel name that comes to the reader of the English language very naturally, how to make that happen to the Kannada people? That becomes a challenge. If it is an academic translation, I can give a lengthy footnote. But the challenge here is, and the most challenging and most, what shall I say, utsaha kotta ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, how do I make Kannada readers feel what that character in that situation, in that place, feels by using this word? So actually, translation is nothing but trying to create through language the feelings and thoughts and emotions of that place that happened in that character's mind through my language in my work. We may not succeed always, but that is the real challenge. to bring the
Absolutely.
plays in the Malang.
Absolutely. And these are very interesting responses. Thank you very much for joining us today. We are going to go back home from this literature festival with more questions about language and translation and the process, and how we engage in this country with English, what have we made of it. And thank you all for opening this with more questions. And thank you so much for your time. All of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, before starting the next session, let me give you highlights of Edition 1 held in 2024 and Edition 2 2025. Generally, which is the reason for having Edition 3, which is happening now. The impact was, of course, definitely ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾರಣ ಇದೆ why Edition 3 is happening ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ. So BBLF, that is Book Brahma Literature Festival 2024, the speakers 250 members, and in addition to that number rise to 350. And the important thing is the next one, that is footfall in 3 days in the Edition 1, it is 36,000. And in Edition 2, it rises to 54,000. And which is again the next point is very important, which made us to have Edition 3 strongly, yes, ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ. The digital reach across 42 nations in Edition 1 was 2 million, and in Edition 2, the digital reach across 100 nations is unbelievable, 5.2 million. Hoping this number should rise. Definitely it will rise in Edition 3, and hoping for the best always. And this is what a few things which I can mention here. But yes, we have lot more things, and tumba hosdagi, and you know, ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಏನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ, ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಎಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆನ್ ಟು ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್.
So next session is session partner CMR University. Every life is a story. Every journey deserves to be told. A solo from Ramesh Aravind.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, join your hands and welcome the actor, director, anchor, motivational speaker. Apart from all these things, a good human being, it is none other than Mr. Ramesh Aravind.
Hello all. Hello. Hello. Yes. Like that. I was getting ready to come to this event. Hortai there, my daughter came and said, "Where are you off to?" I said, Book Brahma event. She said, "That's a literary fest, right?" I said, "Yeah." "You're a filmmaker," yeah. She was aghast. I thought she'll say, "What's wrong with you?" She said, "What's wrong with them?" So the organizers, you owe it to my daughter, call her up and tell her what a filmmaker is doing in a literary fest. Or perhaps just hold on, at the end of the session, we'll make the call together. So this started around 3 weeks back. Satish calls me and says, "You must come and speak." I said, "Yeah, about what?" He said, "Every life is a story." I said, "Oh yeah, I know something about that." We had done a show called Weekend with Ramesh, 5 seasons, 100 achievers of Karnataka on that red chair, and we had told that story. And people had loved it. So there was a small trick we had developed. All that we had to do was, all the achievers, some 50 years old, some 70 years old, some 85 years old, You take their life, remove all the non-story moments, condense the story moments to 1 hour, and the TRPs hit the roof. That's the trick. So what's a story moment? So this man, whoever, you got up in the morning, you brushed your teeth. Of course, before that, you looked at your mobile, scrolled. Then you went down to make coffee. Before that, again, you scrolled. You went out to pick the newspaper. Again, you looked at the mobile. That's not a story. But while you were scrolling, if suddenly your brother calls up and says, Amma fell down and broke her hip, that could be a story moment. So it is these moments in our life which make the story moments. Go back to your childhood, go back to your school days. Hello, mobile scroller, you here. Go back to your school days. Will you go back to your school days? Yeah? Right. So among all the things that happened, do you remember every mathematics class? Do you remember every PT class? Do you remember the time when you gave a love letter to a girlfriend? That you do. Of course you do. Did she tear it? You'll remember it even more if she had torn it, right? I studied in Sri Kumaran Children's Home, 4th, 5th, 6th. I spent about 1,000 days there. What I remember is just one incident called the Pied Piper Day. It was a school day. You know the story of Pied Piper of Hamelin. There's a rat menace, rats and mice running all over the town. They call this Pied Piper, who has a magical tune. He plays the magical tune and all the mice follow him, supposedly into a river. So that's the story happening. I'm not the Pied Piper. The Pied Piper is always the teacher's favorite student. So all of us are mice. All of us are mice, and to look like mice, they give us a black overall, black tight t-shirt, pant. And to look like a mouse, you have this kg cardboard, wrapped like a conical cone with 2 rubber bands on the side. They put it on your face, okay? So you look like a mouse. It's here. And for you to see, they've made 2 pinholes here, right above your eyes. To my good luck, my cone turned. My eyes are here, the eye holes are here. I can't see a bloody thing. The Pied Piper and the rat is supposed to follow him, but the Pied Piper is going right, the mouse is going left. He is going left, the mouse is going right. He is going forward, I am going backward. Finally, I go down and I fall down. According to the play, the mouse is supposed to follow the Pied Piper. Now, the Pied Piper, PT teacher, physics teacher, everybody is following the mouse. But I learned my first lesson that day. Never follow the crowd. Go your own way and the others will follow you. That's what a story makes to you. And then I go to National High School. I spend 8th, 9th, 10th there. Another 1,000 days. But what do I remember? One story day. Our Sanskrit teacher, Mr. KTN, had acted in a film as Rajkumar's guru in Kaviratna Kalidasa. Because he was, he knew Sanskrit, he was tall, good-looking man. So for some reason, all of us got an opportunity to go to film shooting. Can you imagine? So we go to Kantirava studio. Some other shooting is going on there. And there's a heroine there. She looked down and said, "Hey guys, would you all like to act in a movie?" And we said, "Of course, come." So there are 16 of us. All of us have agreed to act in a movie. Go and get ready in the makeup room. All 6 of us are standing there, 16 of us. Then we realize the scene is Gurukul. We're all supposed to be Shishyas, and all of us have to shave our heads. I look back, 15 of them are missing. I'm standing there, shaved my head. I did a small bit role. Anantnag was the hero. But then the next day you go to school, it's massacre. You shave your head and you go to high school, it can be a riot. Every guy is waiting to play tabla on your head. And then you're just finishing the classroom, you want to run away. Where do you go and hide? I go up on the first floor, corner, there's a room where no boy goes. Because that's the library. I go and hide there. I hid there in the library, sir. And I was introduced this fabulous world of books. I got into this Rama and Krishna and Ramakrishna and Vivekananda. And then I get Emerson's poems, Emerson's essays. I got into so many beautiful things, and a new door of literature and books opened to me. I still remember that story days. There was a small book. There's a bird flying. Mid-air, it's a pregnant bird. Mid-air, it delivers and the egg drops. Okay? A bird egg is falling from the sky to the ground. What do you think will happen? It's going to splatter, right? No. The egg falls and bounces like a rubber ball. Why? Because the ground is soft like sponge. Why? Because the ground was drenched in blood. So much of blood was shed. Why? Because that was the Kurukshetra. So much of blood was shed in Kurukshetra. The ground was soft like a sponge. The egg bounced on it. What a beautiful way to depict violence. That is the power of a story. And that's what I learned when I was in 8th and 9th standard. That's how stories stay in my mind. What happens? All of us are storytellers, right? The minute you meet somebody, you say, "What's up?" What does it mean? What happened? Right? A doctor in Kerala will ask, "Endapatti? What happened?" Or a Tamil grandmother will ask, "Ennachu ba? What happened?" Or a Telugu reporter will ask, "Emaindande? What happened?" Right? All of us are asking, what happened? What happened? Even if you're an engineering student, a gold medalist, if your child falls, you're not going to say, "What is the velocity of fall?" No. What happened, beta? What happened? What happened? That's a story. You meet people, what happened? The minute you ask what happened, the other person says, you won't believe what happened. No? I went to that Book Brahma festival, man. I met Aarti. You remember that girl I had a crush on? She's put on so much weight, man. Oh God. And you start off on a rattling on some story of yours. That's how all this, not only the small stories, the big stories, all the Rama Leelas, Krishna Leelas, what are they about? Our literature said a beautiful thing. Gompa also said it. There are two things. One is the external story that you see, okay? The Leela Satya, which is there. And there is another one called Nitya Satya, which is the everyday truth that the story carries, whatever story it is. You had a story of Harishchandra, yes? Later on, you had a story of Punyakoti, yes? Recently, you had a film KGF, yes? All big stories, all different stories. But what is the Nitya Satya there? Keep your word. Keep your promise. That's what it is. That's what the whole world of story is about. Every life is a story because every story is about some life, some real life, some imagined life, some wished for life, but life nevertheless. So a story is something which made a dent on you. And what happens, the Pied Piper story was in 5th standard, my other story was in 9th standard, about 4 or 5 years in between, chopped. That's what life does. Life just gives you events, but your mind edits it, and you give a voiceover saying, "This is me. This is me." You are you because of the various stories that you tell yourself which matter to you. But unknowing to you, there is a background music behind this me, which is your parents, your society, your culture, your tradition, the history of your nation. All these stories at the back of your mind, playing the background music and making decisions on your behalf to decide which are the stories which matter to you. And these stories together form you. Tell me, perhaps, some Telugu friend of us here? Any Telugu guys here? Yes, sir. Meer cheppandi, madam. Aha. మీరు 15-16 ఉన్నప్పుడు మీ హార్ట్లో either in your heart or your mind, tell me something which made a dent on you. Which is a story that you remember for all these years. You forgot everything. You forgot your classmates. You forgot which school you went to. But there is one incident which made a dent. Short, sweet. What would you like to say? తెలుగులో చెప్పండి. మనకు మీ భాష రావాలి.
వస్తుందండి.
చెప్పండి.
నేను 16 ఉన్నప్పుడు నా క్రష్ను రిజెక్ట్ చేసినారు. సో అది ఒక ఇన్సిడెంట్ అయ్యింది, అదొకటి.
అక్కడే పెట్టుకోండి, మనం తర్వాత కెమెరా పంపిస్తాము, డీటెయిల్గా తర్వాత చెప్పండి మీరు. మనకు కావాలి, మీ స్టోరీ కావాలి. ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ ఐ నీడ్ ఆల్ యువర్ స్టోరీస్. దెర్ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు బి a couple of things. We'll come back after every now and then. We'd like to have all languages inside. We just got Telugu. Next could be a Malayalam or a Tamil or Tulu, Kodo, whoever is here, or Hindi. There was a Bengali guy. Please add to the story. So this is what the story is about. But then, who narrates the story? Your memory. And this is a very, very unreliable narrator. My daughter got married about a couple of years back, and then we are all getting ready for the Kalyana Mantapa. Okay, you know how marriage days are in a house. Okay, so much of tension, too many guests, too many things to do. Everybody is anxious, everybody is so tense. And I called my immediate family, my wife, my brother-in-law's wife, my 2 kids. I said, here, whatever happens in the Kalyana Mantapa, let's have fun, okay? It's our daughter's day. We should not be absent, okay? We should have fun. It's our day. And all of them agreed. Because any marriage, you know, wherever you go, somebody will tell you, okay, konjam the rasathla uppu illa. Dey, anga 500 item irukkuda. Adalla vittu rasathla uppu illaya. Somebody will tell you some things are. There is no salt in the rasam. There are 500 items there, man. Somebody will complain about something in a wedding. Or in any event you go, apart from the host, everybody else is having fun, sir. Today, apart from the organizers of Book Brahma, all of us are having a ball. My only theory is, come on, yeah, the guy who organizes, they should have fun. They should have a good time in the event. Don't spoil the day. So this was the thing I said, and we went to the Mantapa. We had a ball, sir. We were dancing, and that marriage was high moment for all of us because we decided to be in a good mood on our day. Okay, this is the story which happened, and I've told it in papers, and it became a big thing. And every marriage event which happens, they tell me, say, oh, thank you for the advice, sir. We are having a ball in the event, okay? This happens. My nephew comes and tells me, uncle, all that's okay, but you didn't tell the audience I was there. I said, what? You said your children are there, brother-in-law was there. I was there. I said, you were there? I said, of course, I was the one who was helping you to pack the bags. I don't remember at all. I was wondering, why did I leave this boy out? This is what happens to all of us. We tell the story in the way we want about what matters to us. A story is not actually 100% factually right. It's emotionally right. Okay? We had this small cartoon when we were in school. There's a king who's going in the forest, and he sees a tree there, okay? There's a bullseye, you know, there's a red circle, white circle, red circle, white circle. Exactly in center, there's an arrow. Perfectly, bullseye. The king is surprised. Who's this archer? Such a great marksman. He goes further, one more tree. Again, circle, 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 exact center, there's an arrow. Further, there are 10 trees, okay? 10's bullseye. This king is surprised. Who is this world famous archer? Call him. And they get a guy, you know, he looks drunk and he's coming like, hey, you did all this? I say, yeah. How did you do it? It's very easy. You hit the arrow first, then put circle, circle, circle around it. That's what we story writers do, sir. All the novelists, all the writers, storytellers, we have something to pinpoint. We have a theme. We have some message to reach. And then we write circles around it to make the story make us look good, perhaps. That's the problem with all storytelling. So this nephew left behind happens to all of us. Suppose 3 of you go to a restaurant. You have a ball. Your daughter will say, Jen's here, wow, what a cool vibe, great music. Oh, wow, I love this place. And your wife will say, my God, why are they putting so loud? I can't even hear what you're talking. And your father will look at the bill and say, my God, 12,000 rupees for 3 people, what an expensive place. It's the same restaurant you went in, but when you come out, it is 3 different restaurants for 3 different people, because your story is what matters to you. What matters to you becomes your story. And this happens all the time. See, It's not only now, before ChatGPT, before Google, before libraries, before books were there. They were probably sitting around a fire and people saying, you know what, yesterday uncle saw a tiger near the river. That's a story, but it's not about yesterday, it's about tomorrow. Tomorrow, when you go to the river, there could be a tiger, man. Learn to survive. Don't get eaten for breakfast by the tiger. Climb a tree, do something. That's what stories do. It's about one person's experience which is given to the whole surrounding for better wisdom. Suppose I tell you, I went to the airport yesterday. I got delayed by nearly 45 minutes because Mr. X politician had a rally there. So you understand and you're wise enough to say, oh yeah, so next time Mr. X has a rally on the airport road, I will start a bit early. Or you may become wiser and decide, not only on the airport road, anywhere in Bangalore, Mr. X has a political rally, I will start a bit ahead. Or you can become wider and say, not only Mr. X, whenever there's a big celebrity who can draw crowds, or any event drawing big crowds happens anywhere, I'm going to avoid that road or start earlier. That is the way stories expand the radius of your wisdom and how open you are to it. That's the way stories matter. Now, coming back to our question to the audience, yaar Telugu aitu? Tamil? Tamil yaar irukeenga? Yeah, Tamil yarume illiyanga. Okay. What are the language? Where's a Bengali friend? You said you're Bengali, right? Somebody from Alvas? Hi, why are you hiding? Huh? You're afraid? You're in front of me. Okay. So we were talking about, you tell a story and suddenly realize the story is not exactly what happened. You left out different characters. One is safe, sober, dignified, others impulsive. And you like both of them. One day I go to a debate, they gave me around $3,000 as the prize money. I got it, I'm coming here. I say this girl Priya, I know it's gone the moment she comes. So I split it, I keep 1,500 in one pocket. I come, said, what do you got? You got dog? Wow, come, let's go out. We went in, she said, what do you want to buy? I said, nothing. Hey, come on, yeah, a new shoe has come, it look good on you, buy it. We bought some white shoes, and we had another 500 rupees. Come, let's go and have pani puri. For 500 rupees, yeah, let's go to 5-star hotel. Go and blast that 500 rupees, money is gone. Then I come, Shreya comes, says, I believe you won. I said, yeah. How much do you have? 1,500. What about the other 1,000? I bought this shoe. I said, are you an idiot? How can you buy a white shoe? This is monsoon time. Are you out of your mind? Then where's the money? The rest of the money, 1,500. Okay, you do one thing. You join this leadership camp because you like all these things. And then put the other money in the bank, man. Don't spend it. You got the mindset. Shreya is this, Priya is this, and I'm attracted to both of them. I don't know whom to decide on. But then a point comes in your life when a girl will catch you by the shoulder and say, will you marry me or not? That question came. I have to answer both of them. So I decided. On 7th of July, I got married to Archana. You know how, okay. But then the story continues. Priya and Shreya, I'm still in touch with them. You'll be surprised. Of course, they're not only my girlfriends, huh? They are your girlfriends too. Yeah. Priya and Shreya are not real characters. I use it in colleges. Priya is ನಿಮಗೆ ಪ್ರಿಯವಾದದ್ದು. Shreya is ನಿಮಗೆ ಶ್ರೇಯಸ್ಸನ್ನು ತರೋದು. They tell you in Upanishads, there are two things. One which you want, which attracts you, the bling, 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 which tempts you, which you think you like. The other is Shreyas. Upanishad says that is what is going to matter. One is immediate gratification, that's Priya. Shreya is delayed gratification, the thing which is going to matter on the longer run, in the longer arc. And that's what matters in a story. So there are characters like this through which you send themes outside. Your message is outside, right? There are so many politicians in Karnataka. I've seen them on television saying they became a politician because they want to serve the villagers. Why? Because we saw Dr. Rajkumar in Bangarada Manushya doing that. Bangarada Manushya is a fictitious character, sir. A fictitious character on screen inspires a real life person to do some great work in real life. Can you understand the power of a story? And imagine all these characters in your own life. I'm sure you have your own villains, you have your own Chota. Oh gosh, I was in, I think 5th. There was a girl next door. Her name was Sunetra. Sunetra's birthday. So the mother called, we are all excited. Even at that age, when there's an opposite gender, for some reason there's sort of excitement. So you go to Sunetra's birthday, you want to impress Sunetra. So I've taken an inland letter and written the entire wish starting from the center like that, okay? I'm going like this, like this, like this. A big letter, filling the inland letter completely in a spiral to impress this little girl. And mom says, take a chocolate with that, no? So I take a chocolate, this letter, go and give it to Sunetra. Sunetra takes the chocolate, takes the letter, doesn't even see it, she just crumples it and throws it like that. You know how affecting all these small things can be in your life, and then you'll be scarred for life to do anything like that to anybody else. These kind of small dents happen, the characters come, so you are, of course, the hero of your story, whatever story is it. Whatever role you are the hero, right? Or the heroine of your story. But there are the small little characters which come in and make such an effect on you. But that's not the point. The point is, what character are you in the other story? We never think about that. Did you become a Drona for some Ekalavya somewhere, inspiring to be a great archer? Did you become the Drona who asked for the thumb and make him helpless? Were you an inspiring mentor to somebody? Were you a great friend? Were you a good husband? Were you an amazing brother? What was the other character in your life is what makes a life story, not just the hero angle. Coming back, You want to tell me about a character who changed your life much beyond you ever thought? Who? Somebody who made such a big difference to your life that your life went in some other direction. Your dad? Where is he now? Okay, thank you. So there are so many characters in your life. When we did Weekend with Ramesh, the story was such a big hit, not only because the big weights were there. We had seen Siddaramaiah Garu, we had seen Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, we have seen Mr. Narayan Murthy, we had seen, they were all on the chair. But that was not the point. The point was, the wife came, the school teacher came, the friend came, the dog came, the entire characters list in that life was a part of the show. That's what makes a life. A life is not just one life. So many other lives help to make this life shine. So just pause and think, what is your character in the other story? Are you a supporting character in your spouse story? Perhaps you're a comedy sidekick in your college reunion. Perhaps you're a guest star in your neighbor's story. Perhaps a cameo in so many strangers' story you meet. But right now, sir, if there are about, say, 500 people here, there are 500 stories crisscrossing each other. Can you believe this amazing thing happening here? There's somebody whose daughter would have got 90 out of 100 here. Somebody who's struggling to pay a EMI. Somebody who's struggling with a marriage. Somebody who's asking for a divorce. Somebody who's happily married for 40 years. There are so many interesting intersections here. And when these intersections happen, even for a brief moment, what character you're in the other story, and are you going to do something to make that story slightly more bearable? Right. The next aspect of why I think every life is a story is because, suppose I tell you, this man, let's say, is starting a new novel. There are so many writers here. And he says, sir, I've thought of a beautiful novel, okay? Page 10, everybody's happy. Then page 100, everybody's happy. Page 150, everybody's super happy. Page 500, what kind of novel is that? You say, please don't publish this. Nobody's going to read it, right? Pixar had a 6-point rule. They said, anybody can write a story. It's only 6 steps. Anybody can write a story. You want to write a story? You can write a story. Step 1, you just say, this is, who is the protagonist, okay? Mr. So-and-so, yes. 2, his daily routine. Mr. So-and-so, every day he used to go to college, yes. 3, one day, something happened. And then step 4, because of that, he did this. Step 5, and then this happened. And 6th step, that's the end of the story. So you have a boy, let's say Arun. Arun goes to college every day. One day, somebody looked at his sister and winked. Because of that, Arun took a sickle, machu. Because of that, he was considered a rowdy. Because of that, he developed enemies, and now he is the Don of Bangalore. That's one story. Or you see, there was a man, ordinary man. Every day he used to go in the train. One day, they threw him out of the train. Because of that, he got angry on the oppressor, came back to his country, part of a big movement, and because of that, India got independence, and he was one of the chief architects. That becomes Mahatma Gandhi's story. So that is the point. The 3rd day, one day when something happens, that trigger day, that is the point when every story changes. What was that story in your life when something triggered you and said, I've had enough of this, I'm going this way? Or you made a decision to take a very, very firm step to the story that you deserve to be. That is the obstacle. There are obstacles everywhere. There are some obstacles you overcome, some obstacles you simply escape intelligently, some obstacles you can't. You just have to endure. And there are some obstacles you have to thank, sir. You have to thank that it happened. You hear so many stories. Somebody chucked you from a job. You join some other job and you meet your soulmate there. You thought that was an obstacle. You know, there was a story. In London, long back, there's a guy who's suffering, okay, Clark. He comes and tells his wife, okay, darling, we are leaving UK. We are going to UK, USA. We are going to USA. We are going on April 10th. I booked tickets for all 9 kids, you and me. The whole family is happy. At last, end this misery here. Unfortunately, April 10th, they're supposed to travel. April 7th, their third son gets bitten by a dog. And in those days in UK, there was a rule that anybody who gets bitten by a dog must be quarantined for 14 days. And they can't move out, the whole family. So the whole family gets quarantined and they say, my God, our fate is like this. This happens on April 7th. April 10th, they can't travel. 5 days later, April 15th, 1912, the news comes, Titanic sank with everybody inside. This family, which was supposed to travel on Titanic, didn't travel and they were saved. What do you say? It happens to all of us. You think, my God, my life is messed up. This is the worst thing that can happen to me. And then after a couple of days, you get some news and say, thank God this happened, right? That's how some obstacles work. It happens to so many. And the most important thing, what happens, you think, is we choose obstacles, sir, many times. Why should you write a novel? Why should I direct a film? Why should I agree to give this speech? These are challenges we accept voluntarily. These are difficulties. To give a meaning to life so that your story is worthy of what you think your story should be. That's how it moves. How every life moves. Every life is a story because you are accepting challenges worthy of your story. When you don't accept the challenge which is worthy of your story never reaches the dimension it was supposed to reach. So this time, accept the challenge. Please accept the challenge to make the story bigger and bigger. That's why life is a big story and every life is a story. We talked about the obstacles, but what happens is that when an obstacle comes, the way you view it seems to matter more than anything else. I was directing the Tamil and Kannada version of Hindi Queen in Paris. I hear a beautiful story there, some folklore or local story. There are 3 coolies, okay, working in a place. All of them are sweating and very tough work. There's a tourist who comes in and asks the first coolie, hey, what are you doing? That guy says, oh God, horrible job, boss. I work from morning to evening, this bloody nonsense, heavy work, and this master gives me a small pittance money. My life is terrible. He goes to second coolie. He's doing the same job, and the second coolie says, sir, I work hard, 9 to 5. Of course, the job is tough, but the master gives me handsomely. I go home, my wife is waiting, kids are waiting for food. They're all happy. I'm so grateful for this. They go to the third guy, and the third guy says, boss, we are building the biggest cathedral in France. The whole world is going to come here. What a great job I have. See, it's the same job. It's the same drudgery. But the way you view something, the way you interpret something seems to make all the difference. See, in cinema, we have something called lens, as you all know. I stay here, the camera is here, nothing is moved. I put a 24 lens, I can see everything, the whole wide thing, all of you. I remove the 24 lens, I put a 50, then it becomes narrower. I don't see the edges, I see only this. I come to 75, it becomes even smaller. I put in a zoom, nobody else seen. I see only this guy in a blue t-shirt, I can focus only on that. Nothing has changed except the lens. This is how cinema works. There was a Kannada actor called Lokesh, big guy, great actor. He was telling me one day, they used to shoot in Chennai those days. All 4 languages used to shoot in Chennai. And they don't know when they're going to give you a slot. Okay, they're ready from morning. He's a king. He's got all the heavy makeup on, heavy jewelry, big crown, and he's waiting for his shot. Some Tamil film is happening, Telugu film is happening, Malayalam film, Hindi film, all things are happening. He's waiting for his chance, waiting for the time clock is going. He has slept off, okay? Removed his heavy garment, wearing a patapati chaddi and just relaxing. They call him up at night, 12 o'clock. Sir, you're shot. And he says, what? Yeah, please come. No, I have to wear. No, it's okay, sir. It's only a close-up. Don't worry. So he goes there. Here is a king, okay, with a big mustache, crown, wearing a patapati chaddi below. And says, nobody bothers because it's a close-up. The audience is not going to see it. It's only your face. So he's giving big king commands with a Bermuda kind of a pant below. But nobody saw because the lens was on him. I'm saying, what are we choosing to see? That's what makes a life. Every life is a story, but depends on what lens are we using. What are we looking at? Are you looking at the crown? That great close-up? Are you tilting down and seeing something not good to watch? So the whole idea of any incident which happens, suppose my film flops and I say, I flopped. That's one lens. Or say, my film flopped. That's another lens. So I'm not saying that you skip reality. I'm not saying keep the culprit outside the frame. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is choose a lens which is humane, which is useful, which will take you to a higher level. And that kind of interpretation is what makes all the big stories. What I choose to see, how do I interpret it? Every life is a story. Yes, depends on the kind of interpretation that you do, how the story is going to develop. And every story, as we discussed about, is not only about the past, it's also about the future. The interpretation that you do actually shows what kind of future you are viewing. If you have a very, very, very lens which is making it depressing, the future automatically gets depressed. If you have a very, very positive, optimistic lens, the future definitely, I think, is going to be optimistic. And then there was this director called, I'm sure all of you know about this great man, Balu Mahendra in Tamil. I did a couple of films with Balu Mahendra. And Balu sir one day says, Ramesh, it's so easy, being a writer, novelist, to be a director, have such a tough time. I said, so why? He said, the writer writes, ஒரு கிழவி ஒரு மரத்துக்கடியில் உட்காந்து வடை சுட்டுட்டு இருந்தா. Okay, there's a lady, old lady, sitting below a tree, frying vada. It sounds simple, right? But then he says, as a director, I have to think, oh, old lady, how old is she? Is he 60, 70, 80? Is she wrinkled? Does she have a hunchback? Tree, what tree? Is it mango tree? Is it coconut tree? Is it a banyan tree? Vada, what vada is this? Is this masala vada? Uddin vada? Ama vada? There are so many things for a director to decide before every shot. Because it's not, some novelists describe everything in detail, that's different. But in screenplays, they just put a note. Now it's left to the director to visualize all this. That is the problem with filmmaking, perhaps, when the script is not clear. But when it comes to your own story, you are the hero, sir. You are the director. You know every small detail of your story. You know everything, right? You know absolutely everything. What a great power to tell the story well. There's one problem. Suppose you go to Majestic bus station. There are 100 buses there. Okay, one going to Shimoga, one going to Davangere, one going to Hubli. So many buses. You decide to go to Shimoga and get into a bus. Finished. You made a choice. The other buses are not there now for you. It happens so much in life. You decide, I'll go to engineering. I'll become an artist. I'll become a singer. You choose one door, automatically 100 other doors are locked. There's only one story available now. In that story, you're going to get folks. You decide which folk to take constantly, and it leads to the story that's going to be. So this one story thing, in one way, is very, very limiting. But you look at it the other way. What is literature for? What's theater for? What's drama for? All the wonderful story to expose you to the other worlds, to the other characters. You want to be Nagabhushana? Come. You want to be Hamlet? welcome. You get exposed to all of the worlds because of this wonderful thing called literature or theater or art. But then inside, if you think about it, all of us are one conscious mind. You have so many thoughts inside you. This lady here, this man here, they have so many things inside their mind running. And they want to tell it to me. How do they do it? With words, with art, with painting. It is two separate consciousness trying to somehow make the other person understand, this is what I feel like. This is the pain I have. This is the person I love. This is what I want. And everybody's trying to communicate it. So the story is actually a bridge between two consciousness. And if the bridge is perfect, if I understand your story, if I get your pain, if I get what you're talking about, the bridge can be amazing. But the bridge can be misused. When the story is told with an agenda, when the story is told with already an end in mind, when some parts of the story are left out, and you let that story cross and enter you, it becomes a very, very unfair deal. That's what is called propaganda. It's a propaganda when the story is not really the story which I should have understood, but I was misled. So we be careful about what is the story bridge. Do I let it inside? Do I let it affect me? And that matters. And that matters how both sides of the bridge develop. And then coming to the last point, that is always the last scene. You say, and then everybody lived happily ever after. Does it ever happen? You live happily till lunch hour, and then some problem comes up and things go haywire. Nobody lives happily ever after. Problems keep coming, you keep solving, you keep adapting, you keep going on. But there is a moment when there's a last scene and you have to say goodbye. When that happens, what happens? Like, what will your grandchildren talk about? Are they going to say, he always used to wear printed shirt, triple XL. Oh, he was a horrible man, very difficult. Oh, he was such a darling man. It was so much fun. And you won awards, you had 40 years of a great career, and all that your family remembers is, my God, he used to make the best masala dosa. So all your achievements is not the memory for them. For them, your breakfast skills matters. It's what mattered to them. So finally, all these things, they're going to say something about you. What is the pattern that you leave behind? The fragments, a kind word that you said perhaps, a gesture that you did, perhaps you hurt somebody, perhaps you spoke harshly. All these leave patterns in the minds of other people, and that becomes you to them. Perhaps you don't care. I may not care about what others think, that's not the point. But then, some trait in you is going to continue through others. You were nice to this boy is going to be nice to somebody else. You have a road rage on the road, you come and shout at your wife, right? It reflects, it keeps going that way. What is this continuity that you're going to leave? Are you going to leave a very, very rude ripple going by, or a very gentle breeze which spreads outside? These kind of questions will start. So, one thing is clear. What happens in a story, read a novel, you see 127, the hero is in a big trouble, but you're not worried because another 300 pages is left, something is going to happen, the novel is going to solve it. In your own life, when you are in page 126, you don't know what is in 127. You don't even know how many pages are left. Now you take the pen and you write what the next page is. It can't be a solo authorship. I told you there's a background music going on, decided by so many things. But then you have to take control of something and write that page in such a nice way that the story from now on becomes something you always wished. K. Balchandar had a placard in his desk which said, today is the first day of the rest of your life. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. And it made so much sense. So you decide, today, this is the story it's going to be from now on. So how do you decide that story? We'll come back to the first question, which my daughter asked me. What's a filmmaker doing in a literary fest? I want you guys to think like a filmmaker. Think like a cameraman. Make every frame beautiful. Think like an editor. Remove all the unnecessary things. Remove all the unessential, inessential things. Fix on things that really matter. Think like a music director. What kind of emotional tone are you giving to the chapter you are in right now? Think like an actor, sir. Immerse yourself in the role. There are so many roles you do. Father, brother, son, friend, colleague. Like an actor does. Do justice to the role. More than anything else, think like a director. Be faithful to that story. Be faithful to the story you wish to say in the limited resources that you have. And what does the director do? He takes a shot. If the shot is not good, he says, one more. Take two. Take three. Take four. That's how it goes. Keep rewriting, better the drafts, and make it a story worth their time. Here. K. Balchandar, I read in a paper, an interviewer asked him, sir, what do you want to be written on your grave? And he said, I want take two. That was his mindset, you know. I'd like to go through all this all over again. It's been such a wonderful ride. That's what it is. One great ride awaits all of us with its normal twists, turns. But let's make it a story worth the time here. Happy filming, happy filming, happy filming. Thank you. Thank you all. Do we have time? Oh, I think we are on time. Yes, ನಮಗಿನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಾಸ್ hello boys, do we have time? Where are we? 5 minutes, okay. We have another 5 minutes. We talked to the Telugu lady, we didn't talk to a Tamil guy, we didn't talk to a Marathi or a Bengali. We need more languages. Anybody here? Marathi or idiraru? Huh? Marathi? Marathi, yes, please. Please speak in your language. Okay.
Yes, sir, it is
Yes.
working.
Tell us about the villain in your life. Don't mention the name. Just tell us what he did or what she did.
Okay, sir.
Take it
I'm
on.
Abhishri from Shishadripuram College. As you said, I should mention villain, but I think I shouldn't mention villain. So there is no villain in my life.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Glad you view it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the thing which you said in this session only, that which is the point which took turn up that you are standing here right now. So I would like to tell that that is from 8th standard. When I was in 8th standard, I actually had stage fear and I fear to hold mic also. So then one person, I wouldn't mention their name, they said that you can't go on the stage, you cannot talk and all that. But I didn't lose my confidence, I didn't lose myself at that moment. And on that day itself, I took decision that no, I should stand on the stage, I should speak to people. And now I am a public speaker, I'm an official anchor of my college.
Awesome.
And then,
Congrats.
yes, sir. So I got this wonderful opportunity that I stood by myself, and now I am there where I'm satisfied now where am I.
Thank you so much. That's what it is. Nobody is looking for a perfect life. It's not going to be easy, but at least somebody says in the end, he tried. She tried. She genuinely tried. That's what we want in the end. What do you say in Marathi for she tried?
तिने ट्राय करली मना बुडी घालायला, बट मी बुडी बसलो नाही, मी समोर उठून उभारलोय.
So long?
No, sir. She tried me to put down, but now I took her word and I stood against it.
Wow. Once more in Marathi, please.
तिनं मला बुडी घालायला ते घेतली, बट मी बुडी उभारलो नाही, तिच्या समोरच उभारलो.
Thank you. That sounded so good. Any yes, sir? You have anything to say, sir? Mic kodi sir. ಯಾವ ಭಾಷೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್? ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಯಾ ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶಿವಾನಂದ್ ಅಂತ ಸೈಕ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿಸ್ಟ್ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. When I saw this, every journey deserves to be told, I listened to every story. I am a psychiatrist. Every day I have stories of grief, loss, breakup, abuse, all kinds of stories. The way they struggle, the way they face it, and ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನಿಭಾಯಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಅವ್ರ ಸ್ಟೋರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೀರೋನೇ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಅವರವರ ವೇಯಲ್ಲೇ ಅದನ್ನು ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷ್ನಲ್ ಐ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಅ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಥೆರಪಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ದಟ್ ಐ ಡೂ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೆನಿ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಮೀ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ನಾನು ಹೇಗೆ ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟೀಸ್ನ ಹೌ ಐ ಶುಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಲುಕ್ ಎಟ್ ಇಟ್. ಇಟ್ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ ಮೀ ಪರ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್.
Right. So I hear, as a psychiatrist, perhaps you can tell me, the basic cause for all depression is lack of attention, is what I hear. Is it true?
Yes, sir. Majority
Is that?
cases.
Okay. So, if you think somebody is depressed, they need attention more than anything else. Am I right in that?
Definitely, sir.
Yes. Thank you so much. Yes. Anybody else? Well, would you know? Yes, sir. Yes. Please. Yes, sir.
Malayalam.
Malayalam, yes, we need Malayalam, ma'am. We've been waiting. Please tell us. See, ma'am, let me tell you. We are talking about stories, okay? A story, we are talking about stories in all right. Sometimes an ordinary object gets extraordinary value just because of a story, okay? Let's talk about Malayalam, Bashir's Madilugal. It's a wall, sir. It's brick and mortar and cement. Because of Bashir, because of Madilugal, suddenly it becomes one partition between two hearts which want to meet. It becomes longing. That's what a story does. It gives value for something which is very, very ordinary. Yes, please.
അതെ സർ, മലയാളത്തിൽ ഇന്നും എല്ലാ വായനക്കാരെയും അതിശയിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കഥയാണ് മതിലുകൾ. അത് സിനിമയായിട്ടും വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. സിനിമയിൽ കൂടെയും ആ സീൻ നമ്മൾ നല്ലപോലെ കണ്ടതാണ്.
Okay, you tell me in Malayalam, which is one ordinary object which has got value to you because of the story. Like I had a watch which I was wearing for 15 years because my dad gave it to me. It's just a watch. But because my dad gave it to me, because there is a story, I was wearing it for 15 years. Do you have an object like that? Tell me in Malayalam.
Yes, മലയാളത്തിൽ എത്ര ഒരുപാട് ഉദാഹരണങ്ങൾ അതുപോലെ പറയാനുണ്ട് സർ. ആക്ച്വലി
ഉങ്ക ലൈഫിലാ, in your life.
മതിലുകളിൽ എൻ്റെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത് തകഴി ശിവസേനകൾപ്പെട്ട കയർ എന്ന നോവലിനെ കുറിച്ചാണ്.
Explain, please.
അതിനകത്ത് 200 വർഷത്തെ കഥയാണ് ഒരു നോവൽ കൊണ്ട് അദ്ദേഹം വളരെ ലളിതമായ ഭാഷയിൽ പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്. 200 വർഷത്തെ കഥ, 2 നൂറ്റാണ്ടുകളുടെ കഥയാണ് ആ കയറുന്ന ചരിത്രത്തിലൂടെ പറയുന്നത് സർ. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഒരു കഥയല്ല, ഒരുപാട് കഥയുണ്ട് മലയാളത്തിൽ.
Thank you. It sounds so good. ಮಲಯಾಳಂ ಕೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ.
Thank you. Actually ನನ್ನ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆ ಮಲಯಾಳ, ಆದ್ರೂ ನಾನು ಓದಿರೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ.
ಹೌದಾ? ಅರೆ ವಾ.
ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ನಾನು PhD ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಸರ್. ನನ್ನ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
Fantastic, ma'am. So nice.
ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅಕ್ಕಿತಮ್ ಅವರ ಕೃತಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ತಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಚಿಣ್ಣರ ನಿನಾದ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕೃತಿಗೆ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
Very good. May your tribe increase. Amazing. We have a Konkani friend, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We want to hear Konkani. Yes.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್, ಸಂಜಯ್ ಕೊಪ್ಪಿಕರ್ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು.
Yes, sir.
ಸೊ ನಾನು ಹುಬ್ಳಿ ಧಾರವಾಡದಿಂದಾನೇ ಬಂದಿರೋದು. ಆಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಇನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ಡ್ ಪರ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಚೈಲ್ಡ್ಹುಡ್, ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈ ನೇಬರ್ಸ್, ವೆರಿ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಜೆಂಟಲ್ಮನ್, that time itself he was in 80s, I was maybe 10 years old and all that. What he told us, of course I will tell that in Konkani also later, but I want people to understand as well. So what he told us is that stories can be made out of literally anything and everything.
Absolutely.
Right? So for example, he would say the chair next to you, oh, the lever under that is the time machine. You just turn it and you go back in the history. Right? So he would create stories just like that in the thin air. So what it did is that regardless of whatever is the situation, whether it was sad, happy, or mundane, boring, it would always keep me interested, because I would start getting into that habit of creating stories just around it. He was also Konkani, he was Mr. Burde, Ganesh Burde anta. So he started learning Bengali because he wanted, at the age of 85, because he wanted to read the original of Gitanjali.
Absolutely, I wouldn't blame him at all.
Yeah, so that's how we have always been brought around, right? So and Dharwad being the cultural hub that it was, so we always grew up in that. So yeah, Ami sagle ta kele. So we all did all of that.
Thank you, and we want a line in Konkani.
So that's what I said.
No,
also.
a longer line. She's Marathi. She said she tried. She gave so big.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something.
Sanpan dhornu ami sagle te sagle kele. So what from childhood we saw all of that and we did all of that.
So beautiful.
Thanks to that seed that was sown, today I am published author of 3 books, and one of the books is translated in 5 languages. All of that is possible because the seeds were sown that we could create stories out of anything.
Amazing,
so,
sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's so beautiful that Book Brahma had this organization, get writers from all over India, mainly South India, and we get introduced to such great artists and so many big minds from all over South India. I read a line in, I think it was Jeffrey Archer book, where it said, never make fun of a man with accent. It means he knows one more language than you do. So beautiful, isn't it? So if somebody speaks Kannada in a Malayali accent, you don't make fun. It means he knows Kannada, he knows Malayalam also. You know only one language. So never make fun of a man with an accent. It means he knows one more language than you do. And the more number of languages you know, the more number of artists and writers you get exposed to. Like he wanted to read Tagore in Bengali. The minute you get into a new language, the entire literature of that language is now in your field of vision. And that's such a great treasure. So the more number of languages you know, the better. Congrats on this great effort. And to all the writers from all over South India who are here, a very, 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 very big pranam to you. I know it's a great art. I love writers. It's an amazing art to put your thoughts into words. I'm a big, big fan of writing. Even in cinema, I respect writers a lot. To all the writers here, the guys, the wordsmiths, congratulations. Keep on writing, keep on writing. The world is better because of you guys. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Definitely. Even though we are familiar with the words, incidents, or the stories around us, definitely we need a person to push us, or to tell us, or to show the better ways in front of us. That is what, the Ramesh sir and their experience and many more things. Generally, we'll see him in a different ways, whether the story is conveying in a better way, right? So that is what happened now. And first of all, thank you to him, and as well as double thanks to you people also. Why? Because for your active participation, expecting the same in all other sessions as well. Thank you so much. So in the meanwhile, I mean to say, before the stage get ready for the next session, let me brief you the stages parallelly running right now. I mean to say, as you know, the Book Brahma Literature Festival always take a step in a different way, and that too, edition 3 come up with a special edition also. Let me go through the stages right now, the parallelly running, Mathana and Akshara. These are the 2 stages which are in the first floor of the auditorium. You can also involve in those sessions. And the next is Angala, just backside of the stage. So Angala is all about the heartbeat of Kannada voices. And the next stage is Mukhamukhi, which is right front side of the, I mean to say like exactly on the right side of the entry gate. It is there, Mukhamukhi, where you can directly discuss, interact with your favorite authors. And the next is Anavarna, as the name indicates, the venue for engaging book launches. and also Chinnaraloka. So Chinnaraloka, it is just right side of the stage. So Chinnaraloka, it's a world of children, the colorful world. So definitely you can experience that too. And the next is, and the new addition of this festival is Poet Tree. Poet Tree. It is a beautiful experience where everyone can feel it. So enjoying the poem under the tree. This is the concept is all about. It is exactly the left side of the stage, I mean to say very next to the Pustaka Malige. Please visit there also. And one more add-on in this festival is Newzen. So Newzen, yes, it is ideas shaping tomorrow. So this is what a brief highlight of the sessions happening parallelly. So before session, I mean to say the festival end up on all the 3 days, in all the stages, the many more sessions are happening. Definitely we will give the highlights here. Let's come to the stage Mantapa. This is the stage, and the next session is now. Yeah, now the stage is ready. TESCOM, the session partner, presents The Right to Read, Book Banning, Censorship, and the Future of Literary Freedom in India.
By Madhumita Kumar Rajan, Lakshmi Murthy, Rachita Taneja, Angela Thomas, and the moderator for this session is Anisha Sheth.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the speakers and the moderator as well.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. On behalf of all of us here, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to organize this session. I'd also like to thank Free Libraries Network for co-organizing and bringing this discussion together. I'm Angela Thomas. I work as a volunteer counsel at SFLC.in. SFLC.in works in the intersection of technology, policy, and law with a focus on free speech and digital right violations. We also run the free speech tracker, which documents instances of free speech violations in the digital and print format. This includes book bans, movie censorship, content takedowns, among others. So our topic for discussion today is the right to read, book banning, censorship, and the future of literacy freedom in India. Before I begin, so when we talk about freedom of expression, what mostly comes to our mind is the freedom to speak, to create something, to publish something without it getting hindered. But that's not just all it, right? Freedom of speech and expression also completes in itself when the other side of it is looked upon, which is the work that you have created, the work that you have made, and people having the access to that particular work, and those ideas, people being given the choice to read them, to form their own opinions. So when a book ban or a censorship of a book happens, it's not just the author or the publisher that is affected. It's also the freedom of the reader that gets curtailed, right? So in today's discussion, we will do a deep dive into what it means to have this particular right to read, and how is it affected with censorships, what are the cumulative effects that comes when censorship is in play, and also we will try and discuss how can we protect this literacy freedom going forward. With that, I move to the speakers that we have today. I would ask all of you to introduce yourself and maybe within a minute tell us what you first felt when you read the topic. You can start with, I can start with, yeah, Madhumita, you can start. Yeah.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, Angela, and SLFC for putting this together. And thank you all of you who are here for this discussion. My name is Madhumita. I'm a lawyer by training. I've worked in the intersection of law, publishing, copyright for about the last 2 decades. And now currently I do some freelance work with authors, publishers, NGOs, primarily around the area of copyright law. But I'm also part of a network called the Free Libraries Network. And this is just a network of over 250 libraries all over India that provide free access to books. And many of these libraries that are part of this network have started libraries because they found a lack of access to books in their areas. And they tend to serve people who have been traditionally excluded from reading. And therefore, for me, it's genuinely interesting to be in a panel like this because I'm seeing it from 2 lenses, the idea of banning or censorship, one from the publisher, author side. The other broader question is, but who has access to read? Of course, the question is who decides what we can read, which is banning. But also, is there a question of, are there people deciding who cannot read at all or who has less access to read? So I'm excited to see how this conversation goes, and especially we have some very experienced panelists who worked in the area of this. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you all also for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Madhavan.
Yeah, thanks, Angela, and thank you, SLFC, for organizing this, and Brahma for inviting all of us. It's always interesting to speak to different audiences than the ones we keep talking to in sort of like echo chambers almost. So I really welcomed that opportunity when it came up. My name is Lakshmi Murthy, and I'm a journalist by training, more into research and archiving now. And I run with my colleague Geeta Seshu a voluntary group called Free Speech Collective, where we track free speech violations across India. And just the sheer number of violations every single day keeps us, on our toes. And this invitation was actually an opportunity to reflect on the trends and look at patterns rather than be mired in, daily everything under the sun is offending someone or the other and getting banned. So it was really interesting to look at some of the trends, which I hope to share here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anisha. I'm a reporter. I've been a journalist for about 16 years, and engaged with the profession from different ways, including teaching, reporting, editing, desk work, and so on. And when I heard about the topic, I was like, damn, where do we start? There is so much, and the history of censorship, I suppose in some ways is as old as the will to have your own mind and speak it. So I'm just happy to be on this panel, and thank you to the organizers for giving us an opportunity to have this discussion.
Hi everyone, I'm Rachita. I am a comic artist. I have a webcomic called Sanitary Panels. It's a feminist comic that comments on society, culture, politics, current affairs, mental health, queer rights, everything. And I just came out with a book called Touching Grass, and the number of legal edits that had to happen around it before it could come out kind of made it evident how much there is a possibility of censorship when you are speaking about politics, especially. And the thing that came to mind when I read it was, when I read about the topic, was just the different types of censorship we have. So it's not necessarily just censorship of your post has been taken down on social media, but also of the threats that you receive, the trolling that you get. As someone who is very online and very active on social media, there is just a constant barrage of hateful messages, hateful comments, but there's also this lingering threat of legal repercussions. So there are different types of censorship, I think, that we should think about, and book banning being one of them. And yeah, thank you SFLC for doing good work. Your takedown reports are very important to keep us updated. We need to keep a track of these things and keep talking about them because they've just become so normalized, and we can't let it become normalized.
Thank you for that. Thank you all the panelists. Rachita, congrats on your book. I encourage all of the audience to go check out Rachita's book. It's called Touching Grass. Okay. Moving on. Madhumita, I want to come to you. So you mentioned about right to read and libraries. So I want to understand from you, does an average reader in India know that they have the right to read? And has the government ever come up with policies that advance this right?
Hi. Yes, so I think that's a interesting question, and a lot depends on what we mean when we say average reader. The term itself, average reader. So if it's someone like you or me or many of us who are here in book literature festivals, etc., we know we have a right to read. We read for pleasure, we read for joy, we read for distraction, we read for learning. So, and for us it's a choice. We can choose what to read. Of course, we'll talk about censorship and bans, but sometimes it's also a right that we take for granted. But if we look at the question as what does the average resident in India have a right to read, the answer is slightly different. There are vast majorities of our population are excluded from reading. This can be disability-based, this can be gender-based, caste-based, class-based very often. So I love to read. I read a lot of books. I used to take pride that I'm a reader. My young son reads a lot. So I was like, oh, we are a family of readers. But I realized it's such a privilege to grow up thinking of yourself as a reader. So like I said, Free Libraries Network are community libraries that serve a lot of first-generation readers and people who are maybe not literate or not in schools, but it provides access to books for them. Through my experiences there, I realized what a privilege it is to think that that you grew up as a reader. Because what I have found in what these libraries do, once you remove barriers to reading, you provide access to books, not just one or two books, lots and lots of books. So there's freedom to read, discard, pick up another book. There's no sort of scolding that you're bending a book, or even in school libraries, sometimes you'll see book will be locked and kept, and teacher will open the lock. So that when you remove those kind of barriers, and there's a lot of intimidation. I mean, people are told roti kapda makan. You don't need reading. There's also this thing that art, culture, reading is for the high-minded. It's a code word for a kind of elite. But everybody should have an access to read. And I've seen in these libraries, when those barriers are removed and intimidation is removed, people do gravitate to becoming readers. Then they become thinkers. And then they know I have a right to read. But when it's assumed that, no, this is only for certain people, for you read to study or for school or for a job, then I would say, yeah, the average resident doesn't know that they have a right to read simply because they haven't grown up with that access or that privilege to take it as a right. And when you asked about government and policies, I'll just very briefly, public libraries have a very important role in breaking this mindset that everybody should have access to books. And in India, libraries are a state legislation, so each state has to have a legislation. In India, 19 states have library legislation saying they should be public libraries. Karnataka has a library legislation. Most of us in Karnataka, when we pay, all of us in Karnataka, when we pay property tax, there's a library cess of 6% that goes to the Department of Libraries to establish libraries. And Karnataka has libraries. It has one of the higher number of libraries. But how many of us know of public libraries in Bangalore? There are some big ones. Cubbon Park has one. And there's a lovely children's library in Cubbon Park. But whenever I've been there, there's no one else there. There are no children. And there's a 200 rupee deposit fee if you want to borrow books. Then there's one registration form you have to fill out. These are all barriers to reading. If some random children walked into the library, will they be treated with respect, be allowed to read? I don't know. So we have policies. We have institutions also. But there's a vast gap between what is on paper and what is on the ground. And but yes, a public library is a place which should provide access to read, and it's a vital community information hub. It can really transform a community. And what we are talking about is once you enter the library, do you feel like you belong? And then comes the question of who decides what can you access in the library and not, which brings it back to censorship and banning and so on.
Thanks for that. That makes me also want to specify that not just that we have the right to read, we also have the right to know, and to correlate those rights and to actually come to a library also, I guess, takes some time and information. That brings me quite naturally to the next part of the session, right? So, who decides on what is right to read and what access is given to us? Now, we look at censorship as such a major incident, like the government banning a book or police coming to your house to seize books. Censorship can be way more than that as well. Censorship can be very contextual instances where we have felt threatened to self-censor, where groups have made us feel like we need to self-censor. So I want to ask all of you about what you feel about censorship. What is censorship to you, and what kind of censorship have you come across? Lakshmi, I can start with you, Anisha, and then Rajita, and then back to Madhavan.
Thanks, Angela. I think the basic vision or goal behind censorship is to decide what the other person can read or not read. So you're putting yourself in a position of, you know, a pater familias, whether it's the government or it's a violent mob. They have decided they know what others should read or not read. So this whole bogey, which has, you know, become such a big thing now about hurting sentiments. So you're hurting religious sentiments, you're hurting somebody's patriotic sentiments, or you're hurting the sentiments of one individual. So, you know, there are legal provisions for all of this. I'm sure that'll come up. So there's defamation, you know, cases can be filed, or there can be inciting violence or law and order problems and so on. But behind all of this is this positioning that there is some larger authority that can decide what other people should and shouldn't read. And when the government is not doing it, which of course is the biggest now authority in anybody's life, it is vigilante mobs, it is you know, smaller religious groups or extremist groups who are going around, you know, burning books, banning in the sense of threatening that they will burn down that particular, you know, bookseller if they stock that book. So that threat is enough to have people withdraw the books from the shelf. So I think that sort of taking of authority in the realm of you know, reading is what is the most dangerous, and what has been the most liberating in a way is the digital space. Because there are so many ways around book bans now, there are so many ways around censorship. And those are ways that people are rejecting this idea that someone else can decide what will hurt my sentiments or what will upset anyone and so on. So I think there's of course a big debate about, you know, what minors should read and what is adult material, But this whole realm of communal, religious, you know, sentiments and hurting somebody's feelings and so on, I think this area is something that people are taking upon themselves to decide, hey, no, we are going to read this, you know, we are going to circulate it. And in fact, book bans, that's the ironic thing, or even a film ban, it gets watched and viewed and read far more than it might have if it were not banned, because everyone wants to see, hey, what is this that's got banned, you know, do you have a copy? People are, you know, sending you PDF. So I think that itself is a resistance against this idea that someone else can control, you know.
That's quite interesting. I recently came across this article where they spoke about how a school in Ahmedabad had a fine issued against them because the school had I Am Malala and Diary of Anne Frank in their library. Now, this is not really coming from a state. It is coming from parents who thought these books were problematic. So I'm sure the students there must have thought, maybe I should go read this
I'm
now.
sure every child has read those two books.
Anisha, moving to you.
Yeah, so actually that's one thing that I've... Yeah, hello. So what Angela said is something that I would like to touch on, which is social censorship. I don't think that social censorship is acknowledged enough in terms of a barrier to what we are allowed to know as a society. it has taken different forms. It has existed, I suppose, as long as, you know, anyone has had a free mind, or at least the desire to think independently. And social censorship operates on multiple levels. You can have passive social censorship of neglect. You can have active social censorship when you actively prevent and prohibit somebody from saying, from pursuing a line of thought or exploring an idea in terms of, like, say, academics. And you can also have social censorship by an absolute lack of diversity among people who create and produce knowledge, create and produce artistic content, create and produce films, songs, music, books, plays, any form of cultural content. And one of the biggest examples of this kind of social censorship is the manner in which the works of B.R. Ambedkar were treated. So in that sense, 1982 is a very important turning point, because that is a year that finally his works came into the public domain. Because, you know, the Ambedkarite movement in Maharashtra put immense pressure on the Maharashtra government from the 1970s onwards to actually come out and produce, or at least make his collected works available to the public. So it's only from 1982 onwards we start to see, you know, that at least Ambedkar's writings were published in English. And then translations into the many Indian languages that we speak in and use every day, that also took a much, much longer time. And another example of this I would like to talk about is women's writing. You know, we were never allowed, I mean, women were never allowed to write because they were kept busy, you know, doing housework and things like that. And when the, you know, like when some of this writing was unearthed and, you know, published as an anthology, I think the book is called Women Writing in India, edited by K. Lalita and Susie Tharu. And once you go through those two volumes, you find that women's writing in India, I mean, the Therigatha, the Buddhist nuns who, you know, composed hymns, I mean, they literally ran away from their homes to join the Buddhist Sangha, and that is some of the oldest surviving literature in the world, 2,500 years old. And yet, our colleges taught us that only men write, you know, and yeah, and our teachers, like one of my teachers when I was in first year, I was about 17, and, you know, English teacher calmly says, you know, women can't write. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, point out some women writers. And I didn't know anybody. You know, I didn't know anybody except for one random Jane Austen, which someone, you know, had mentioned like long ago. And so we never had access to that. And when you don't have access to that, you just get treated as stupid. When there have been physical barriers to you expressing your thoughts, and then there are barriers in publishing, which will again treat you as unworthy, and then again prevent you, the whole literary canon will descend on women writers, and they did in fact descend on women writers, rubbishing their writing, when men as vulgar and things like that. This happened with a novel written by a Telugu courtesan called Muddupalani, and this was in the 1600s, I think, and during her own time, no one actually had a problem with what she wrote. You know, though today, I am afraid to imagine what would happen to somebody if they said, read that book. You know, it's a long epic poem on Radha, Krishna, and a character called Ila Devi, and this is among the most contentious figures today, right? Religious figures whose, you know, and people will talk about hurt sentiments and so on. So this social censorship, I think, is extremely important. It still continues to operate. And yeah, but also 2014 in some sense marked a turning point, because up until then, your social censorship was operating independently, corporate censorship was operating independently on journalists, and yeah, politicians also would do it, but it was independently they were doing it. You know, up until 2014, you had this thing called, at least for journalists, we would live in terror of what are called as SLAPs, strategic litigation against public participation. So, you know, investigative journalists would face that. And, you know, just a legal notice, 100 crore defamation, withdraw your book. And a lot of people would simply cave in because they don't have the wherewithal for expensive court battles. And yeah, but after 2014, you realize that all of these things have collapsed because the state has now become the chief social censor. It has now become your proxy corporate censor. Like for example, last year in September 2025, the union government, the Ministry of Information and Technology, issued takedown notices for 83 Instagram posts and 138 videos which talked about Adani. Why is the government censoring content on behalf of a corporate publishing, on behalf of a corporate house, a corporate company? I mean, what is the purpose? So now the state has also become corporate censor, social censor, because it's also actively taken over many public institutions. It has dismantled many public institutions, like for instance, the statistical institutions that we actually had decent ones. So that also affects the kind of knowledge that is produced and is then disseminated to the public. So in that sense, I mean, I'm looking at censorship not just in terms of banning something, but in also largely in terms of what you're allowed to know, right? One aspect, at least one thing I find heartening over the last 20 years is that, you know, the overall gains of the Ambedkarite movement, the anti-caste movement, and the cumulative effect of affirmative action policies have enabled a generation of Ambedkarite students, anti-caste minded people to produce a body of knowledge that would actually prompt us to think differently about our society and our place in society as individuals, as citizens. And I'll give you one example of this. Right now, I mean, currently in Bangalore, somebody's doing a PhD in psychology on how caste shapes identity. And so when I was speaking to that PhD scholar, I mean, that is yet to be approved and submitted and things like that. So I asked her about her literature review. Anybody in the audience wants to take a wild guess on how much literature she actually found on this particular subject? Anyone? So for any other topic, yes, is that a very good guess? Let me make it narrower. For any other subject that that person might have studied under psychology, for every 100 articles, this scholar found only about five, like less than a handful, like literally less than one handful. And I'll add some more, you know, clarity on that.
How many authors were actually from her?
Very good question. There are 2 authors, literally 2 authors. So she's actually citing her own work, you know, because nobody else has studied that. When caste is such a fundamental part of our everyday lives, there is no research, you know, on this. And like I studied psychology in college, and I remember thinking at that time, I mean, back then I had no idea what caste was and things like that. I mean, yes, call it Savarna privilege. It definitely was that. But I remember thinking at the time, because we would be given studies on race and the impact that has on American children. You know, black children being given, you know, choosing white dolls, simply because, you know, of the prevalence and pervasiveness of race. And I remember thinking at the time that, why do we not have any literature? Why are we not studying anything about caste? Okay. And well, now I have the answer to that question. And so yes, I mean, censorship is today, in fact, we have so much more access to radical scholarship, provocative ideas that would perhaps help us negotiate as a society, you know, ways in which every individual in our society can have a full, meaningful life where they're allowed to explore their full potential. So in that context, this crackdown, this social censorship also has to be seen in that context. Today we have the most access we've ever had to scholarship and knowledge, perspectives, information, and insight, people's experiences, which the government finds deeply problematic, but which also much of society finds deeply problematic, because that thought, this body of work, it challenges it challenges our privilege. It asks us uncomfortable questions about why some of us have things as rights, while denying the same things from other people, right? So it enables us to question institutional hierarchies. It enables us to question our own privilege and examine our own privilege. So this crackdown has to be seen in context of that. We have greater access, and that is why we are seeing greater crackdowns as well. That's it. I think I spoke for a little too long, sorry.
No, it was all very informative, and thank you, Anisha, for that. Yeah, very illuminating. I think one of the things that gives me hope is like you said, there is more access to information, there is more access to stories from diverse voices. And I think that's largely because of the internet. And I'm like a big cheerleader for the internet and social media, even though obviously it has its drawbacks, social media specifically because of, it being for profit, being owned by men with money. But I think that's also why the government is cracking down so heavily on social media, because it's one of the last places that we can go to have our voices heard. And also in terms of being able to say diverse points of view, diverse stories that we wouldn't have necessarily seen 20, 30 years ago. Of course, it comes with its own barriers, like any other public platform. There will be casteism and Islamophobia, misogyny, etc. on social media as well, but it at least gives a platform, an access to a platform with fewer barriers. So for instance, I started my comic in 2014, and at that time I was in my early 20s, and I was talking a lot about politics. And if you've seen my work, it's stick figure comics. So I find it highly improbable that anyone in a mainstream media newspaper would have published my comic. So I generally say without the internet, my comic wouldn't be possible. And I think for a lot of political artists, that is true. One thing I wanted to touch upon is the idea of self-censorship. So I have a very complicated relationship with the term self-censorship because I think we often misuse it. So I believe censorship is usually what we mean when we say self-censorship. I will make an analogy. If a robber comes to you with a gun to your head and says, "Give me your money," and you give them your money, that is a robbery. Now, if you have that same perceived threat of violence, of legal action, and you are told to not speak about a certain issue, I believe it's the same thing. It's censorship. You wouldn't call it self-robbery if you hand over your wallet to this person, right? So I think we end up, by calling it self-censorship, we end up putting the onus on ourselves. So if you tell a political artist that if you write about this, you're going to get trolled endlessly, you're going to receive legal action against your work, you're going to receive takedown, your profile might be taken down altogether, that is a clear instance of censorship. I do not think it is self-censorship. Now, there is such a thing as self-censorship, which is that a robber comes to you with a robber comes and stands next to you, gun still in his pocket, and you voluntarily give your wallet up. So what you have done is incorrectly assessed the risk and caved before even being put on the spot. So I think that is self-censorship, when you overestimate the risk and you are unable to act accordingly. So I think in that sense, we should be careful about how we use the word self-censorship, because I think we end up putting the onus on people that you are self-censoring. That sounds like a you problem. That is only true when the person is being scared of a threat that does not exist. But otherwise, I think it tends to be censorship. I have many thoughts on this, especially because a lot of people, will come up to me and say, "Oh, you're so brave." I was like, it shouldn't be brave to dissent. And I'm sure, like Anisha, you get it too. Anisha is a fantastic journalist and also receives trolling. You're not, oh, I've seen under your videos, maybe on the News Minute you receive trolling. The News Minute receives trolling, often under Anisha's reporting. So, when you receive that kind of constant barrage of threats, that's not what should be normalized. It shouldn't be brave to do basic journalism, basic political art, and it ends up being called brave because we have built this narrative about self-censorship and what it means to be brave. So I think this should not be considered brave. We should not consider dissenting as brave. It should be normal, and we should, in fact, try and find ways to be more involved in, dissent and protesting. Yeah.
That was very well put. Just to reiterate that we do have the right to protest. We do have the right to dissent against things that are happening. It doesn't have to be too deep, right? Another thing that I wanted to particularly ask you, because I know most of your work also revolves around humor, satire, irony. Now, these things are also accepted under the law as free speech. Have you seen the space for these things getting diminished over the last 10 years that you have been working?
Yeah, so 12 years actually, and yes, there has been a sharp increase in instances of censorship, whether it is takedown requests from social media. There was a recent report that said every minute there is a takedown request by the government to a social media company. And the social media company often, I'm not giving them any grace. They're terrible people in general, the owners. But these social media companies are under threat of losing their safe harbor protections, which allows them to function within the country. And if the government says either you function and take down the content that we're asking you to take down, or you get lost, then obviously they're going to do whatever the government says, because India is a massive market and they want to continue making money here. So yes, there has been, especially of social media, there has been a lot of censorship. When it comes to mainstream media, so comics and newspapers, for example, editorial comics, cartoonists have been told to please tone it down. The editors have been told, the editors tell cartoonists that no, this is too risky. You cannot name this corporation, Adani. You cannot name this politician. You cannot caricature this person. So we are seeing a lot more censorship, but the heartening thing about it is twofold. One is that it's called the Barbara Streisand effect, which we spoke about, which is that once something gets taken down or something gets targeted, then more people are likely to see it. And something similar happened to me in 2020 when 3 of my comics were allegedly contemptuous of the court. And the proceedings started in the Supreme Court against 3 of them. So the Streisand effect, and because of that, I ended up getting more following. So that's definitely one of the things. And the other thing is that once you silence one person, there are 5 or 10 other people that come in their place, which is also very heartening, because I think the younger generation is very defiant in that sense. It's like, oh, you're going to try and silence us? Look what I can do. And I feel like
publicity is good publicity.
Exactly, and honestly, that's how I started as well, because my first comic was about students being arrested for posting their political opinion on the internet, and I was like, oh, you think you can do this? Let me show you what dissent really is, So I think that also fires people up. The blatant injustices fire people up, especially when you see like a stick figure comic being censored. You're like, where have we got into as a society? So yeah, I think humor is being censored. Satirists especially are being censored. You have Kunal Kamra, Veer Das, when he did Two Indias, when he did the poem Two Indias. Because also humor and satire are ways that you humanize these big leaders. So what these big leaders, the greater than God, you have to pray to them, you have to listen to everything they said. They're not biologically born, so they tend to they tend to want to keep that sense of authority in place, and they do it by force. But when you laugh at them, you make them human again. When you laugh at them, when you make jokes about them, you bring them down to earth and say, hey, you're a public servant who I elected into office. You work for me, not the other way around. I do not have to show you any respect, you have to earn it. And I think that's why humor is also such a strong, humor and satire, lampooning, etc., such strong tools to shake authority up. And that's why it's often the first thing they come after, you know, like they come after journalists, they come after satirists, they come after thinkers and writers. So I think humor is generally a strong tool, and I would encourage everyone to make fun of authority. Exactly, laughter is contagious.
Thanks for that. Madhumita, just to bring the conversation back to libraries, right? So I want to know, how do libraries balance this pressure which is coming from multiple state or non-state actors to, say, ban a book, to remove a book from the library, but also their kind of responsibility to provide readers the access to those books. Do you know of any such instances?
So yeah, I mean, in terms of what is the role of a library when it comes to banning books, etc., a lot of us already talked about the ideas of banning. So when I've worked with publishers and provided counsel, banning, like many of them said, is presented as it's in your commercial interests, we are assessing the legal risk. So it's a much softer language, but it's more insidious, like Rachita said. A threat is a threat. But from the community library angle, which I'll talk about first as a personal experience and then about public institutions, we've also seen I've seen a different side of censorship. So the free library network libraries are individual community libraries that people have started in their village or a slum or a particular area because they've lacked access to books. So it's a small community effort, and community members are invited to be participants in the library. So there we do get questions from community members that why do you have this book? For example, we've done a comics workshop with many libraries. We got lots of international comics, a lot of interesting works that they were not exposed to. But some parents, some even librarians said this comic has nudity, it talks about sexuality, like Kari, Amrita Patil, they said it should not be there. There's a comic called Suits about sewage workers and sanitary workers, and they said this comic has curse words. How can you as a library expose innocent minds to such things? And of course, like she said, this all comes from somebody deciding I am paternal, right? Like Lakshmi had said, that's the basis. So we got those kind of questions. We've also got the reverse, because a lot of our libraries have a very strong anti-caste stance, and a lot of the library readers are very strongly in that, very deeply studied the issue. And so we have books in our libraries that are about Sanatan Dharma, that explain caste system, that have caste slurs on them, that are hurtful. So the librarian said, this book should not be in my library, it should be out. So one, the state can tell you not to have a book, the community can tell you not to have a book. You as a librarian may decide my ideology, and I'm creating this space for free access. Can I have ideologies that are anti that to be in the library? So there's different kinds of censorship that libraries need to see. Who am I serving? What is the state saying I can do? My personal philosophy as a library. So for us, it was very complex when we had to keep books that were maybe casteist, and we were like, yeah, maybe we should bin them. And we didn't know where to look for guidance, but there are library sciences, so we had to do some research, and we had to look at other countries which have established old public library systems, which have librarians who have, organized around this issue. In America, it's a big burning question, book bans in libraries, because libraries are funded by the state and their funding is affected depending on what books they keep in the libraries. Parents band together and file lawsuits and primarily there it's revolving around sexuality, queer books, etc. There's a lot of resistance that these kind of books shouldn't be in the library. And it's a burning issue. Librarians have collectivized to form a legal fund to fight the battles, etc. Because how much can an individual author, publisher fight every battle, right? Like she said, when I'm writing, I want that book to be published. If I have to think personally and all the responsibility falls on me. So, which is why public libraries are critical, because you can have an association, public institution that is there as a gateway to books. We have public institutions that are gatekeepers, that you shouldn't read this, like she was saying, paternalistic sort of laws. You have laws saying obscenity, which is a colonial law, pre-constitution, but it's still there and it's considered constitutional, which says that you can't read this, etc. Fine, there may be reasons, public order, decency, sovereignty of the country, but where's the flip? Where are there public institutions that says, we will protect the freedom of speech? Why must that be individual action? Why that must be SLFC tracking speeches, and why should that be Lakshmi's organization tracking how many threats are there. Where are the public institutions like the statistical institution that are keeping this record and furthering the right to free speech? And this is where public libraries have a very important role to play. In India, we barely have public libraries, so we are many, many steps behind. Sorry? Anna Library is a great one, but also it's in Koturpuram. It is a 3-story beautiful building, but now you can't issue books. Many people use it. Yeah. Yeah. No, Anna Library is a great library, but you know, there also was a lot of contest. When Jayalalitha was in power, it was to become a hospital, then it was to become a library. So there's a, but
Libraries do have multifunction,
Yeah.
right?
So, sorry, I forgot your question.
No, that's all right.
I think
Yeah,
so
I
what
think
is the role libraries have to
yeah,
play? It's
yeah.
complex. And to come back to the boring question, like how do libraries decide whether I keep this book in the library or not? Like I said, we didn't know the answer, but we did some workshops, we had some research. There are International Federation of Librarians, etc., that gave us some guidance. So the idea is that libraries can't ban books, even if it's hateful and you don't agree with it. Of course, you can. There's a process to ban books. But the idea is that you should have a diversity of various collections. So you present all kinds of voices, including voices that you do not agree with or the librarian does not agree with. And at the same time, you contextualize material. Like you say, this is hateful, this is in this context, this is historical explanation of caste or something like that.
Thank you. I think we are running out of time. So one last question, maybe not the last question. So one question, because I'm I want to really ask this one. So this is about how histories or communities are losing out on how certain histories are being targeted, how it's being erased, how certain communities' literature is disappearing. Lakshmi, specifically to you, because you have been looking at this sort of work in the Free Speech Collective, how do you see this happening in today's time? Is it all coming from the state actor, or is it also like a amalgamation of multiple factors?
Yeah, actually, it's not new. I mean, what's happening, it just seems very amplified and extremely sort of exaggerated. But as a trend, it's not new. And we've all heard about how the Nalanda library was destroyed by Khilji and, you know, a whole lot of other examples. It has also been a very symbolic thing to destroy libraries. You know, by destroying libraries or books, you are attempting to destroy memory and community memory and cultural memory. And earlier, it was only the physical books that contained that memory. So we kept hearing about how the Nalanda library burned for, you know, like months because there was just so much material and palm leaf, you know, manuscripts and so on. So after that, we have seen specific examples of sort of ethnic cleansing almost aimed at particular communities, not only killing the people from that community, but the books. And people have used this word libricide, you know, to sort of maybe even emphasize the, what do you call it, goal behind doing something like that, where you are erasing a particular culture and history. So after 1984, the Operation Blue Star in the Golden Temple, the Sikh library in the temple complex was one of the first rooms targeted and burnt. And a whole lot of very, very valuable manuscripts from, you know, Nanak's time, a whole lot of other literature, 300, 400-year-old, was all burnt to cinders and obviously irreplaceable. And same thing happened in communal riots more recently, 2023, the Madarsa Azizia in Bihar Sharif. During communal riots, there was a riot around the Ram Navami procession, which is a pretty common occurrence around these processions. But what was, you know, unusual in that particular thing, not only targeting human beings, but burning down the library. Again, irreplaceable. So I think, I mean, vandalism and all we've seen, like the Bhandarkar Institute, you know, when James Lang book about Shivaji was burnt. And why was the Bhandarkar Institute vandalized? Because he had acknowledged some scholars from the Bhandarkar Institute in his book, that, you know, they helped him with his research. So that was enough reason to go and ransack the library, burn and destroy again very, very precious books. I mean, it's really like heartbreaking when that happens because you know it's irreplaceable. So I think, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is when you're trying to erase, it is not just that physical book, it is not those tens of thousands of manuscripts, which of course are irreplaceable and you know, you just cannot place value on it, but it is erasure of a culture and a memory. In fact, recently, last year, when you know, 25 books were banned in Kashmir, a Kashmiri scholar said, this is memory side. You know, so you can have a genocide and kill people, but what you're doing is also memory side. So unless people are actually resisting and creating sort of buffers for this sort of a thing, and we've seen archives disappearing, we've seen, you know, like in Kashmir, for example, newspaper archives have vanished. The writers themselves don't have a record of their own work, and there is no record of their work. So, I mean, this is like complete erasure of people's history. So, having recognized this, there are, I mean, a lot of smaller, you know, upheavals, people doing things and things. But again, this is something which one expects, or expected rather, larger networks and organizations to do, which obviously have let citizens down time and again very badly, and it's now in citizens' hands to resist that.
Thanks for bringing out that context here. Before I go on to the last question that I have, any questions from the audience to any of the speakers? All right, you can hopefully catch the speakers around later. One final question, right? So, what are some workarounds? What are some double speaks that authors, journalists are using to get around this situation? Because we need to know and we need to read about these things to form opinions, right? So how are maybe civil societies, literature festivals like this playing a role in furthering this right to read and future of literacy in India? Any of you?
One is it's a secret, it can't be revealed here in public.
Because it will be banned
You know,
then, so.
Workarounds to official bans and things are workarounds, which you work around, you don't announce them. But it is happening, there are ways to do it, and I think technology, just as you know, hegemonic as it can be, like, you know, I think SLFC has this thing, it used to say, put the switch back on. Like with the turn of one switch, you can cut the internet in a whole area, a whole bandwidth, you can just cut everything. So, you know, turn the switch back on. So I think resisting that, there are pockets of people doing a lot of stuff. And like I said, you ban a film, more people would have seen it. You ban a book, more people will read it. So it's happening.
I know we're very short on time, and I do believe what all of you say about digital freedoms and internet being a great equalizer, and you have telegram groups you can get around. But I'm very skeptical when they talk about internet as the savior of knowledge or access. Tax in Karnataka for libraries, it's not like the Department of Libraries greedy. I mean, they have filed a show cause notice and a lawsuit against municipality corporation saying, why has the cess that you collected not come to us to do libraries? And I don't know what the legal contours of the case are, but they're saying citizens want road, water, IT corridor. You don't want libraries, right? Nobody reads. That's sort of but there's a false equivalence. Do you want roads or do you want libraries? Why not both? I mean, they're both equally important. So I think as citizens, we need to start demanding. We have a right to read. Why don't we have a public institution? Most countries have public libraries. Why do we not have one? There are taxes. So I think resistance is also for us advocating and lobbying and asking our local MP, why do we not have public institutions for this?
Well, I mean, yeah, so I am not particularly, I don't know, I don't feel that hopeless because yeah, I mean, we're up against a state which is surveilling us, which has no mercy, very sinister, all of that said and done, yes, true. But we are just coming off of the CJP protests and we haven't laughed as hard as we have in the last 1 month, I think. And yeah, see, reading is, you know, when you read like the writers of women writing in India, you know how they found some of these poems. Women had literally passed them down from mother to daughter, handwritten copies, right? People have always kept literature alive. It's just a matter of finding it. So I think banding together, seeking each other out is the only way to counter a state that has all kinds of resources against you and you have practically none, right? So yeah, we have never better
Thanks
time
for
to
ending
feel
that
so
on a
alive, right,
hopeful
as when they're
note.
trying to kill you.
Thank you everyone, and thank you for taking your time out to be here with us.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. My dear attendees, this is for your information. So it is a culture or the tradition which Book Brahma Literature Festival has started from the last edition, inviting the guest language. The last session, I mean to say the last edition, we invited the guest language as Marathi, where the prominent writers of Marathi languages are invited and we are asking them to involve and to present the sessions as well. So that is how the tradition started. In the same way, in this edition, we are invited the guest language as Bengali. So in the same way, this time also we have a lot of sessions on that. So I'm requesting everyone to please make use of this. Let's move on to the next session. Vidyarthi Bhavan, the session partner, presents Building Literary Communities.
Are we starting or in 5 minutes? Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shweta Iram. Today I'm moderating a session called Building Literary Communities, Bookstores, Conversations, and the Future of Reading. Today we have Subodh Shankar, Vinita Vijay Kumar, and Yash Kopikar with us. I'll just give a pass on the mic so that they can introduce themselves better than I do, although I know what they're going to do.
Hi everyone, I'm Vinita Vijay Kumar. I run a bookstore community space called Turning Pages in Jakur, North Bangalore.
Hi, my name is Subodh Shankar. My wife and I run a bookstore, Indian language bookstore, and a community space called Ata Galata.
Hi,
I'm Yash. We run Third Space in Indranagar and Just Books in Indranagar. We are a community space as well as a studio and a music community space that we run out of Indranagar.
Thank you. So, we often talk about reading as an individual act, like one person, one book, and one chair. But almost every great reading culture is a collective one. And someone recommends a book, like someone starts a reading club, someone organizes a reading challenge, someone opens up a bookshop, someone brings an author into your room, and someone translates a book. And suddenly, a reading community forms. But more than suddenly, it's actually gradually, probably. So what exactly are we building when we build a literary community? Like a market for books, a space for conversation, or a culture around reading? So I would like to know all your opinions on this small question.
Sure. So when we started 14 years ago, we started as a bookstore. We started as an Indian language bookstore where we, have a curated selection of books in various Indian languages, English among them. But one thing we did not want to become was a place where books were kept on a shelf and wait for people to come, right? I think the human need to connect and the need to connect over things that are common to each other is something that will never go away. And I think when we started, that is one of the things we were sort of counting on, is that if you build, and this is something which, learned from a movie called Field of Dreams, where, this guy is on a lonely trip in the middle of a American farmland, and he builds a baseball stadium. And, he says, if you build it, they will come, right? So you have to put your trust in the fact that there is this unending human need to connect with others about things that you jointly and collectively enjoy. And books, there's nothing different about books. I think sometimes we over-intellectualize books, but books, like everything else, simply become a thread that connects humans, and it connects them very deeply and emotionally. So I think it's all of what you described.
No, I agree, Shweta. I think it is everything that you said, right? And today, it is a need of the hour, right? There is a more significant, we have to consciously put in that effort to build human connections, because that's the last thing that actually happens, right? And that's for adults, I'm saying. For children, it's even more. Are they actually getting that, the human connections, especially in an environment of books, where you talk about books, where you discuss books, right? That's just going away. When I was growing up, I had access to a lending library, and it itself is a privilege, but that is my happiest childhood memory, right? And I've had children coming to Turning Pages and saying, oh, I've never seen so many books together, right? It's just like a world that just opened up to them, right? So a literary community or a literary space is everything. It's from culture to books to human connections to the whole universe that opens up.
I think, yeah, it has all the three. I think both of them shared a lot on that. It has much more than the three as well, right? I think both of them spoke about connection, but it is more of self-actualization. You go, take a book, read, have a coffee, want to get into that world, want to sort of be free without any judgment, and that's what a space needs to give, right? And a lot of the spaces, especially Artagalata, Turning Pages, I think even Third Space sort of looks at building something that also helps you achieve that, right? That relaxation, that things away from that. So connection, yes, but it's also that whole thing of I want to just come, read a book, pick up a book, listen to music, maybe grab a coffee or a tea, or in this case, matcha, and basically relax and just read, right? And not have any other sort of things. That comes with connection, yes. Sometimes, yes, I would love to read in a group. But yeah, in some cases, I would rather want it to be a self-actualized kind of a point rather than just connection, in just pure connection and a need.
In connection to what you just said, like, so all of you have you done something deliberately to build these communities or to make readers come to your spaces? Because just having books on the shelves is not bringing readers to the bookstores anymore. So what is that you might have done deliberately? It need not be just a coffee space or something, but there is something that you put in there that is making readers come in through your doors.
So when we say readers again, right? I mean, there are readers who will always be reading one or more books at a time. There are also readers who may not be reading for long period of time, right? And at some point they call themselves non-readers, or very few probably would say a reading slump, right? How do we give them a discovery option, right? A forum to discover books or literature? And these are deliberate decisions that, right, like I have had to make. For instance, people love working out of turning pages, right? They're just around books. But like Yash said, they just like to have a coffee around books, right? I have a dedicated cafe space, but most of the time my bookstore space, seating space is packed. Not because they have come with an intention to pick books, right? They're probably in that non-reader stage, but the whole environment where you can just watch the world go by, or the fact that time has slowed down, the coffee itself tastes better, right? The work is suddenly more productive. And for a bookseller like me, these are deliberate decisions that I've got to take, right? How do I decide the space? How do I know what kind of curations work, right? And the curation plays an important role in this. It's not just like a passive retail shelf, right, where like books are kept, right? There is a conscious decision that goes into what kind of books are going in there. Why do we have these books, book A versus a book B? And on top of it, we write recommendations, we write descriptions, we write like how did we feel about it? And all of these make the place worthwhile.
So at Third Space, when we started it, there were deliberate choices that we made. Obviously the cafe, because one, people need to come and relax, and I think coffee or tea in small bites are the way to sort of do it. But when we took a step back and saw elements of how people read, music came along. So we have about 100 vinyls that we have, a collection of vinyls, that if you want to play it, you have a vinyl library as well, where you can deliberately play music from Austria. So we collected it around the world. So you can play it from, if you want to read a Heidi and want Austrian folk music with it, goes around with it, right? So we deliberately made it kind of a space where people can come and experience. So we don't call them as readers, we want them as experience seekers, right? So they want to come and experience music, sure. You want to come and experience coffee, good coffee, yeah, sure. You want to come and experience good books, yeah, sure. So we don't want to limit ourselves as just for reading. I think that will be quite unfair for people who just want to come and experience something, right? Which don't get in their day-to-day sort of life. That's why we built Third Space. And the whole concept for Third Space was, in the name itself, was I'm at my job, that's my second home. My first home is my house. I don't have a third place to go other than a pub in Bangalore. So I want to deliberately go outside to a third space and spend more time. And that's why the name.
And for us, the decision that we took when we started was, let's open it up as a platform, right? Let's open it up as a platform for all kinds of artistic and literary interactions. You count on the fact that people that enjoy reading as an art form might also enjoy other forms of the art. So we took the conscious decision to try and position ourselves as a platform for all kinds of artistic and literary activity. And today, yeah, I mean, 14 years later, we've kind of stayed true to that vision, and we are a very, I would say, busy space for a variety of literary and artistic activities. And you count on the fact that people that enjoy one form of the art might also enjoy the other. And so there is a symbiotic relationship between, people that patronize various different types of art and cultural activities. And if books are the only thing that you sell, then the commerce will develop around the sale of books.
So we all agree that a community can be designed, and we can create the conditions for the community, and it organically develops over the period.
I have a fundamental disagreement with some of the words that you've used, right? One can neither design nor build a community. What one can hope for is that a community adopts you and you become part of a community, right? I do not understand how you can build a community, how one entity can influence so many others and become, if you may think of yourself as a central player in that large ecosystem. No. So I fundamentally do not agree with words like design and building communities. Communities tend to congregate on the basis of common likes. And if you are one of those common likes that they have, then they choose you as part of the community rather than you either designing or building communities. So I think it is communities happen on their own, and if they choose you, you become part of that community.
A small sort of point to that. I agree with you that you can't build something organic because you have to sort of tailor-make something. But there's a lot of effort that takes to be tailor-made, right? Especially if you're talking to a generation that has all the means of the world, especially if you're talking to Gen Zs and Gen Alphas that are coming out now. They have all means of the world, right? They can join communities which are international as well, via Discord and all of that. So how do you create a thing that is organic to something physical, right? And how do you make it more exciting? So that's the way that I would feel that I would create something, make sure that it's part of their world, and then make sure that it goes on. And the more organic way is how do you get them more excited, right? That's how I feel. That's the more organic way, because you have communities right now which are there with the subscription model and are there for the monetary benefit of it. And then you have some which are just there for the sake of it, right? And that grows organically bigger than the ones which are there monetarily. So when you say organic, I don't think there is a lot of organic means to it, because there is something or the other which is monetary, even in the spaces that we run, that have some monetary things to it, especially even if we build communities around it. It lies more on how interests work. We try and get the most interesting thing out there. We try and curate the most interesting thing that we feel that a group of people might like, and a group of people might come to it and sort of converse with us. I think that's the more inorganic sort of a sense to get that organic people in, and that's the way that I would look at it.
I agree, right? And sustaining it, that's the tricky part, right? Like community, for it to be a community, for let's say a group of people, for that community, and the group just becomes larger. How do you sustain that interest, right? For Gen Zs or any gen for that matter. How do you sustain that interest, or how do you hold that attention for a long period of time, right? They may find one activity or an event interesting. How do you build that loyalty, right? And I would rather say all the designing, all the deliberate decisions that we make are for creating those spaces, yes, a community space for that matter. Now, if someone stays interested in that, or someone sustains that interest and stays loyal, saying, oh, I am going to go to Turning Pages for event A versus B versus C, or I'm just going to go have a cup of coffee because I believe this is a place where I belong. That is an individual decision. We can only try and enable it to an extent.
And to continue towards into who these literary communities are being served to. Or so when we talk about literary communities, we often imagine a room full of educated, urban, English-speaking readers. I know Artagalata has been an exception in a lot of cases in that, and it took effort for sure. So, but who is missing in these rooms? Like, the question is, like, who comes into these rooms and who can afford to keep the room open?
I think it's the deliberate choice of the space, right? Because spaces like these are open to everybody, right? We run a Kannada poetry festival that goes, especially if you look at it, a Kannada poetry festival in the heart of Indranagar. I think strategically everyone would have been like, hey, you do it in Baswangudi or Malleshwaram or something like that, where you'll get that kind of audience, but we get a packed house every single time. So I think it's about avenues and creating those avenues and giving opportunity to them, because they are all first-time poetry readers, right? And you get a packed audience, about 50 to 55, and we always overflow for these events. It's a deliberate choice, I think, for spaces to make sure that you invite all kind of people. You need to curate those kind of events, curate those kind of sort of things that interest people beyond your sort of myopic view, right? And basically then you invite a different kind of people, right? Can we do film collaboration with someone and do film screenings, right? Can we have kids coming and doing a theater camp? Can we have summer camps which are solely artistic? Yes. I think it's a conscious choice that a space takes to invite those people. And I think that's the way that I would look at it.
No, I agree with that. So, I mean, one would think a literary community is urban English-speaking readers, right? But like at Turning Pages, we have a Kannada literary discussion series that's doing quite well. Right? There is, and a few weeks ago, we had a room full of audience, and we had the famed Kannada author, Mr. Vasudendra, and the English translator for his book, Mr. Narayan, who came in for an interaction with the readers. They ended up spending like a couple of hours at the space, right, talking about varied topics, like the nuances of regional languages, what it takes to translate, and what gets lost in there. In there, I thought, I saw a community, I'm not going to call it a community, I saw a group of people, some of them who read probably only Kannada literature, some of them probably read only English literature, but they are all listening to the same conversation. They're all trying to understand what gets lost, what gets retained, what happens during this whole process of translation, what is it that we get out of it, right? So that, I think that's changing, right? The whole concept of literary communities being the fact that, of course, there is a privilege associated being with urban-speaking English readers, but that's changing. There is an appetite, and there is if there is an environment, it is a possibility that we have varied, readers with interest in various different languages and various kinds of literature coming together and forming a community in the process.
So with what's happened is we've taken the decision to not be a curated space, right? We'd much rather look at Artagalata as a platform where artists and audiences discover each other. So as a consequence, in the past 14 years, I've curated virtually nothing, right? We let things kind of take its own natural course of action and shape itself rather naturally. And so to answer your question about who basically forms these communities, it is something that is essentially left to chance. It is essentially left to chance depending on the nature of what draws that community together, right? Now, who do I consider part of our community? There is a school right across the street from where Ata Galata is. And it is not one of those fancy schools. It's a school which essentially serves people from a slightly lower economic strata. And the children of that school at 3:30 when school bell rings come and sit in the bookstore. And one of the things I insist is they cannot just sit there for the air conditioning, but they have to read at least one page of one book before they put it back, right? Or the students from that school before their exams will come and do one last minute cram session, inside the bookstore. Have these people bought any books? Probably not. But are they part of the community? Very much so. Because the nature of how they interact with that space essentially defines what that community is at that point in time. Communities tend to be transient. Communities tend to be fluid. And which is why I sort of philosophically opposed to the fact that you can either design for or try and build a community, right? What you can do is have something which is not, you cannot impose yourself on a large group of people and hope to succeed. What you can hope to do is fit in with what their particular requirements at that point in time are, whether it is to serve an artistic requirement or just a place to come and sit down and take a nap. Everything. There are people who come to Ata Galata after lunch to take a nap, and they're certainly part of our community. So I think for us, we've gone away from this whole thought process of trying to curate what happens and rather play the role as a platform which allows various different people to kind of connect. And therefore, I believe it is something which the kind of communities that come are transient, that are constantly changing, they're constantly evolving. And like Yash pointed out, and like you pointed out, one of the things you ought to do is keep your ears very, very close to the ground and try and understand what is it that they're looking for and try and see if you can give it to them in a nice manner. And I think it all starts by just simply being nice, because unless they like you, they're not going to come back.
That's beautifully put, Subodh. My next question is related to the same thing. When we talked about the socioeconomic groups of people that would fit into the community and the kinds of communities we are creating. How important is the age factor of reader groups that you attract when you're building literary communities to keep them sustainable? Like, are you concentrating on elementary age group of children, or Gen Zs, Zen Alphas, or who is your most important group that you're concentrating on? Or do you have any such particular age groups?
Even if I had, I cannot say that. No, but honestly, no, right? It is equally important for everyone, right? Like we said in the beginning, the human connections, the need for a community, the feeling that I belong here, there is something in it for me. That is important for everyone. Now, how do we enable it, or what is it that we do to cater to a specific age group? Might be different, of course, right? For children, I'll take the example of the book clubs that we run. For really young children, we make sure that the book that they're reading, when we meet to discuss, it is always accompanied with some kind of an activity, right? There is something around it. There's something that excites them, not just the act of reading. For slightly older children, middle grade, for instance, we make sure they get to discuss with specific questions. So we ask them to write down, like, what did they think about a specific part of the book, or what did they like, what did they dislike. The idea is for them to feel that, oh, somebody else also feels like, oh, this ending was a bit rushed. This wasn't really good. I didn't like this character, right? Voicing it for the children at that age is important, right? For adults, it will probably come naturally, at least most of us. Now, for adult book clubs, it's a whole different ballgame, right? Like, what kind of genre? We are by the time we are adults, if we have been reading for a while, we are, as a population, picky, fussy about what are we reading, what is it that we don't want to read, how do we get them out of comfort zone. So we have a genre rotation-based book club. right? Where they don't get to pick the genre. It's literally a spin wheel. So you get to choose which book that you can read that the majority votes for, but it helps them choose a genre that they never would otherwise, right? So different things for different people, but the philosophy remains the same for the entire age group.
I'm going to give a very short answer, no.
I know you're not concentrating on a specific age group.
No, because I think when it comes to community, you have to realize that the agency lies not with you, but with the members of that people community, right? People come and do whatever they want. People, and which is why I said, we've strictly stayed away from curation. We've strictly stayed away from trying to play a role in what happens, except to play the role of in the grand scheme of things, coming from the tech world in a past life. You like to think of yourself as like a MasterCard or a Visa. MasterCard doesn't care what you're spending on, right? I could be swiping my card here to buy books. You could be swiping to buy idlis. Doesn't matter. So long as I can facilitate the transaction, so long as I can facilitate the whole thing smoothly, keep doing it day in and day out without failing, you become part of the community. And that's my attitude to how we work.
No and yes. The reason being why I say no and yes is we run a library, right? We don't run a bookstore. So there's no purchase sort of decision making to be done. It's come and study, don't study, spend some time, right? When I say no, it means how you said it, right? No, we can't bucket. But what I mean by yes is we bucket, right? So as you said, that we curate for that age group. Now, for example, we want the young ones to be more artistic, to be more wholesome in terms of, I don't want you to just read, I want it to be artistic, I want it to be theatrical, I want it to be musical, right? So can we curate something for that? Yes, right? For someone above 18 above, right? Can we create something that can get conversations out there? Yes, right? Can we get, so we got Padma Shri Anil, Dr. Anil, who is known as the Gandhi for grassroots innovations. Can we get him on board? Can we get a lot of other people to fill the room and talk about sort of innovation? Or can we get someone from BBMP to talk about how they are talking about 5 boroughs? Can some 18-year-old and come and talk to them about it? So I think yes, because there is an audience for that, right? And the way that we look at it is how do we sort of bucket it for those audiences and pinpoint and find out those audiences strategically. And from my past life, I'm an advertiser and a strategist. So I think for me to pinpoint my right audience and sort of play around that is quite, one, it's quite interesting, and I think it's quite important, because in the day of digital, I think information's out there. So how do you sort of curate it, personalize it, and bring it to your audience where they may not find it digitally, right? And for us as a library and a space, we need to be as sort of open to anything and everything, because there's very low purchasing power for us. So we have study groups that come in, we have people that come and work out of our space. They also like to sort of sometimes come and jam in. So we are quite open that way. So that time we don't sort of look at who is what age group, but we also do keep that in mind when we sort of approach when it comes to certain things.
And in continuation to what you said about digital age, like what role does social media play in getting people to the physical bookstore? Or is social media an enemy, or is the biggest discovery engine?
So we tend to use social media, I tend to look at social media as a means of communication, right? It's neither an enemy nor a friend. I think one of the things we need to constantly do is communicate, right? And we use social media purely as a medium of communication. listen, this is what is happening, right? You have to send it out to the world, right? And for us, our world broadly falls under 3 buckets. You can either send it out by email to people, you can send it to people by WhatsApp, or put a broadcast communication message out on social media, and we do it all. What I don't use social media for is as a means to stay constantly in touch or interact with the community, which means we think of our space as a stubbornly offline space. What we do at Atta Galata is purely offline. It is predicated on people getting together, having conversations, like I said, discovering artists and audiences and vice versa. It is a stubbornly offline space, and social media to us is a great means of broadcast communication.
For us, it's both, right? It is a discovery engine. Turning Pages is a new space. Whatever said and done, most of us still look up to social media to find, is the space worth going to, right? First of all, is there such a space? And what about this? Why should I spend my time there, right? And we are in Jakkur, not Bangalore, so many a times people come to me and ask, I have to actually make that trip to Jakkur. So what is it that Turning Pages offer, right? So, and how do I communicate all of that, right? Social media, it is for me. While I rely on other forums like WhatsApp community group for communicating about events, for someone who is not part of that group, right, there is still a chance that they would discover us through Instagram, probably, or some of that content that we post about literature, about books. That's like, these people, they're curating these books. So maybe, I should go and see what is the rest of the curation that the space offers, right? So we use it heavily for discovery and for communication.
I think you're asking a 20-year-old something does he use social media? Yes. We are constantly on social media. I think we deliberately use it for awareness. But I think, funnily, we also use it for consideration, right? You have a funnel where it's awareness, consideration, and conversion, right? Conversion happens offline because it's a offline space, right? We use it for awareness, but we use it for consideration because there are a lot of options out there, right? When I'm making a decision, I'm deciding whether I need to go to a cafe or a bookstore or third space or a pub, right? So I am deciding. What gets me excited is the storytelling. So we use social media as a storytelling platform and sell the space, right? And we use different lens of storytelling of third space, right? We use the angle of Suresh, right? Suresh is our librarian. We believe in a philosophy, us and co-founders, that if you want to steal something, steal a book, right? And our librarian is blind, right? So, but he comes out, all guns blazing. He knows where all the books are. So we take Suresh's story and put it out there, right? For others, we use a little bit more of a story narrative of the vibe of the place, right? Where we talk about, hey, pick up a book, drink matcha, listen to good music, and sell that experience, right? And that's what sells a consideration, right? What is better than Bob's Bar around the corner, right? Right, so I think for us, we use it more as a consideration tool, not just as an awareness tool. The reason being is that there is no helping that people are chronically online. So how do we bring them offline and sort of give them great experiences is our goal. Our goal is to facilitate and bring. It's like a fishing pole, so hook and reel in. Right? So that's the way that we look at it as social media. And yeah, we all are chronically online. So what happens is we want to facilitate that and basically bring them to an offline space. And that's our job. That's it.
So this is an interesting mix of opinions about the same topic. I love this. But Subodh, I have this question specifically for you because you've been in the space the longest amongst us. And which is the platform that has converted more people to come to offline events, in your opinion, based on data that you might have collected?
To me, I think we still get a lot of people that discover Atta Galata through word of mouth. We still get a lot of people who discover Atta Galata through a simple Google search. And that I know because I've heard people say it. I'm personally not on social media. I don't use social media. I only open social media when someone, either my daughter or someone from the team says, hey, go open Instagram. Then I open Instagram and, you know, there are people who've reached out to me on Instagram messages and I've responded back to them 3 years later. So I am not a social media user, but I think what I believe for spaces like this, and this is my personal philosophy, and you know, I'm sometimes at loggerheads with the young people that work for me, is that if you stay stubbornly offline, there is still ways by which people discover you, right? We get a lot of people who walk down the street and, you know, I have these big glass doors and they see the books inside and they walk inside and they come and the first question they ask us is, are you a library? And I have to tell them, no, we're not a library, right? We're a bookshop. But, you know, so to the best of my ability, my guess would be that word of mouth and people bringing people with them is how we've got a majority of people discover us.
Right, thank you. And the big elephant in the room, can literary community survive as a business? Like how much of this is economically sustainable? Because community sounds beautiful, but we have to pay rents. And can a bookstore be both a cultural institution and a successful business? Or are these two identities constantly fighting with each other?
Let me take that because both Vinita and Yash are essentially just starting that journey and we've been at it for 14 years. When you do every form of the art from time immemorial has survived on patronage. It's not survived on commerce. It survived on patronage. And back when you had the kings and the rulers and the rich people patronizing the arts, we've moved to the equivalent of a community patronizing the world of arts today. Can it survive? I think I am a living example of it having survived for 14 years, right? And my lessons that I have learned so far are very, very simple. Commerce is never the objective. Commerce is an outcome. And therefore, one has to be able to sustain a very long incubation period. This is not something that can get forced. And this is purely my learnings and my philosophy derived from my learnings, right? As community spaces, commerce is an outcome, not an objective. And if commerce is an outcome and not an objective, the incubation is going to be incredibly long. Right? If you want things to take a natural course of action and you are unable to incubate it for a while and incubate it for a long while, it will not be commercially viable. From our own example, it took us probably six and a half years to break even operationally on a month-to-month basis. So for 6 years, I was writing checks. 6.5 years, I wrote checks, month on month. And then slowly, we started becoming self-sustaining, where I did not have to write checks. And I'm very, very happy to say for the last 3 years, we've been paying income tax. Wow. Right? So not a whole lot. If there are any tax professionals here, it's not a whole lot, but I'm very happy to make that contribution from the store. So it is something which takes a long time. But what happens is the community helps you sustain. Now, I have people here, I see a lot of familiar faces here, part of the Atta Galata community. Hi, everyone. And this community comes in support of everything we do. The people who come and sit in Ata Galata are the people I will say, hey, listen, there's a big box of books which are coming, right? Will you help us carry it? And they will, right? These are the people, when we run our festival bookstore at, let's say, the Bangalore Poetry Festival or the Bangalore Literature Festival, we have 85 volunteers coming and behaving as though the business belongs to them. That is community. And therefore, you don't put a monetary value on things like that. And for things to sustain commerce, you have to look at commerce as a possible outcome and not as the objective.
I mean, like Subodh said, I'm pretty new to this, and there's light at the end of the tunnel from what Subodh is saying. So I think, yeah, I mean, at least thanks to some of the experienced folks in the industry, that is the message that was given to me too when I started planning for Turning Pages, right? You've got to be able to stay there for long. It is not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in weeks. It's not going to happen in months. You should be able to wake up every day, still work on your space, your project, and look for the next day, right? See what's happening. You've got to take it one day at a time, and that's what I've been doing. And I'm hopeful that, yeah, I mean, Ata Galata is I mean, like when you think of a literary community in Bangalore, Ata Galata is the first term that comes to your mind, right? And even in these last 5 months, I've seen that. It's very heartwarming to see that, oh, there are people who feel like Turning Pages is my space, right? It's a space, I don't feel like it. I'm having one of those weird days. Let me just go to Turning Pages, right? Let me just sit there for a while, right? You know, I don't have to do anything. I just can read there. And that's what you're working towards, right? That's what you want.
That's all good things we do.
Yes, absolutely.
I think I'm too young and too early in third space to sort of comment about how the commerce will look like. But I think the deliberate decision that we did as an investment is we run Zescop and Do It Silly Studios, which is, Zescop is a tech company that we run, and Do It Silly is a creative studio that we run on the second floor, and third space is on the third floor of that. So we deliberately sort of put that investment into that community spaces is so that we can also have a space for us to go to, right? And that's how we looked at from an investment point of view. Will it be great? Yes, hopefully, fingers crossed, right? But the way that we have done it is that we pour in our investments because we are not looking at an ROI perspective, right? We are looking at people, right? I have been in a business of advertising where it is the people's business. I have always told people that, advertisements banao, please make ads. It may not get you an ROI immediately, but a washing powder Nirma ad will still ring in your head. It's because it's there. It's a return on investment that you look after a point of time. And I think that's why we are sort of looking at it as a thing that, hey, this is good welfare for like future, and see how we can sort of grow around it. And that's how we are looking at third space.
Great, thank you. And I have one final question to all three of you. If there is one thing that you could change the way India builds its literary communities, what would it be?
Actually, I wouldn't change a thing. I would not change a thing, because I think what we've experienced over these 14 years of being in business as Ata Galata is things that one cannot replicate, you cannot buy, you can't even hope for it to happen again. It's like lightning striking twice. So there's absolutely nothing that I would change. If at all, I would try, and I would have tried to institutionalize the learnings that we get on a daily basis. Probably do it a little better. Sometimes we are either too slow to respond, or sometimes we don't respond in the right way. But it is important to institutionalize learnings. Like I said, I believe that you keep your ears really close to the ground, you listen to what people have to say, whether it's the good, the bad, right? Don't take your praise very seriously, and certainly don't take your criticism, and certainly take your criticism very, very seriously. And I would probably have institutionalized the learnings in a much more efficient manner. And but otherwise, I wouldn't change a thing, because I think the experiences that we've had and the lessons that we've learned and the love and the support that we've got is just not replicable.
Yeah, I wouldn't change a thing, right? Of course, I mean, bringing up a physical space in a tier 1 city is no mean feat, right? So the multiple, I'm sure there were much better ways for me to have gone, approaching that problem. I literally aged 10 years, I think, building the space, but but I think it's the imperfections, the quirks that actually make a space for what it is, right? Say, the memories that you get, right? The good days, the bad days, the criticisms, the praises, all of that together is what I think. I want to say that I am optimistic that years later I'm going to look back and say, oh, this is exactly what I wanted Turning Pages to be. And I mean, sometimes when customers walk in and say the same words that I've had in mind when I thought about Turning Pages, they're like, ha, that's it, that's my moment, that's my eureka moment, right? So, but there are other days where, like, when I face uncomfortable questions.
Villages love Nataka, right? And can we do something like that on a Hamlet maybe, or a Heidi maybe, right? And make it more as a social thing rather than just a small thing that, hey, I just need to come and read a book. Can we do something more for them that they will sort of come and seek to read a book? I hope I've answered.
So just to add to that, I was part of a discussion forum where the Goethe Institute Max Müller-Bhavan was trying to work with the librarians at the various district central libraries to try and bring back. So as a child of the 1970s and starting my reading journey in the 1970s and the early 1980s, the district central library was our only source. Right? We had a wonderful district central library. It was a place that you went. That is where you picked up all your books from.
Thank you, everyone.
Manipal Institute of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Science presents 3rd edition of Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026. It's supported by our platinum partners, Mysore Sandal, Karnataka Soaps and Detergent Limited, Elsia Electronic City Industries Association, Elsita Electronic City Industrial Township Authority, JSW Group, Prashant Prakash Family Foundation. Gold partners, MS Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences, BLDE deemed to be University, CKPC Properties. Silver partners, Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Pali Institute, Netkallappa Trust, Oxycurve, Litco, Karnataka State Leather Industries Development Corporation, Insights on India. Associate partners, Turning Pages, KMF Nandini, Happiest Health, Bhavani Industries, MSIL Mysore Sales International Limited, supported by Unboxing Bangalore, Government of Karnataka, Kannada and Cultural Department Karnataka, Department of Information and Public Relations Karnataka, Karnataka State Police.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the next session, session partner Siri Dharmasthala presents Murder in the Garden City, Ecology, History and the Detective Imagination. The speakers we have, Harini Nagendra in conversation with Aishwarya V. So let's welcome both of them.
Hello, everyone. We are here with author Harini Nagendra to discuss Murder in the Garden City, Ecology, History, and the Detective Imagination. I want to start with a little bit of personal fangirling because I remember reading Cities and Canopies when it came out, and it is such a refreshing mix of history, ecology, and I had never before read a book written for a popular audience which was giving us so much information but so delightfully. So I wanted to ask you about, could you tell us something about the origins of that book?
Sure. I think, so the book, actually Cities and Canopies, Trees in Indian Cities was my second book, and my second non-fiction book. So I started with Nature in the City, Bangalore in the Past, Present and Future. And that was it was a semi-scholarly, semi-popular book. So it was on the ecological history of Bangalore over a 1,500-year period, looking at the lakes, the parks and the trees, how that has evolved over time. And a lot of people started using that. In fact, a lot of students, which I had not anticipated. So design students, engineering students, architecture students, landscape architecture students. And I thought that was a very nice thing to hear. But then I also found a lot of people who said they would have liked to know more about it, but they wished it was written in a simpler style. And that's when I started talking to my colleague Seema Mundoli, who is the co-author of Cities and Canopies. And Seema and I both grew up as city kids, but in different kinds of very green spaces. So she also grew up in Vizag. Her parents were in Andhra University. And we realized when we talk about trees and when we experience trees, it's through touch and play and games and cooking and recipes, as well as the greenery and the ecology and the science. And so we started, original idea was to write about trees of Bangalore, and in a way that is very popular. But then we realized you can't write a trees of Delhi, trees of Bombay, trees of, we wanted something that would appeal to people across so we decided to write the book in a way that was storytelling from the beginning. So we have different chapters, as you know, one on a tree where we give the history of the tree and all the uses and things like that. And we have another on a topic that is of debate. So it could be, should you plant endemic or exotic species? Or is the eucalyptus good or bad? So we pick a theme and then we get into that. But then we have the riddles and the poems and the sketches and the, everything else. So it was very much a storytelling kind of book, as you say.
I specifically remember the language also being so delightful, where you start with a khichdi and then where you, slide into childhood anecdotes about like the gulmohar trees and putting that on your fingers. And I keep, going back to my childhood memories when you speak about that. And then I was really wondering, do you think Gen Z has that kind of a relationship with nature?
It's getting difficult nowadays because they're not out so much, and partly it is of course the cell phones and the gadgets and things like that, but partly it's safety issues. We would be able to go around much more as kids and as groups of kids, and now you have the traffic and various other issues that impact safety, so you can't be out that much. And where are the spaces? The lakes and the parks and the wooded streets, they have also shrunk. So yes, it is something that they have much less opportunity. But we see whenever we've had a number of workshops around that, and another book that Seema and I wrote for kids, which is So Many Leaves, and there's a lot of activities for kids. So when we run workshops, they're full of kids and parents who want their kids to have this relationship. And I will say something. There was one girl I'll never forget, because it was. She must have been in the 8th standard, maybe 12, 13, 14, and she, in one of the Cities and Canopies book events, stood up and was talking about her lifetime in Malleshwaram. And she said, in my lifetime, I have seen the streets change and lose trees. It's a really lump in my throat when I think of it, because I have never heard of such a thing, it's very sad to see that in their very young and very short lifetimes to so far, they have seen so much change, which we were fortunate not to see. So I think it's been very hard. It's a hard time for the Gen Z kids.
I moved to Bangalore like 5 years ago, and I see so much change in the last 5 years, and then it sometimes really startles me, which really connects me back to a very interesting talk I heard where you spoke at Manipal, Bangalore, about the history of the city and its lakes and who was preserving it and the livelihoods tied to it. Which also brings me to the next question I was going to ask you. You are a decorated ecologist and you are serving as the director of the School of Climate Change and Sustainability at Azim Premji University. So what made you switch, I mean, I wouldn't say switch, but what made you a little bit transition into actually writing fiction that uses ecology in the background rather than just this delightful history of trees and lakes for their own sake?
So a lot of people usually ask me this, why did I move from non-fiction to fiction? And the answer is actually never did. It was actually the move was from fiction to non-fiction. When I was very young, I used to read a lot, but I used to also write a lot. And there were short stories that I had written as a kid for, there was many years ago, I mean many decades ago, in fact, there used to be this festival, this children's festival in Delhi called the Shankar's International Book Competition.
Atmospheric effects.
Exactly, special effects. So the Shankar's International Book Fest competition, I had written and got a couple, medals, which are still with me. I used to write stories and make them into little books for my father, stitch them like little books for him. And then even all the way till when I was doing my postdoctoral research at Indiana University, I had taken a fiction writing class and written literary short stories and got them published in a couple of literary magazines, online magazines. And then I stopped because the scientific and the academic writing took over. I didn't have the time. But sometime in 2007, when I was looking at a lot of archival material for Nature in the City, which is the first non-fiction book, Kaveri, which is the main character of the Bangalore Detectives Club series, actually popped into my head. And she came in fully formed, maybe because subconsciously, I guess, I was reading a lot of other material on Bangalore and Bangalore archives, but I decided to write a book of mystery. But it took me from 2007 to 20 to actually, to 2007 to 19 to finish the first draft. But it was for me a coming back to fiction, except I had never written full-length fiction before. Short stories, yes.
And it's hard to tell from the book that it was so long in the making because it just like flows like so casually and delightfully, and every bit of learning about Kaveri is like a discovery. Especially the setting in the 1920s kind of like reminds me so much of the stories that I've heard about my grandparents' generation and so on. So let's talk about the Bangalore Detectives Club. One of the really delightful aspects, besides just the mystery, which I will not spoil for the audience who's not read it, is just seeing the city taking shape. Like, you also have a map attached with the, of that period, and then where they're talking about, oh, there's a market in Chickpete to which I was transporting vegetables, and then like they kind of like they talk about how Kabban Park is not Lal Bagh is not a respectable place for Indian women to go and all of that. And I was surprised about an orangutan being there at that time because of course it's made fun of as city of monkeys and so on, but was orangutan even native?
No, it wasn't native. So the thing is, Lal Bagh used to have a zoo. For those of you who didn't, of the listeners who are not, aware of this, Lal Bagh had a zoo. John Cameron was a British superintendent of the Lal Bagh Gardens, and he had a number of animals in the menagerie, including an orangutan that he was very fond of. And that orangutan was a huge draw because Indians and British, they would come on the weekends, especially to see this orangutan. And what they had done is they got it a little pram and with a doll. So it would take the pram and wheel the doll all over the place. And then there was a time when I think Cameron went away and the orangutan pined because he was traveling and it died. So when he came back, it was dead. So it's a very sad story, but I thought I would put the orangutan. But there's some very interesting things there. There was a tigress which gave birth to 3 cubs, and she refused to nurse them. So they didn't know what to do because the cubs couldn't be bottle fed. They were not drinking from the bottle. So they got a stray dog, a street dog, and the dog nursed the cubs. So all of these are actually, true stories from the archives that I was able to put in.
I was really, fascinated by that. I was like going to ask you how much of that was invention, because those kind of atmospheric details like really build a picture for you. And I found myself while I was reading this story doing a little bit of constant sleuthing, like whenever he's saying things about like, oh, I had left my car for service, or like I couldn't get a taxi, and I was like, okay, now Google, when did first taxi service launch in Bangalore? That kind of, there's a sort of, I think, just as much as Kaveri is sleuthing this, like the reader sleuthing about the history of Bangalore. And I think the fact that your book invites that kind of investment in the city was like its own delight. So I was also going to ask you, given this, the way the history of the city is particularly woven into this book, and then also the rest of the series, how much should the reader know about old Bangalore in order to enjoy these books, you would say?
So what I try and do is work on multiple registers. My primary audience would be people like me. I mean, basically old Bangaloreans who love the city and who are delighting in the, anecdotes and the rest. But my book is also, very widely read in the US, UK, Canada, and forget Bangalore. Many of my readers says their first introduction to India. So I must also have a way of describing to them things that we take every day for granted, but on the other hand, without exoticizing it for Indian readers. So that's always a balance, and I'm wondering what, for instance, I'll give you an example. So when I had Lathi in my first book, and the British editors were saying, can you just remove it and say bamboo stick? And I insisted on the glossary, because then I was thinking of all the Latin American writers we love to read, or German writers, when they translate, they leave words like that, and we are fine with that. So why can't we be fine with insisting that in an Indian word, like an Anna or Appa? It's very strange if Kaveri goes around calling her mother-in-law, mother-in-law, mother-in-law instead of atte, right? So there is that balance, but it's not an easy balance.
Definitely. I relate to that challenge so much, because like as translators, then we are constantly asked like, do you want to add a glossary? I'm like, no, you know that this is a father and son. Like if he keeps calling him Appa, people will figure out what Appa means, sort of thing. So but I saw that there's like a lot of, additional material that you're also providing, but not in that footnoted scholarly way, I was going to also ask you about that. There is this whole delightfully named Kaveri's Dictionary, which is basically the glossary of the book, but also like, explaining a lot of this context. I took it to be mainly for the benefit of US and readers abroad.
Yes. But written in a way that people don't feel like it's a glossary, exactly.
And I'm also very interested in, like, right from the recipes you do in Citizen Canopies to here, like there's a lot of Kaveri's beauty routines, Kaveri's experiments in the kitchen, kind of like, and then in your latest book, now we are going into Kurgi cuisine as well, and where you talk about Kodagu Pandi curry, right? Yes. So I had a feeling that, there is some level of cultural education of the reader that's happening alongside the, mystery plot itself. So do you feel that you have a sort of a duty to offer that kind of a cultural education? Like, is that one of the reasons behind writing this series?
I always set out to write a book that I would like to read. So there's an entire genre, of course, you must be knowing, of culinary cozy mysteries in the US, which are a lot about baking. So most of them will be about someone who has a cupcake shop or a baking shop, or, and then they typically have recipes at the back. And I've always enjoyed those. Sometimes I've made those recipes in the back. I have never seen anything Indian which has recipes of the kind. So I was very particular to put them in, just because I like reading that kind of stuff. And then again, the challenge of finding something that is interesting for Indian readers, but also not too difficult for the Western readers. So my agent, who is my old school friend from Bangalore, who now lives in the US, and I always brainstorm. Like I have Bisi Bele Huli enough, in one of the books. But how do you talk about something like Bisi Bele, which we make from scratch, not even with the bought masalas, but obviously you can't expect someone in the US to do that. So okay, it's with Bisi Bele powder, but then she and I brainstormed a one-pot recipe. So you typically you have those one pots which you can put in. How would you do something like that? or I have a meal that you can set with the multiple things together. But then, for instance, I'm writing the latest one in Mysore, so I have a Mysore breakfast with set dosa and all of these other things, Mysore masala dosa. But there, what I'm trying to show is how do you bring the culture alive? It's not just the recipes. So then I have something like, okay, it's served on steel plates, which are the kinds you can see your face in. And you can put banana leaves on them if you can, but otherwise people will just enjoy seeing this. Because I remembered, when I went the first time when we were in the US and I had taken steel plates along, we called American friends home. And they were very fascinated by the idea that you can eat food in a plate you can see your face in. We would never have thought about we eat in steel plates all the time. But it's that little detail that I then, put in. So it maybe is an education, but I didn't start like that. I started with the idea of doing this because I like reading books with recipes.
I remember Srinath Perur recounting a similar story where he was like, in Gachar Gochar, he says like, we just described the middle class family as sitting down to eat, and the US editors somehow assumed that they were sitting at a dining table. Like when we say sitting down to eat, we are so accustomed to sitting on the floor, right? Yeah. And then they were kind of like, then the mental images that these things summon for different readers are so fascinating. Yeah. And in that sense, I was also going to ask you, pardon me if this is this is an odd question. Has anyone written back to you saying, hey, your recipe doesn't work?
No, they haven't, luckily. I know my recipes would work, but there are a lot of people have written saying they've tried the recipes out or they want to try the recipes out. And there are, again, a lot of readers who have never eaten Indian food even in restaurants, and said, but I feel like I might try a recipe, I'm scared of the spices, but I think that I can do this. So I don't know. There's always one thing that is really simple in there. It could be majjige, or it could be just kosambri, or something that doesn't require too much work that you can actually use. But no, I've been actually happy to find readers writing in. Some North Indian readers also who try the South Indian recipes. And the glossary, many readers from North India tell me that they find the glossary useful because they don't know some of the South Indian words. So it's actually more than it's within India also we have obviously so many languages.
Absolutely, and that's the reason why I don't think it's exoticizing. It's like really helpful. And also nobody's forced to read a glossary, so people look it up out of their interest, and it really is. When editors say, but now there is Google, but there is nothing like just embedding all of those Easter eggs, and you can turn to the back of the page for an answer like a mathematics book. Which brings me to this question. Your chief detective, the lucky detective Kaveri, is also a mathematician. So is her studies in mathematics inspired by some real life people,
Not by people, but by an incident or by, let's say, my own backstory also. So I think like many people that I know also was, I am a scientist and I use a lot of physics and maths now in what I do, but I ran away from physics and maths after my 12th because of teaching. And it was, it was very hard, and it was not at the level that I could pick up. It was, and as a teacher now, one of the things I think is very important to me, I'm sure you'll agree, is to make sure that everyone in the class is following on. Not that the ones who are already picking it up well continue to pick it up. And so anyway, I ran away from physics and maths very early, and then met and married a physicist. Okay, and all the friends around were speaking the language of physics and maths constantly. And then I picked up a PhD project for which I worked on satellite remote sensing. I needed physics and maths. So this has always been in my mind about physics and maths and, why certain people. I realized over time also it's a very gender-based issue. So many women are socialized very often into thinking that they can't do physics and maths, right? And that's a bias you'll see. But then there was a time when the Harvard then president had a few years before I started writing the book in 2007, had this statement which was very famous and criticized a lot, saying that women have a genetic innate predisposition not to be able to do things like physics and maths. They're just not genetically designed. And of course that's rubbish, and it was debunked a lot. But then when I started writing Kaveri, I said she's not going to be a botanist, which actually she ironically could have been given my own background and my research, because many books that you'll see set in the Victorian age and 1910s, 20s, all have women who are botanists, maybe chemists, because they were working at home with, mixing brews of various kinds. But they were never physicists or mathematicians. So I said, okay, this Kaveri is going to live vicariously the way I couldn't live, and she's going to like mathematics, so she's going to be a mathematician. So that's why.
That's fascinating.
It's the joy of having a character, right? You can do things through your character that you could never do for yourself.
Absolutely. I mean, I would have never imagined that the impetus or the provocation for making her a mathematician would have come from this kind of a very strange source. Like, that's just how fiction works, I guess. Could I request you to read for us a little bit of an excerpt from Kaveri's latest adventures?
Sure, and this is the latest, or the fourth book. The latest will come out soon in a few months, but this is the fourth book, Into the Leopard's Den. And let me first read you one scene right from the beginning, the early chapter. Where do you keep it? Tell me. Kuppamma's visitor let forth a volley of oaths, leaning over her crumpled body. Spittle landed on her face, but she kept herself from flinching, eyes closed, breathing as shallowly as she could manage. Best if her assailant believed she were dead. Why won't you tell me where you hid it? I didn't want to kill you, the thief pleaded, voice shaking. She opened her eyes just a tiny slit to see. The thief had collapsed onto the dirt floor, body shaking, head buried in the ground. She knew the intruder had only meant to threaten her. Frightened, she'd stepped back and tripped, her head hitting the grinding stone. But her assailant could have called for help, taken her to a doctor, instead of leaving her here to bleed out her life on this floor. If you had just given it to... The intruder's voice stopped mid-sentence, and Kuppamma dug her nails into the dirt floor, sensing the sudden satisfaction in the voice. She watched as the indistinct figure got up, moving with purpose, towards the now broken cupboard, where the ground was a different shade. Grabbing her iron ladle, the intruder used the handle to dig it into the loose earth. Then he threw it aside, scrabbling at the earth with his bare hands, scooping the mud up in grubby palms and flinging it aside. Inch by inch, the small box that Kuppamma had buried below the ground was exposed. Grunting in satisfaction, the intruder yanked the flimsy box out and broke it, seizing the book within. She moaned in fear. The intruder gave a queer, high-pitched giggle, stuffing the book in a bag, and walked over to Kuppamma, bending low. She could feel the thief's hot breath on her neck. She opened her eyes, meeting the thief's stare with defiance. So, she had lost, and he had won. When her entire life was a litany of failures, what did one more signify? She would not give an unkind thief the satisfaction of seeing her afraid. You should have given the book to me, the intruder said, more quietly this time, sounding weary as Kuppamma's heavy eyelids closed. I only wanted to threaten you. If you had told me where you had hidden it, I would have taken it and left. But now, it's too late. The hazy figure was silhouetted in the moonlight, looking down at Kuppamma's motionless body. You gave up your life for nothing. In the quiet of the night, the sounds made by the intruder carried on the breeze. Out of the hut, past the deserted grounds, towards the site of a lake, where a group of urchins were playing Daya Katta. They looked up from their game, turning their faces towards the hut, hesitating. The old woman was not friendly. She chased away anyone who came close to her. They had all faced the sharp end of her coconut broomstick. But the noise came again. Throwing down their dice, they argued with one another about who should go. Finally, they all got up, moving cautiously toward the hut, holding hands for courage. The boy saw a figure, clad in white, slipping away from the shack, running across the field. Seeing it vanish behind a tree, one of the boys shrieked, Bhuta! Bhuta! Ghost! They ran, scattering in their haste to flee the accursed space. Only one ragged urchin, smaller and more intelligent than the rest of his friends, lingered, frowning at the thicket of trees behind which the ghostly figure had disappeared. Bhutas didn't wear sandals, at least not in any of the tales he had heard.
That's a portion I really loved, because then that ghost leopard sort of like becomes. I was going to ask, is that somewhere inspired by Hound of the Baskervilles? Like that was an image that kept coming to me about the ghost leopard. Like there's something about that. It later they refer to family curses, like your father could have killed and all of that. Like what was the idea behind the ghost leopard?
Interesting. I hadn't thought of the Hound of the Baskervilles. Of course, Shakespeare's a favorite, but not at this time. So for me, I knew if I was writing about Coorg and coffee, I would also write about man-animal conflict. And I wanted a tiger somewhere there, but I realized that leopard was more likely to come. And then how do you get the leopard to come in and out of the book? Because I wanted that thread of the, the human-wildlife conflict, the fact that they're coming very close to the forest fringe. And then I decided, why not make the leopard a ghost leopard? And so that's sort of how it came in. But you're right, yeah, now I'm thinking of the Hound of the Baskervilles and the ghostly kind of the silhouette.
Yeah, I mean, my mind just like jumped there when I was reading it for the first time. And talking about man-animal conflict, like I would definitely want to like do a little bit more of a deep dive on the ecological aspect of it. Starting from the first book in the series, there is like a lot of I would say background commentary on the changing landscape of the city and how people's lives are deeply tied to these situations, and how Kaveri herself is like very inspired by nature around you. So can you talk a little bit about the process of weaving your knowledge of ecology and the transformation of the city into your fiction? And then I will definitely ask you more about Coorg, because that's again like a very interesting area that I want to understand.
It has changed over time. My first version of Bangalore Detectives Club had, the first full version which I sent to editors, had a lot of ecology of the city, because obviously that was my passion in there. And it talked about the British side of the city, the Indian side of the city, the species, things like the curry leaf plant, how you could talk about gardens, home. Didn't done so, because she just said there is too much, but she didn't actually. So the response to cut it out was my response to it. What I could have done was find other ways to weave it in. And I will read an excerpt later where I'll show you, about coffee, how I weave in the coffee history. So one of the things I've realized is how do you weave ecology into the plot? So it doesn't seem like a standalone dump. Otherwise what you could do is Kaveri goes to a neighbor's house, and then I describe the neighbor's house garden. Here's a dump, and you information dump, and you're in the story, and suddenly you pulled out of the story to get this little set of details. It doesn't read well. So I've become better at saying, okay, the first time I want to write it, I write it, but then when I go back to editing, I find ways to put it in, slip it in. And I remember reading one thing once about, it was actually about character description, and I found it very useful even for this, where they said when you describe a character, or you describe a house or a place, you just describe 3 attributes at a time. This person was tall with a hooked nose and long black hair. Leave it at that. And if you give more than that, it becomes very distracting. And then the next time you can do it, you add a little bit more about the character. So similarly, what I try and do is add 3-4 things of ecology and then a little bit of suspense.
But I think it works very well even from the first, because one thing, knowing that you are an ecologist writing this fiction helped me somewhere connect the dots and know which characters to root for based on how they are treating their surroundings. Like for instance, there is the gardener who has this hatred of roses because he thinks of it as an English imposition, and then like instead he loves jasmine and marigold, and like Kaveri very nicely plays him using that information. And then like so you know from the start that like you cannot hate this character who's like so into native species of flowers, and like he cannot be a bad man sort of a thing. So are you conscious of how you're signaling the traits of these characters about?
I have become more conscious over time, let's put it this way. And initially, yes, this is a very, very strong bias, but now I've also learned how to use that to misguide the reader sometimes. So sometimes there can be twists in this direction. Right, you just sort of learn the craft of it. So sometimes it is, sometimes you can also say that a reader might have, a character might have the right choice of things, or have the right heart in the right place with respect to nature, but could have some darker sides of them as well.
Absolutely.
So
I'm thinking of this entomologist in Holmes who's like basically a serial killer.
Exactly, yes, yes.
So
I see we share a Holmes obsession.
Yeah. And now, so you are, I would say you are hiding your trails better in terms of
Yes.
which characters
Yes.
to root for, and we can't get dead ecological giveaways anymore. That's fascinating. Okay, and I was also going to ask you about uh, the fact that this is all, like, taking place at a certain time in history means, like, the politics of that time also comes in, like which were the native species on the ecological front, but also I think the characters' reactions to the political goings on in terms of what is their attitude to the International Congress that's just formed, and like where do their sympathies lie, and all of that. And in a sense, that sort of brings me also to this question. Just now in the excerpt that you read out, for instance, you used the word body shaming. Now, we do know that that's like a very current vocabulary kind of. Oh, okay. But in general, Kaveri as such is like strikes you as a very modern character with like very, what we now think of as progressive values. Like she, you know that history wouldn't judge her in a way that we might judge a lot of real people who might have lived at that time. And so, how far in your research did you find real women who had these kind of progressive attitudes in that particular period?
Right, and this is a really important question, Aishwarya, because in fact something that I get asked a lot, and there is, I think, somewhat of a misconception that we have sometimes that these attitudes, you're absolutely right, certain phrases like body shaming we would only come up with now, right? The whole concept didn't exist. But there would be attitudes that were so prevalent in those times that, I'll give you an example. So in 1923, the Mysore Representative Assembly was the first representative assembly, I think, in South Asia, but certainly in British India, to have women elected to the legislature. So in 21 and 22, when I'm writing these books, there are lots of debates in the Mysore, in the Representative Assembly, on whether you can have women, can they vote and can they become members of the Representative Assembly, both of them. And one man says, very patronizingly, that these women, they're like my sisters and my mothers, and they should be goddesses of the kitchen and the puja rooms. And we should not insult them by bringing them into these places where there are all kinds of strange men looking at them, right? And then there is a man who stands up and says, I have sisters and brothers, and my brothers are as intelligent as my sisters. So I don't see why you should keep one side out of this. These debates are going on. And women are part of the Indian women suffrage group, who are talking about rights to vote, and at the same time are exchanging letters with Sri Lanka, Bangalore and Madras presidency, UK, where women are actually chaining themselves to tables for suffrage, and the US also, where they're doing the same, and they're actually talking about, should we be equally violent, and can we find we agree with them in principle, but if we follow that approach, we are not going to get anywhere. Instead, let us find our brothers who think like us in the independence movement and find a way to attach them to our cause. So they're being very pragmatic. The difference is not the attitudes, the difference is the pragmatism, because they know that society is still fairly hierarchical. So there's a lot of that. Or, for instance, I was thinking, we were discussing just before this, there's Kalyanama, after whom, Makkal Kuta, for instance, owes a lot in Bangalore to her, but she was a journalist who had cyclo-styled this magazine called Saraswati. And when Vogue was being published in in Europe and the US, she had Saraswati being read by women, and they were talking about the status of women in the Mahabharata, inheritance laws for women. So she's digging into all of these. Or there's a woman who becomes a character named after her, comes into the Bangalore Detectives Club, which is Dodmane Sakama or Coffee Pudi Sakama. And she was a young widow at 19 who took over her husband's large coffee empire, removed all the men that were trying to take possession from her, and raised a whole bunch of 9 children who were not her own, her husband's cousin's children. So there were people with these attitudes. Caste, there is so much discussion in the Mysore Representative Assembly about caste and discrimination, and telling the Mysore king and Diwan that you have too many Brahmins in the assembly and you should have, and so there's the very formidable lobby working to reduce the grip of Brahmins in the Mysore Representative Assembly. So there are all these discussions that I pick up from. But again, when you readers looking at it today, you will have this idea. But I think many of these, the problem is these, the prejudices that I'm talking about are very resilient. So people have been fighting over them, about them for a year, 100 years plus, but they keep coming back.
I love this idea that you said about how they are progressive but also very pragmatic. And I think that reflects in so many of the very even unconscious symbolism. Like, you know, you begin with swimming in a sari. Like, so the liberation matters more than the clothes. She eventually gets, like, you know, a swimsuit stitched, but the point is to plunge into the water. I think, like, that's the, you know, that's what I really admire about Kaveri. And that, I mean, the way she breaks caste taboos, the way, and I think I'd go back to, like, you know, I maybe misheard the body shaming part, but there is a certain modern vocabulary that she does use, for instance, where when she talks about husbands beating up wives, she says, like, she says something to the effect of, oh, I didn't know that abusers could be within the family, you know. So I think there is a, you know, certain modern sensibility to her that's also expressed in a very contemporary kind of a vocabulary. So are there people who were like, but this doesn't sound like a 1920s person?
So there was the opposite, which is again very interesting. Originally, when I wrote the first version of the Bangalore Detectives Club, I had, and I won't give away secrets, but there is one of the characters there drinks and beats up his wife. And initially, I had him become, I mean, Kaveri was fighting to save him because his family wanted him saved and were willing to take, were, you know, of course going to take him back. And my editor and I had a very long battle because, again, if you're looking at these books being published today in the UK and US, they said it's not going to work. We understand that many women of this kind would actually take the husband back. But why would Kaveri, how can you make him a sympathetic character? And I said, well, he's not a sympathetic character, but he can reform after this. And more than that, Kaveri can ask to take him back because, or she can fight to prove his innocence because of his younger brother, whom she's very fond of, right? And that did not fly. So we went back and forth because they said contemporary audiences will not take this. So this is something that I constantly have to navigate because while you have, I think, we have a lot of unsympathetic or anti-hero literature being written today, but it's still difficult for audiences to accept that certain kinds of families, you know, it was very common or very widespread to have men who beat up their wives at a certain time, maybe even now, and for wives to have to accept that because of society. So you can't write it like it was, and it's in fact the opposite. I can see that, you know, but editors, and probably they know what their audiences going to read, are saying that audiences will not take it today. So it's an interesting question. I've not figured out whether the editors are actually correct or the audiences are more sophisticated than we give them credit for, and I would like to believe the second, but.
That's also interesting to me because, like, we are constantly thinking of who is the reader for this, like, you know, not while you write, maybe, like, you know, in the stages of editing, and then, like, you know, like you have said, how much of this is probably dumping too much. And so going to reader responses, this was like just a genuine bit of curiosity that I had. There is a huge revival of the whole historical fiction genre right now, and like a lot of readers who sort of, I can give you the example from Tamil that I am most familiar with. There is this whole classic Ponniyin Selvan series where, you know, people take up an entire tour of the Kaveri from where it starts, and, like, you know, they take that same path that the protagonist traveled through the adventure, sort of, and there are tourist packages being sold like that and so on. And so I was wondering, with the history of Bangalore that you're going into, and now the history of Coorg that you're venturing, and like now I think your Bangalore Detectives Club is already touring the state in a sense. Do you think this could revive interest in some kind of like that kind of a historical homage tourism? And consequently, I mean, I don't know if tourism is always a good thing because travelers litter a lot, and, you know, there are a lot of ecologically sensitive areas. But could this, you know, probably revive a popular interest in the history of conservation or something like that?
Perhaps. I mean, I have been approached by people who are interested in making a game, you know, one of these games, well, not a game exactly, but something kind like a tour which is on your, maybe like an iPad with a little bit of gamification around it, and you can go to places and look at this. I have always been a little reluctant because of the kinds of concerns that you are talking about. So I feel like at some point, if I want to do this myself, I might do it. And maybe not like a commercial proposition, but just something on my website saying, okay, if you want to follow Kaveri's trail in Malaysia, this is how you would go, or if you want to follow her in Coorg, this is where you would go. But I wonder myself, you know, how much are you kind of opening areas? I was reading about Montana. So Bozeman, Montana is a small town in the US, which I used to work with a professor there and have visited many years ago. Very small, very secluded town. And where it was pretty magical. You could walk out and leave your door unlocked because nobody would ever come and open. You know, everybody knew each other and they would leave. So nobody locked their doors. But there's a very famous show called Something in Montana, which is one of these Netflix shows. And apparently after that, the entire town has changed so much because there's so much tourism. All the shops have become multinational chains because the local shop rents went up, you know, and the town has changed now. So you can no longer lock your door. So I don't know. It's a lovely idea. I would love to do it myself at a really small scale, but I don't know if I would like to see it large scale commercialized.
I think there are a lot of these like initiatives like Kaban walks and like the food walks around Bangalore.
Which are very nice. Yeah, those are very nice.
So I was just genuinely thinking if some, like the way people do movie adaptations, like you said, this gamification, if, you know, maybe you authorized some kind of like a walk with Kaveri kind of.
That would be very nice now, yes, for sure.
So, I was, I'm also fascinated by this very motherliness to her character, like right from how she sort of adopts Venu, and then Venu now becomes part of the gang, and then like Anandi becomes part of this. So, and are any other characters, these recurring characters, sort of inspired by some real life figures from your archive?
So there is obviously, Dodmane Sakama, the coffee entrepreneur that I was talking about, there's Coffee Pudi Lakkamma that I talk about, who is very much inspired by her. I didn't know enough about Sakama when I started writing this. I just knew whatever I could find online. So I didn't know how tall she was, whether she was short. So actually you'd see Lakkamma short and stout. And much later, I got to know Sakama's entire, a lot of the families, the great-grandchildren, who actually took me to the Dodamane house. And I found she was a very tall and formidable lady, not the short, roly-poly, sweet-looking woman that I was thinking of, but very, fairly tall and formidable and, quite, obviously she had to be to kind of manage that entire coffee empire, right? But Sakama and Lakama definitely draw from each other. Then there is Uma auntie, who is your standard next door gossiping auntie. So she's very sweet, but everybody has an Uma auntie in their lives, I think.
I think Uma auntie also really opens up progressively as the story goes forward, like right from just being first scandalized about are we stepping into these cowherds quarters to I think she comes a really long way.
She comes a really long way, yeah, she does. Yeah. And I just love her as a character. So she was a lot of fun to write. But for instance, Inspector Ismail was not planned. So some characters are like him. There was a chapter that was supposed to be very comic. That there was the first big incident happens in the Bangalore Detectives Club, and there was supposed to be a young policeman who was not understanding anything, and there was this very comic scene. It fell flat when I was writing it. So Inspector Ismail actually stepped into the scene and knocked out the policeman and said, "Leave." And he took over as a character. And as I was writing, he took over and he just became very, so there's that kind. There will be, the Uma auntie kind who was always there from the beginning. And Venu, of course, Venu was very much inspired by, Agatha Christie has these Tommy and Tuppence series, and there's a little boy who helps them with some of their mysteries, and it was inspired by that.
And I think reading a lot of detective fiction, I'm also very happy about the fact that Ismail sort of never sees her as a sort of a rival or something, That's such a trope with detective fiction that your official police officer is always resentful of the detective. But he's like, oh, this woman is a national treasure. I'm going to just go by whatever she says. And I was wondering, that also reflects that, policemen, especially male policemen, being so approving of a female detective and not seeing her as kind of like a prying amateur, sort of, mixing up things. I think there's a lot of respect among these characters that I really admired.
So
And
that's why it's a club for me, because again, it follows for me from the kind of research I do, which is a lot on community and collectives. So I firmly believe that you can't have one person, you can't have just a hero story, the single hero. There will always be a group that has helped. So that's why it's a detectives club, and I needed that level of support between characters.
Absolutely, and considering the very coordinated system they have for like how to whistle when you give a signal and like duck and like it almost seems like a full-fledged police operation that they're like just running a whole parallel show altogether, and I'm thinking really now about the latest book that Into the Leopard's Den. Can you tell us something about your decision to move this story to Coorg? Because there's a lot of Bangalore lore in the earlier stories. Why does this story move to Coorg?
So I realized at some point I would need to have Kaveri traveling. Two things. One is I'm looking at the series that I myself like, and some long-standing series, and at some point, after 3-4 books, the characters start moving, and it's always fun to go with them to different places and see where they come back. But, so that was one thing. I knew that at some point she would move. I started writing book for quite a bit in Bangalore though, and you'll see that it's split between Bangalore and Coorg. But I realized how much more can I talk about Bangalore's history? Beyond the point, I've talked about the same things. There's only so many places I can talk about. And I didn't want to repeat myself. So if you're reading book 4, and you feel like, oh, I'm saying the same thing that I said in book 1. So I said, okay, I'll take her somewhere else. And where do I take her? For me, Coorg was a natural because there was Lakama, and Lakama had her coffee plantations in Coorg, and I said, oh, so in Coorg I can do so much ecology. I can do the history of plantations, lantana, wild animal conflict, so many other things, the types of intensive plantation, commercialization of crops, commodity crops. There's a lot that can be done in here, and so I put that in there.
Interestingly, like in your afterword, where you talk about how wildly and recklessly the British planters went about like destroying the forest there, like I could see a lot of where your drive for that was coming from, because clearly this is the sort of history that on a regular day you can't go tell a regular reader, and the fact that you're kind of like just embedding a lot of these just symbolically woven through the story naturally gets people interested in knowing about the very destructive history of the way coffee came about. Like in a regular day we would probably not think about the ecological cost of this coffee plantations and so on. And then there is the fascinating figure of the coffee king of Coorg. Is he also inspired by a real character?
So there was a coffee king, but he was in Ceylon, Sri Lanka, not in Coorg. And there was a coffee king who was known for stripping the forest bare and growing this exposed coffee, sun-grown coffee. And the area got devastated after some time, but he was called the Coffee King because he made a fortune on the stock market in London, speculating on coffee and growing coffee. And then at some point, eventually he did become penniless because coffee crashed. He had cut down all the trees, and then because the sun was exposed and the other borer insects took over, there was a crash in coffee, and he eventually died penniless. So it was true, and he was the Coffee King, but I just transposed him to Coorg. And that's why I always have a little historical note there talking about where I have played with history for my convenience and what is actually true.
And I think it's just like a little bit of poetic justice that like the borers attacked. And I think it's all there subliminally without telling people a finger wagging lesson kind of a thing. And I think that's just fascinating as the story goes along. And now maybe it's like a good time for us to hear one more excerpt from your latest book.
Yeah. Let me talk about the coffee, since we've been talking quite a bit about the coffee at this point. This is from chapter 14, Respecting the Forest, and this is Kaveri walking through the coffee plantation. We don't just grow coffee. Ramappa, the wizened old manager taking Kaveri on a tour of Lakama's coffee estate, said the next morning, stopping on the narrow dirt path to let Kaveri catch up with him. We also grow cocoa, vanilla, and rubber. And now we planted tea in a few pockets too. Lakama madam is always experimenting with something new. The pride was clear in his hoarse, cracked voice. How long have you been working here? Kaveri asked. My father's first job was on the Merkara estate, which Mr. Fowler started in 1854. I started working with him when I was 15, but I worked on my own farm well before that. When I was about 6, accompanying my father, my family owned a few small patches of coffee in Nalaknad, but we cultivated it the traditional way. What does that mean? Kaveri asked. We knew how to respect the forest, he said, pointing to a giant tree next to the meandering path that took them towards the coffee plants covering the hillside. Coffee came to us as a sacred gift from Yemen, brought by the Sufi saint Baba Budan when he came back from Haji hundreds of years ago. We treat it with respect, not taking more from nature than it wants to give us. Ramappa stopped, picking up the branch of a tree that lay in their path and dragging it to the side. Elephant, he said briefly, showing Kaveri the place where the branch had been sheared away from the main trunk. We are in the forest that used to be their home, but it's another excuse for people to shoot them. Shoot elephants? Kaveri stopped, staring at him. Not on our estate or on our neighbor Ponnappa's, but the English planters are always ready to fire their rifles. Bison, boar, elephant, tiger. He stopped, chewing on a piece of bamboo. We also used to hunt a lot, but not anymore. We've seen the number of wild animals reduce after we expanded our plantations. These days, our hunts are mostly ceremonial, and we Kurgis restrict ourselves to smaller animals like wild rabbits and pheasants. Is that a building? Kaveri peered through her binoculars. That building looked like a crawling mass of plants from which the pointed top of a white roof was sticking out. That's Fowler's bungalow in the middle of his estate. He was the first British planter in Coorg. We always planted coffee below the forest trees. But one day he chopped down all the trees and exposed the coffee plantation to the plants to the sun, insisting they would yield more. For the first few years it worked, but these hillsides have steep slopes. Without the tree roots to bind the soil, it washed away in the rains, exposed the roots and weakened the bushes. Then the borer attacked, destroying the plants. That's when the lantana took over. It's the only thing that will grow in that benighted soil. I can't say I'm sorry to see Fowler go, the old man spat into the trees. He whipped my father once because he left a giant tree standing despite Fowler's instructions to cut it down. Even though my father explained he wanted to protect the tree because of the hornbill pear resting in the top branches. Ramappa shook his head slightly. I don't like to talk about those days. They're long gone now. My father ran away that night with me, and Lakama madam's father-in-law took us in. He sheltered my father from Fowler's wrath and gave him a job. We owe madam's family more than we can ever repay. He gave Kaveri a wicked grin. Old Fowler got his comeuppance, all right. When the weeds took over his estate, he ran back to London, tail between his legs. I heard he lost everything on the stock exchange, spent his last few years slaving away in a pauper's home. They were now on the coffee plantation, making their way through neat rows of brilliant green coffee plants. Kaveri quickly retreated into a patch of shade away from the hot blazing sun. No wonder people spoke of the changeable weather in the hills. She stopped to admire the ruby red berries clustered up on the green stems, glowing with the fire of the morning sunlight. Then she noticed piles of fallen fruit, slimy and decaying on the ground. Ramappa's shoulders stiffened. This devil-blighted ghost leopard. If the workers don't come to work on time, the fruit will rot on the bushes. Because of the dratted leopard, our pickers come late to work and leave early in the morning. There are berries rotting on the bushes. We still need more people to harvest them. Lakama picked a bad time to go for a temple tour? Kaveri asked sympathetically. The worst time for it. If Madam was here, she had never had let things go so bad. I don't believe in ghosts. Boyd must be behind it. Just like Fowler, he'll suck the landscape dry in the name of profit. He swore fluently in Kannada, spitting a stream of blood-red liquid into the bushes on the side of the ground. I don't know why Ponnappa doesn't realize it. Men like Boyd can't be allowed to roam free, causing havoc as they like. They should be chopped into pieces and fed to this ghost leopard.
That's quite strong, really. I mean, I also wanted to ask you in that connection. Now, this story is taking place in Coorg, like we do know it's a very sensitive ecological history. Can you tell us something more about your next work, which is now traveling to Mysore, and what are we going to discover there?
Sure. So at the end of this book takes place, book 4, when Kaveri is pregnant, and many readers were curious to know what happens in book 5. So in book 5, she has her child, and she goes home to Mysore to spend some time with her parents. And in Mysore, city of the palace. She encounters the queen, who asks her for help because a very important jewel has been lost. She encounters one of the princesses of the kingdom, who asks her for help on a different direction. And she encounters a third person who asks her for help. So she's actually solving 3 cases in one. And without Ramu managing with her daughter, and Anandi is with her, of course. And so they're solving issues of counterfeiting banknotes. They're solving a case of the lost jewel that the queen asked her to find, and the third mysterious case which the princess is asking her to find. And all along, they're also dealing with the Karanji Kere, where a large crocodile, very fierce, is swimming around. So it's called Murder in the Crocodile's Den, and it comes out in February next year.
That's great. And what do we learn about, say, the Mysore of that time? I mean, the plot already sounds fascinating, but...
A lot about the palaces of Mysore, and also about the rituals of Mysore, and how the progressive the king and the queen were in terms of their, pushing women's education, and why Kaveri, you also get some of her back history, why she's so highly educated in maths, and what the queen had to do with it.
Yeah, that's great. Are we out of time? Okay. So, thank you for this. Was a fascinating conversation, and really looking forward to learning more of the mysteries. Just the fact that there's like a pregnant woman into not halting her detective career already makes it like such a sumptuous mystery. And like now with a newborn that she's continuing to explore, this is like making me root for all of her successes. She's already a very lucky detective, like working with the community. There are like things that just happen in her favor, and like that just makes it easy to go for her. I mean, she does face the life threats pretty much every book, but I think in the end you feel like, yeah, the stars are working in her favor, and so may the stars continue to be in her favor.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for turning up.
Thank you, ma'am. So volume, please. Volume. Yes, Book Brahma Literature Festival 2026 is happening, and we are very happy that you people are attending. Not only this stage, parallelly there are other 6 stages and plus 2 in addition, especially poetry and nuisance, which is added in this from this edition onwards. And in all the 3 days of the festival, the colorful part of the day is cultural activities. Generally, it takes in the evening part of the day. And when it comes to today's evening, that is cultural evening, we have a special movie screening, that is Vagha Chipani. Vagha Chipani, a special film screening with director Natesh Hegde. So just this is for your information. Make sure before that you visited all other stages as well and attended the sessions, and make sure your presence for this, which is very important. And the caption of this movie is Tiger Spawn. Just it may be a hint for you to watch the movie. Don't miss it. And coming to the next session, the session partner Karnataka Bank presents The Pearls of Bengal, Stories, Poetry and Translation in the 21st Century.
By Anita Agnihotri, Shashwata Gangopadhyay, Krishnu Kundu in conversation with Arunava Sinha.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the speaker and moderator.
Um, Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. We are here to talk about, is anyone going to announce the session, or do you want me to introduce the participants? Okay. Okay, all right. Our subject this afternoon is The Pulse of Bengal, Stories, Poetry and Translation in the 21st Century. And I have here with me the poet Shashwata Gangopadhyay, Anita Agnihotri, who's a novelist, a short story writer, an essay writer, a poet, a columnist, and a keen observer and commentator on things social and political. And Krishna, would you like to introduce yourself, if you don't mind?
So I've been in the literary space for about the last 3 years. My first book came out in Kolkata Book Fair in 2025 actually, January 2025. And currently I am 3 books old, doing pretty well actually. My books are all in the horror genre. So if anybody is excited about horror, different kinds of horror, I'll be a person who you would soon be reading in the translated genre also. So that's what I am. I have been a keen reader and reader of Bengali literature from my childhood, maybe about 4 or 5 years old. So that's about it for me.
All right, thank you. We'll start the discussion right away. My first question to all 3 of you, so please feel free to answer in any order you want, is why does Bengali literature need to be translated? Where does it stand today vis-a-vis the literatures of India and the literatures of the world? Why do we want people who are not Bengali speakers and readers to read Bengali literature?
Okay, it's a very good and intelligent question. I am starting with another interesting comment of a legendary Indian poet, K. Sachidanandan. I was reading an interview of him, and he has told that recently many Indian languages, they are writing wonderful poems. Among them, Bengali, Marathi and Malayalam, they are little bit ahead of the other, compared to other languages. So a poet because as you know, as you all know, that K. Sachidanandan is the all-time highest translated Indian poet. He has book in more than 50 languages. So his, what should I say, verdict or comment is really, it's attention worthy, I think. So in that case, if anyone neutrally look at the Indian poetry scenario in the recent times, apart from Bengali, all the major languages, they are going few steps ahead to the global platform. Because in the earlier session, I was telling that after the invention of internet, what is happening, in a single click, a poem can reach from Kagdip to California. That is the biggest advantage of and the biggest magic of internet, and one should utilize it, I think. So in that case, like Marathi, Malayalam, Kannada, Punjabi, Gujarati, all poems, they are simultaneously, they are taking the initiative so that their poems being translated to the English or Spanish, the 2 biggest language, and it is now globally circulated. But in case of Bengali, the unfortunate thing is that among the 95% people, the mentality is from Kagdip to Kuchbihar, nothing else. Because whenever you take a little magazine, in every magazine there is a translation of foreign poetry. Even Eskimo translation, Bengali translation of Eskimo poetries are published here. Spanish poetry is published here. Poem from Galapagos Island, there in the Bengali journal, it has been published. But nobody thinks that it is only the incoming calls. There is no outgoing calls. Why? Because I am just again coming to the Mr. Sachidanandan, who is the father figure of the Indian poetry. He is telling that Bengali poems are supreme. Then why majority, what should I say? I think 98% they never think of that being translated and being go to the global platform. So I think this is the biggest crisis, biggest lacuna of Bengali poetry I'm selling, because Anita Di will definitely tell about the prose section. So, and another thing is that after the invention of internet, world has become a global village. So here everything now, there is now another technical term is we are using, that is glocal. That is kind of fusion of global and local things. So now every languages, they are now coming with the glocal, because they are not neglecting their local all type of rituals. At the same time, they are also inclined to the global, I think, what should I say, global universal appeal. So all the poems, one cannot give the verdict that your poem should be local. But the common trend is go with your local to the global platform. In that case, I think among the all Indian prominent languages, Bengali stood last as on date. And that is the biggest lacuna, and I think we hope rather that in the coming few years, it will be overcome.
We've already hatched a small plan for that earlier today. So we'll
no,
come back to that.
I have just raised the thing.
Yes, and we'll come back to you also about your personal experiences, having read your poetry in translation around the world. Meanwhile, Anita.
Or no, did you say only translation into English, or did you mean all Indian languages?
Any language.
Any language, okay. Now I would say, I would try to point out the positive things about Bengali. Bengali literary tradition is very old, as you know. And Rabindranath Tagore, though he has been translated later by others, he was first to translate his own work, which has subsequently been criticized also. But that way, the culture of translating Bengali writing into English, it is relatively new. I have seen Bhutibhushan Bandyopadhyay's stories being translated as late as 2010. I mean, I do not know, I might have missed some translation before. But it has mainly happened because we have got translators, not very many, not very many, but they have excellent understanding of both Bengali and English. And their reading of Bengali literature is also quite substantial. I have come across one of your quotes somewhere, I don't remember, where you have said, in order to translate one book, you must read 100 books. That we say about writing also. People these days, we feel, come to write without reading, without having a look at whatever has been written before. So this has been mainly a combination of good translators who have keen interest in Bengali writing, and not only classical Bengali writing, but contemporary writing, and also a combination of publishers who have interest in publishing translated Indian languages. So my personal experience has been very good. I will talk about it later. But even I would say that when, 30 years back from today, Kalpana Bardhan, who retired from Berkeley teaching economics, and she was then translating Manik Bandyopadhyay and just finished Titash. She wanted to read my work and actually read 300-400 of my pieces and curated a version, a collection of writing from there. It was quite, I couldn't imagine that I would be ever translated. Gradually things happened, and now I look forward to my work being translated. I feel it should be read by others who don't know Bengali. I would like to be open to the pan-Indian languages. But regarding translation into other Indian languages, I would say that Bengalis are slightly short in terms of reciprocity. We have, as Shashwata said, interest in Galapagos or poetry of the Eskimos, but we don't take enough interest in other Indian languages. In fact, in terms of percentage, number of people who know 2 Indian languages is the least in West Bengal in terms of percentages. It's very surprising, but it is true. As a result, we don't read, we do not want to translate. I don't know how many Bengalis, and in fact, our authors, our senior authors have always been translating, spending a part of their time in translation from Indian languages. But I do not know how many have even read Marathi literature or Kannada literature to translate Tamil literature. But we have still been translated, though in small numbers. I have been translated Tamil into Gujarati, into Odia. So sometimes people may wonder that as a race, Bengali writers are kind of so inward looking that they don't think of other Indian languages, and our basically culture of reading Indian literature, I would say, is not enough. So this reciprocity, if we could build, we would have probably had more translations. But I would say, like you, that the scenario is not too dim. We can do much better.
Okay, before I go to Krishanu, though, I want to probe a little further. Maybe being a bit mischievous. What is so special about Bengali literature that it needs to be translated? I mean, what if I argued it's fine, it's got 90 million speakers of the language, they're reading Bangla books. That's good enough, it's bigger than any European country. What is so special?
There are works which I would read, I would rate as very important as a reader of Indian literature. If you today, I'm not mentioning specifically Rabindranath or Jivanananda or Vibhuti Bhushan, but even among contemporary writers, there is a trend in understanding life, writing about life, and through literature. I'm not saying that all writers belong to that mark, but breaking barriers which Bengali language probably would have created. It has the capacity to reach out to a larger audience, and not only audience, I would say reach out to much wider platforms where people, where they actually resonate with more people's reading. I think Bengali is very special because I write in Bengali, but I know other Indian languages too. And I feel that we are very special, and like others, we need to be translated.
All right, thank you. Krishanu?
Your last question was very interesting, and I would like to comment on that. One of the reasons that Bengali literature is a little more, I think it should be much more popular across the world and in India, is because the window into life, as ma'am mentioned, the window into life came pretty early in Bengali poetry and Bengali prose. The reason being that the whole situation of Kolkata being a global city under the British Empire, so the aspects of the socio-economic cycle kind of brought in a lot of hardships, and which gave rise to a lot of pain, which gave rise to a lot of poetry that coming from literary stalwarts, the poets of the hungry generation, or the poets, the Krittibash group of poets. So though they wrote about life, Shruti Chattopadhyay, Shankho Ghosh, or can't remember the name, Shankho Ghosh wrote things which are real. So I think if that goes into everybody, people across the globe will relate to it. That's point one. Now, again, I would take a leaf from ma'am's book when she said that when Rabindranath translated his works in Gitanjali, only then there was global visibility. Somehow there is always, what I have noticed is, among the Bengali poets of today, which I meet a lot because I am a little bit of a fan myself, and I have those fanboy moments when I seek out poets and I seek out writers and wait in line for them and try to interact with them. What I have seen that the interest of taking their work to an international level is not that much. They are much more engrossed in the fight to come out of those sea of authors which come out every year in a book fair in Kolkata. A strange thing that I always think is the book fair, when you go to the book fair in Kolkata, there's this sea of people, and they are all coming, and they are not just visiting stalls. People are buying books, people are going through books, and I always wondered, do people across India know that there is such a big book fair other than a news item? How many of them, in spite of being international stalls every year in the book fair, actually, why isn't this touted as a tourism destination, tourism event, where other states can have a window of how many books are sold over here? Books worth 40, 50 crores, there's a turnover of 40, 50 crores that happens in a book fair. But does the rest of India know about it? I don't think so. Now, the thing is about Bengali authors, which I always have felt is also a bit of vanity. That, look at our history, look at what we have gone through and what we have written. We don't need to really share. We are sitting above the rest of India, and we will read others, but we already have a lot. So nobody's really trying that, maybe I'll gain a different perspective if I read literature from another state. Let me read, poetry from Kerala, or watch movies from Kerala. Let's figure out what the Adur Gopalakrishnan has made. We have our Satyajit Ray, we have our Upendra Kishore Rai and Shokumar Rai, and but do we explore what is there in Kannada literature? I don't think so. So if that interaction increases a lot.
Film-wise, we are a little better. Our interest in other places' films are much sharper because of film schools particularly. But literature, reading of literature, I think we're quite deficient.
So if we do that, I think, more and more people will come out who will, actually translate our works. Again, a strange phenomenon is that being Kolkata, where, the English language has been so, researched, used, it is part of the administrative cycle, and there are a lot of people who are very, very well versed in English. There are a lot of people who know English literature very, very well. But it is so strange that, and they are very good speakers of the local vernacular as well. So why isn't there an urge to take Bengali poetry nationwide? If you talk to an aspiring poet in Kolkata, they will definitely know a Pablo Neruda. But the question never comes to their mind, why doesn't somebody in Spain or somebody in South America know a Shokti Chattopadhyay? I think that question needs to be asked more.
All right, thank you for that, yes. Just a point of interest, from the Ashoka Center for Translation, we've created a database of translated titles, books translated from Indian languages into other Indian languages, including English. And maybe because of the historical head start, Bangla is the most translated language. There are over 5,000 translations of Bengali books into various languages. There was a man named Ramanlal Soni who was a contemporary of Gandhiji's. Ramanlal Soni went to jail, Yerawada jail in Pune, during the Satyagraha movement. He was a Gujarati. In jail, he learned Bengali from fellow convicts, fellow prisoners, and he translated 187 titles alone, single-handedly, almost till the day he died in his 90s, from Bengali to Gujarati. So as a matter of fact, as you said, Bengali literature has already left its footprint across Indian literatures historically, but of course the reverse has not held good. But coming to contemporary times, I don't mind, as a translator from Bengali to English, confessing or sharing my point of view, that currently the best contemporary literatures of India are probably being written in Malayalam and Tamil. These are the two most urgent, the two finest in terms of literary standards and relationship with the world and art in general. So, what do you think is there something that Bengali literature and writers also need to do to become more translatable or become worthy of translation in the contemporary sense? We're not talking about historically.
Can I?
Yeah, you do. After that, I will speak.
Okay. I think a little more of the global perspective and thinking big. Bengal and the Kolkata orientation has so much, so many things to explore. It's very outside-in approach, not inside-out. So they are always writing about the local scene, what is happening in Kolkata, what is happening in the outskirts of Kolkata, what is happening in rural Bengal, which is good, which we have done, and the local flavor should be made global, which is there. But when you are writing has different genres. You also write science fiction, you also write horror, me being a horror writer myself. But exploring global perspectives where people would relate to, if that is done a little more, it becomes much easier to reach a global audience. And for that, visibility matters. I do see in Kolkata these bunch of authors. There is such a huge group of authors right now who do not travel much, who are very Kolkata-centric. They don't have the visibility, and since what they write also is very about emotions, about people's feelings, relationships, which is all there. But if you can bring that to a little more of a global perspective where a global audience can relate to it, and you also know how international cities work, how the main city, how life is in Mumbai compared to a Kolkata, I think writing becomes much more acceptable rather than just making the local flavor, trying to take it global, and people not always have the talent to make it relatable to everybody. So I think a little more of a global perspective, recognizing everybody, recognizing the Indian population, India's diversity, also the international perspective would really help Bengali literature.
So Krishna feels that our writers are not global enough. What are your thoughts on that? I have many thoughts on that.
No, I would like to counter him on that. In fact, one problem which I face as an author, that I feel rootless, and West Bengal is such a fragmented society where I would say half the writers came from another place and now they have merged into society. In fact, I often have spoken somewhere else that when my parents were taking the train from Bangladesh, leaving their everything behind and coming away, then Tarashankar Bandyopadhyay was writing in one corner of Bengal, Hashulibake Rupakatha, as if nothing has happened in the rest of the world. But the main strength today of, you mentioned Tamil and Malayalam literature, is their strong roots. Their societies, of course, there have been people going out and coming in the society. But, this is strong roots with the society and culture, whatever culture. It may not necessarily be what is considered mainstream, that is a matter of another debate. But I would say their strength basically belongs to the kind of roots they have in their society, and they write about that. In fact, the writers I like, Perumal Murugan, for example, or Jaya Mohan, they don't write about other cultures or global culture. The writing is entirely about their society. But it is so powerful that you cannot look away from it. Writing has to be like that. Vibhutibhushan Bandyopadhyay's Pui Macha, the story of a little girl who wanted to eat a particular variety of shark, who died, and the tree grows after her death. Nothing. A little girl's wish to eat something. That has a universal appeal. So what creates it? The kind of appeal Rabindranath Gora has. But that appeal is created through the writer's master stroke, I would say. That can be local, that can be global. It all depends upon the kind of power. I feel what I was telling in the beginning, that I feel kind of rootless. Today, I have no place which is my own. Calcutta is kind of not my city. East Bengal has been left there. I don't belong to West Bengal. I mean, the sense of belonging is a matter of mind. So today, when I write a novel about Bankura Jungle Mahal, I almost feel it's an outsider who is writing something. Do I have the credentials? So I would say that in a, probably, I don't know, it is just a question. In a less fragmented society, is the writer stronger? I do not know the answer, but I feel very vulnerable at times thinking what I can do to make my writing more appealing to other readers of the pan-Indian side.
I personally feel that the basics of writing always stay the same. It is connecting to human emotions. It is connecting to, from a local flavor or a global flavor, connecting to things that people relate to. People are able to establish a common ground and rapport with. But with the fast-changing world that is there today, and the number of Bengali authors that I meet, that are coming out every day and increasing in leaps and bounds, I feel that a little more of how the whole industry works, how a common ground can be established is very, very important. Also, ma'am, I'm also from East Bengal, so my lineage is from there. So I do understand the pain of separation. But I love a novel called Kya Pata Nuko, and So those things are there. We always kind of are nostalgic about it, we hold on to it, but maybe there is a need to understand that there's a need of marketing. There is a need of establishing a connect with an audience which is not necessarily exposed to the feelings or to the things that I am writing about, which generate the same sentiment in you, in me. Maybe it doesn't generate the same sentiment because they're just not able to relate. AI, when it translates a Bengali book, absolutely fails because it cannot capture the emotion behind Hatir Panchpa Dekhecho Naki, which means, have you seen 5 feet of an elephant? But if it is a literal translation, would they understand? They would not. So if you are not, that is why AI cannot do that job. But there is a need to translate it in a way that which is juicy enough, relatable enough to a global audience as well. One more point that I would like to make is this is such a beautiful conclave where we are talking, right, about Bengali literature. How many publishers from Bengal are here? Do they know this is happening? They can bring a realistic perspective to it. I have informed my publishers, there's no interest. So that is what I'm saying, that if you want to spread Bengali writing and what Bengal is thinking today, what Bengal is talking about today, it's like, it's a very siloed environment. That is what I feel.
Interesting. So we have a sort of a generational conflict here, where, Krishna, you're talking about the initiative that the writer and publishers have to take for not only marketing their books globally, but also infusing a certain element of acceptability or interest among global readers. Whereas, I would, in a sense, like to support Anita's point of view by quoting Vivek Shanbag, the great writer from Bangalore, who only two of his novels have been translated into English so far, right? Ghachar Gochar and Sakina's Case. And both of them have been published in various languages in India, in English, and in the West, both in the UK and the US. So he certainly does not lack for a global readership.
Talent definitely counts.
Sorry?
Talent of the writer.
Yeah, and Vivek, in fact, Vivek says that the more, and this is kind of echoing what you said, Shashwat, Vivek says that the more local you make your work, the more global it will be. Yes. Because, someone elsewhere in the world is interested specifically in your world, not in the way your world resembles their world, but in the way your world is unique in itself. So I guess there are both points of view, and maybe some of this applies, and I'd like to talk to you specifically about genre writing, because that's a very popular area of translation, especially in the West. We've seen how crime and horror, techno-horror, body horror, and so on are huge hits, mainly translated from Korean and Japanese, for example. So we'll come to that. But yes, Shashwat, what are your thoughts on this?
I just want to contribute in a different angle that in case of this local, global, and local, I just want to highlight one thing. Suppose there is a very famous saying of Jimenez that every root have his wings. So I am just explaining the thing. First of all, let me say one thing, that why Bengali poetry do not go to the global platform. There are different reasons. First of all, the Bengali poetry in general, contemporary Bengali poetry in general, is very much full of local references. Now, these local references I want to clarify, because suppose one is writing just a Bengali word, Ombubachi, and another is writing Bosonto Utsav. Now, this Ombubachi is also local, Bosonto Utsav is also local, but this Bosonto Utsav has a wings, because if it is translated as a spring festival, it can be, global reader can be correlate with the terms. But if Ombubachi, it does not have any wings. So Bengali poetry is just like that Ombubachi, because it is so crowded with so many local references. If anyone translate, it will not click in the global platform. I think you understand the point. Second point is, as compared to other Indian languages, still Bengali poetry maximum is full of rhythm and meters, ছন্দ, এমন ছন্দ যেটা কিন্তু ট্রান্সলেট করা যায় না। সাপোজ আই এম গিভিং ওয়ান এক্সাম্পল, বাবরের প্রার্থনা শঙ্খ ঘোষ 7-7-7-5 লেখা এখন one can say যে first of all there is a lack of genuine translator in Bengali and who will translate বাবরের প্রার্থনা হ্যাঁ it is for শক্তি চট্টোপাধ্যায় it is full of local references ধোকার টাটি who will translate so this is the biggest what should I say crisis of Bengali poem. First of all, there is too much local references. Second is still, I don't think other Indian languages, they maintain this type of rhythm meters. But still Bengal, I myself write in rhythm and meters.
What about K. Sachidanandan? He writes in rhythm and meters also.
No. I myself translating his poem, you know that it will be published very soon. So these two are the biggest area of, what should I say, why it does not go to the global platform. Third is genuine scarcity of the genuine translator. You are here.
No, that's fine.
You are here, but there is, we need another 99 Odunavosina in Bengali.
No, but I want to join issue with you on this business about it being too full of local references. This is true of great writing in any language. It is going to mine the wealth of cultural symbols, events, images, artifacts that exist there, right? Look at the trouble to which we will go to find out the backstories of the Odyssey because we have watched the film. And at no point is Christopher Nolan's film or any of the translations of the Odyssey into English. Have there been translations into Bangla? I'm sure there have been. Yeah. So they're not trying to localize it. They're not trying to domesticate those things. They're leaving it to the readers to say, I'm very interested in this. Let me find out more. So my counter argument is, let readers find out what Ombubachi means. Use the word. Why do we have to make everything, make a translated work look like it was created in the reader's backyard? It was not.
No,
it was created
I am
in
not
an
telling that thing. Suppose one very famous and having a, I think last 50 years a book, I think bind with a platinum, that is the Abar Puri series of Utpal Kumar Bosu. But is it translatable? I don't think so. Because there are certain, so much deep-rooted local things are engrossed with this book. It is very difficult. Very difficult.
Okay. In fact, you've led me straight to my next question, which was that, there's so much hand-wringing about the inability of other languages to accommodate Bangla. All Bengali people are great writers and readers say, how can you even imagine translating a Bengali book? When the late venerated Ashok Mitra heard that Buddhadev Bosu Tithidor was going to be translated, and I approached him through someone else to suggest an English title because it's one of the hardest things to translate. And he said, I shall not provide a title. Who dares translate this book into English? So, that is that, pride can turn into creating these walls. Ramchandra Guha wrote that Bengalis have so kept Tagore within their own walls that they have not allowed others to.
That is precisely the vanity that I spoke about, and that seems to have been a generational legacy that we have carried forward. The people I speak to, the ones that I talk to in book fair also, the contemporary authors in my genre also, when they are talking about translation, they are only exploring, they're not really interested in that. Also, when I tell them that, when you're writing about occult, why don't you explore existential horror? Why don't you explore Lovecraftian horror? Why do it always have to be, why does it have to always be about Tantra? Because it's the current thing which is in vogue. Why aren't you exploring other genres of horror? They're like, this is selling. I don't have to make an effort. I'm like, but if we don't lead, if the author does not bring in new concepts, then who will?
So do you see this vanity about the Bengali language? Though you're talking about commercial instincts, which I think are fine. I mean, we don't have to knock them.
No, I'm really talking about the thought process.
Right.
It's that itch to do something new, explore new ground. Or why don't I try and get my book to a level where it is available across India. Indo-Anglican writing has been there for a very long time. We have the stalwarts like Amitav Ghosh, but I don't know how many people dream that way, how many Bengali authors are dreaming that way.
Well, it's very interesting that Amitav Ghosh said that Sunil Gangopadhyay told him, you're a Bengali writer, you just happen to write in English.
Pretty much.
Which in a sense is the perfect description of translation. Right? Yes, Anita, you wanted to.
No, I was trying to say one or two things. One is responding to Shashwat, that, okay, Utpal Kumar Boshu's Puri series is very, very special. It may not be translatable. But then everything is not Utpal Kumar Boshu's Puri series. In Bengali poetry, there are, of course, gems which speak in a very special language which can communicate. But I would agree with him that among translators of poetry, we do not have too many in Bengal. Because if somebody has to know both Bengali and English well, has to be a Bengali himself and not write poetry, which is a combination almost impossible to meet. Because every second Bengali is a poet. So who will translate poetry? But prose is little better. So that is one thing. Secondly, yes, I understand this vanity, and especially because life has given me an experience where I have to, be friends with people of different cultures, I would say. In particular, I have been in Odisha, I have been in Maharashtra, I have been all the Hindi belt, partly Northeast also. I can see that we are very different in the sense we are changing, but at the same time we are very inward looking, very closeted, very special though, but it is like that mother's pampered child who will not see anywhere else. So this thing which Ashok Mitra said, that how can anyone even think of translating? This is not, that is true of, that also reflects, pardon my saying so, his inability to understand the depth and variety in other Indian languages. As Bengalis, we have never been truly Indians, which we have never been a part of the Indian mainstream. And now certain other factors are even making us more marginalized. But the fact is this, we have not tried to go out and understand. Then we would have understood that what we are talking special about ourselves. Of course, I am contradicting myself saying that we are very special, but we are as special as other languages and we need to be translated.
We are special in our own way.
Special in our own way. And yeah, these kind of experiences are now coming. We are discussing in the morning session, kind of a farmer like Hamiruddin is now writing. Niharul Islam, who is a teacher in a non-formal school, he has written such excellent stories about the border of West Bengal, border of Bengal. Of course, there are stories about partition also. And you have mentioned about Manoranjan Bapari. We did not have writing in the own voice of the Dalit writer before. It is all coming and they have been translated and appreciated, got awards. So these are the new things. I mean, basically, in both poetry and prose, different world is ready to be, open for translation. But, well, as I said, that having a translator who understands Bengali literature as well as he understands English language is not very easy to find.
English is still feasible. It's even tougher to find people from other languages. Someone who can translate directly from Bangla into Malayalam or Kannada or even Hindi. For Hindi, there are a few, but yes, that's the bigger problem. Okay, what I now want to ask you is, and I'll start with you, Krishano, which is something that I mentioned briefly, which is that we always tend to think of high literary works as the theme of, as what should be translated. But genre fiction is a crucial component of literature, right? Both from the point of view of the publisher's success, the author's success, as well as in building readership. So what are your thoughts about whether there is great Bengali genre fiction, horror, science fiction, anything else, fantasy, that deserves a pan-Indian and a global audience? Because almost none of it has been translated.
I think hands down, horror as a genre, science fiction as a genre needs to be translated, because Bengal has more than 100 years of history of writing in the horror genre, the detective genre. Bengali stories like Daroga Doptor was published first in 1880s. So those were excellent investigative stories way before Miss Marple came into the picture. So they were about a police inspector in a thana in Kolkata, in a police station in Kolkata, and how he solved multiple cases. So this kind of fiction has existed in Bengal for more than 150 years. Writing in the horror genre, a strange incident, it's a rumored incident, which I would like to mention, that a story like Bonku Babur Bondhu by Satyajit Ray, if it was translated earlier, it has obviously been translated later, if it was translated earlier, the whole controversy about E.T. being inspired by Satyajit Ray's stories would not have arisen. So we could have had a translation, it would have been globally available, and we wouldn't have that controversy at all. Similarly, great authors like Hemendra Kumar Rai. Hemendra Kumar Rai has been writing spine-chilling stories in excellent language and exploring the innards of India, I would say, the tribal belt and Santal Devs and Devis and their influence on human life and how scary that is. These kind of stories have been existing since the 1930s. But nobody, rest of India, internationally, there is no recognition, nobody knows that such stories exist. Even people like Bimal Kaur, we all know, the rest of India knows Balika Vadhu. Balika Vadhu was written by Bimal Kaur. But Bimal Kaur has excellent horror stories, stories about ghost legends from the rural parts of Bengal. Nobody has translated those. Similarly, whether it is Satyajit Ray, whether Rabindranath himself, how many people in India know about Tinkunna? How many people in India know about Otithi? These have all been written by Rabindranath. Those are all from in the horror genre. So there is a huge, huge need of a transaction taking place. Bengal about 30, 40 years ago was really ahead. If you read the horror stories and the sci-fi stories, they were writing science fiction in late 1950s, even earlier than that. So those have to have a global recognition. Similarly, what I think it's a transaction. So once these stories go out and adaptation and the ones in other languages, like I read a Bangladeshi story and it has stayed with me from my childhood. I can't name the author, I can't name the writer, because I was a kid at that time. When I read, I was 10 years old probably. But it was a science fiction about a person trying to take over the world. I only remember the villain's name was Harun Hakshi. So if that kind of writing exists in the world, why isn't that being brought into India, brought into Bengal? Similarly, great Bengali authors. Sunil Gangopadhyay has written excellent ghost stories. I can go on and on and on. And those need to be. The problem with horror as a genre is that people do not want to take it seriously. It's like very, very enjoyable, very, very exciting, but not really a literary medium. I am not seeing deep emotional messages by writing horror, right? But horror can be used to explore loneliness in a city. Horror can be used to explore social stigma. Horror can be used to explore criminal activities that are going on. Like, that was one of the purposes of me writing in the horror genre. What I understood as horror is a very, very popular genre, but I just didn't want to write about a ghost hiding in an attic. I wanted to write about what is going on in Bengal right now. So my first book is about corruption in the journalistic field and arms trafficking. My second book is about acid attacks and human trafficking. So I have taken up social issues and I have created a horror genre, and I use horror to solve the problem, because in reality, there's really no solution. So I use horror to only do that. But if people explore a lot more, there is a lot of literature, a lot of horror genre writing right now in Bengal, which needs to have global recognition. There's an author called Tomogno Noshkar. He has done a complete study of Indian devtas and devis and local devtas. Tomogno Noshkar. So even local kul devtas, village deities, and he has connected it to what can be the evolution of this entire idea? How did this come across? What does it mean in India? Mythologically, what does it mean? Social wise, what does it mean? What did a temple really stand for? So he has excellent, and he has done it through fiction. It is not a non-fiction study. He has exemplified his work through small stories. So brilliant authors like this need to have global recognition, which is not happening because it's a horror, firstly, is not a medium that people think that will tell really emotional, serious messages. That is one. And other thing is that, the thing that I said right at the beginning, the authors also need to dream to have their work at a pan-India level and at an international level. They need to think that before they start writing also. They need to dream big as well. I'm not saying forget the local concepts. I'm saying write local, but do understand that have the urge to make yourself big, to see the big picture itself.
Right. No, thank you for that. That is really interesting. And as a matter of fact, horror is a very hot genre for publishers globally. So, writers like Bora Chung from Korea are immensely popular. They've been shortlisted for the Booker Prize. So they're crossover writers. In a sense, yes. Horror and crime, which you went to, yes. In fact,
I think one single studio horror, we translated. I was invited to the festival.
Oh. That was more crime than horror, right? Okay, so I want to actually ask both of you now the same question before we wind up. Shashwata, you've read your poetry at various international fora. What's the response been like? And also, can you end your description of that by maybe reading us one of your poems in translation? If you have
Right
one
now?
handy. If you have one handy.
Yes, just give you 1 minute.
Yes, yes. Meanwhile, maybe Anita, you could tell us what's, we've discussed about the pitfalls and the possibilities of transformation through translation. What is non-negotiable for you when your work is translated?
When I am being translated?
When you are being translated into another language. Let's assume that there are some things that cannot quite find equivalence. I don't mean words or phrases, but concepts, ideas that may not find equivalence in a language arising from another culture. But what are the one or two things that are non-negotiable for you? This must be present.
I would say that the intensity with which I express myself, and also I put a lot of focus, it has become a part of my writing now, good Bengali, good, not poetic or lyrical, but well-crafted Bengali. So, and these two things are must. That writing, the translation should not look like a washed out version of what I have tried to express, a faded version. So these two are essentially this. And you know it very well.
Yes, but still, it's always, you don't often get to hear the author talking about what they expect from translations of their work. Also, Anita, I'm going to ask you to also read something in translation from your work as well. You can, yeah, a Bengali poem would be good.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I am just reading out one of my poem. I think it has been translated in 7 or 8 languages. A day in a shopping mall. As soon as I push myself in through glass door, 2 silky sylphs come floating like the bubbles of water. Most welcome, sir. Just take this in your finger. This is the key to Trade Town and walk with your trolley. All around there are so many tinsel offers displayed. If you get an item elsewhere less costly, you will get twice the margin. If you buy a bed sheet, your sleep at night's assured. In each of your eyelids will come wavy and foamy dose. If you purchase condom in bulk for the whole year, you will get 25% discount on each weekend tour. From the purse, my credit card jumps, I see our joys and sorrows, smiles and tears, when I know not, are sold out like the frozen fishes in the packet. It's beyond 9 o'clock. As night falls, lights are off. When coming out, few others whisper mildly, if you procure love in your hand, along with your deep sighs are free.
Thank you. So tell us about the reception to how your readers and listeners in countries across the world have responded to your poetry.
Yes. Actually, this poem was written in the year of 2000.
Shashwata, can you use the mic? Can you use the mic?
2007, 2008. That time, shopping malls are not just like mushrooms in Kolkata. Just few, 1, 2, they have established. Now, I can remember then in Kamak Street, I went there to buy some garments from West Side, and when really I was at the time of 9 o'clock, when I was just returning, so that the last line first haunted me, that ভালোবাসা হাতে তুললে তার সঙ্গে দীর্ঘশ্বাস ফ্রি, এই লাইনটা first haunted in my mind. Then that time actually mobile, there was not smartphone, so I written the entire poem in a cigarette packet from the pavement, and just like a ghost I was writing. Now after that it has been published in my second book, that is the Offspring of Monster, রাক্ষসের ছেলেমেয়ে. Now after around 2016 onwards, when my poems are translated worldwide in different languages, because I was selected as the sole member from India in the Global Literary Translation Forum, so there automatically my poems are translating from one language to another language. So one day, one very famous poem from Nigeria, very young poet, he called me in the messenger. And he told me that I have read this poem, it is astonishing. I will, why? Why you can correlate with this poem? Then he told me, as a citizen of a third world, when he first went to the shopping mall, his feeling was just like this. Now he told that I am extremely connected with this poem, and kudos to you that আমার কথাটাই তুমি বলে দিয়েছো, ঠিক মানে এইভাবে আর কি, আমি এটা ইচ্ছা করে বাংলায় বললাম আর কি. Then after that, whenever I so far went to the different parts, the different countries of Europe, there also this poem is extremely hit. And another funny thing, that is the power of translation, not power of my poem. 7 or 8 poems of myself which have been translated in Spanish. So 3 or 4 poets, they have told that these poems are extremely virus along the coast of the Argentina, Cuba, like Cuba, Colombia, like that. So I think this is the power and it is the magic of translation.
But did you get a sense of what they were, like you told us about the Nigerian poet, did you get a sense of what the Spanish-speaking audiences, both in Spain, in Europe, as well as in Latin America, what were they responding to?
Responding, first of all, actually my poems are, since in the previous session, I am training manager in the part of corporate group several decades, and these poems are very much urban. I think that's the way the global appeal is there.
Right, right. Urban and modern, yes. In fact, I'm coming to you, Anita, but okay, but it just struck me, and it just struck me that we tend to think of international translations of Indian literature or Bengali literature as being read by the first world. But actually there is a huge audience in the global south. And if we start thinking of them as our audience, maybe as you said, the tie bonds will be much quicker and sharper. Yes, we should think of that, yes. We should think about being published in Africa, in the English-speaking countries of the African continent, rather than the UK and the US. Yes, please, would you?
Okay, I had written a book which is called Bhulbona, which means I won't forget, and there is no time to read both. So
There is. We have 3.5 minutes.
So I read the Bengali, and then Arunabha has translated. It's one of the very rare translations of my poetry. Bhulbona. তোমার নজর পড়লে বর্ষার ঘাস পুড়ে ছাই হয়ে যায়, বিশুদ্ধ রোষ কিভাবে তুলে আনে লাশ কবর থেকে তাও জানা। আমাদের গ্রামের এই বাজপড়া গাছগুলি পোড়া বাড়ির কঙ্কাল, আর বিষাক্ত পুকুরে ভাসন্ত মাছেরা তোমার হিমশীতল সুরক্ষা না পেয়ে সাদা কালো ছবি হয়ে গেছে। আমি মরতে চাই না হে শাসক, শহীদ হব না কোনো মতে, যা বলিনি তা বলানোর ষড়যন্ত্রে সলিটারি সেলের ধোঁয়ার ভিতর এক যুগ আমার শরীর থেকে যদি খসে পড়ে মাংস আর হাড়, বেঁচে থাকবো, ভুলিনি আমি কিছু ভুলবো না, এই কথা দুনিয়াকে বলার জন্যে রয়ে যাব ভয়ের একেবারে শেষ সীমায়, যেখানে ভয় শূন্যতার অলৌকিক ফ্লুরেসেন্ট বিভা তার গর্ভে। This is the English by Orunabhu. I won't forget. Your eyes burn, rain-soaked grass to ashes. How the corpse exhumes pure rage from the grave is known too. These trees struck by lightning in our village, the skeletons of incinerated buildings, fish floating in the poisoned lake have, without your ice-cold sanctuary, turned into black and white pictures. I don't wish to die, O ruler, nor be a martyr, a conspiracy to make me say what I did not, shrouded in smoke in a solitary cell for decades. Even if my body were stripped of flesh and bones, I will live. I have not forgotten. I won't forget. I'll remain to say all of this to the world on the very last frontier of fear, with the glow of the miraculous fluorescence of fearlessness in its womb.
Okay, now we have 1 minute roughly. From each of you, a recommendation of a Bengali book that needs to be translated, not your own.
Akshay Malberi by Monindra Gupta.
Akshay Malberi. His magnificent memoir, yes.
কবিতা সিংহর শ্রেষ্ঠ কবিতা।
কার শ্রেষ্ঠ কবিতা?
কবিতা সিংহ।
কবিতা সিংহর শ্রেষ্ঠ কবিতা। Thank you for that.
I'll give through same author Sunil Gangopathyay, প্রথম আলো and পূর্ব পশ্চিম।
দুটোই তো করা হয়েছে।
I haven't found it, so
not
যদি
think
করা
of a
হয়েছে।
third one.
I think for kids, the books written by Shishendu Mukhopadhyay, I think books like Bonnie, science fiction like Bonnie, horror books like Potash Gore's Jangole, they are so appealing to a child because it talks about school and it talks about breaking boundaries and going into a jungle, and it in very simple terms it goes into concepts of parallel universes and things like that. So I think the works of Shishendu Mukhopadhyay should definitely be
Right,
done.
thank you. I handed Shashwato a project this morning, which was to curate a collection of 21st century poets in Bangla for translation. I'm handing you a project to curate a collection of horror stories from Bangla for translation.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Right one for that.
Done.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Shashwato, Anita, and Krishanu. Thank you, everybody. We've been very good, very punctual.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks a lot. My dear attendees, a small request. Reviews are very important. Our dedicated team is roaming, in the premises. Requesting everyone to share your reviews about the festival, about your visit to the stalls or to the stage, and as well as about the festival. Because your review is very important. By watching your video or the review, it will connect to the people who don't know about the festival, and it will make them to visit the stall. I mean to say the festival. Why? Because the digital reach is very important, and we have a strong data of the last year, which is a very good number we got actually. In order to split that, as I said in the morning session, the digital reach globally in the last edition, it is a 5.2 million. And if I want to give the clear picture of the performance, that is 2025 digital performance, total views was 4.1 million, impression 5.2 million, content interactions 95,000, video views 1.1 million. So definitely your review makes a lot of difference for the next edition as well. So requesting everyone, please. And the important part, sorry, I forgot to mention this. all this the interactions or the impressions or the views what we got, right? Around 70% of digital visitors were in the age group of 20 to 45, which we have to highlight this thing. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the next session. The session partner, Andolana, presents From Hegodu to the World, Reimagining the Village as the Center of Culture.
By Akshara KV, TP Ashok, Pragnya Neelagund Shantinath, in conversation with MS Sriram.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the speakers and the moderator.
Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to this session. This is the session which is taking Hegodu to the world and possibly getting the world to Hegodu as well. Let's start. Let me introduce my co-panelist, KV Akshara. He's from Ninasam, TP Ashoka, retired professor from the Lal Bahadur College in Sagar. Pragya is a graduate of Ninasam, and myself, Sriram. Let's start by asking Akshara to give a little bit of background of what is Ninasam for those who are uninitiated here, and then we can take it forward. Because we are talking of a small village and a theatre movement in that village and how it connects to the world. Yeah. Akshara.
Ninasam is an organization which has crossed 75th year of its existence a few years ago. So it's now 77 years old. It was started in 49, and the first, I will just go through the basic growth of the evolution of the organization in 3 or 4 phases. The first phase was a very normal village theatre group, and there were many such village theatre groups in all over Karnataka, in North Karnataka, in South Karnataka, coastal Karnataka, etc. And the villagers used to join and do a play once in a while, once in 2 years, once in 3 years, sometimes even after a long time. That was called Neelakanteshwara Natya Seva Sangha, because the Neelakanteshwara was the village deity. And that's how the group started. And it was at that time that my father, KV Subarna, who graduated from Mysore University at that time, and he was, I'm told that he was the first graduate in that taluk. So he came back, and he wanted to change the face of the organization. So what he did is, they used to do only plays based on mythology, and he changed it to doing plays using first with historical themes, with using plays by D.L. Roy, who wrote historical plays in Bengali, and then social plays. So that's how it changed its nature and became a theatre group which did started doing contemporary theatre. It went on until the 70s, when the organization thought of building a theatre building. It was a crazy thought, actually, because it was a small village, but they wanted to have a theatre, and they built it with some support from the government and local support. They built it, and it was a fairly well-designed, well-equipped building. After building the theatre, they thought about what should be done with that, and they thought that, you know, instead of because it's a small place and people don't come and rent the theatre to do things, so they will have to do something to fill the theatre. So the first thought which came to them is that they will, if they start a training institute, it would help, because it will be, the space will be used all through the year, and also there will be students all the time, and those students will help later to develop Ninasam's activity. So in 1980, the Theatre Institute was started, and after 5 years of the institute, people who passed out did not have anything to do, so we had to start a repertory company, and then we had to do the first shows, and to coincide with the first shows, we started a small cultural festival, a much smaller scale than, you know, any of the other festivals. It was called Samskriti Shibara, and Dr. U.R. Ananthamurthy used to come for that Shibara for more than 25 years. He has come as director, and then after that it grew one after the other, and now it has become a place where there is a theatre group which works in the village, a theatre institute which gives a diploma after 1 year's training, and a theatre company, traveling theatre company. It's called Ninasam Tirugata, and then various other activities, including this. We have renamed that Samskriti Shibara as Kalegala Sangada Matukate, conversation with the arts. So these are the activities of Ninasam, and this is basically the graph of its evolution.
Okay, Pragya, I'll wear my management hat and say that this is an unviable activity. It just doesn't pay for itself. But I'll come to that a little later. But I'd like to know, you joined Ninasam and you graduated. You're from Davangere, right? And I'm sure when you were looking for, you know, opportunities to, possibly you decided that you wanted to be in theatre, but I'm sure you would have had multiple opportunities, and including the National School of Drama. Did you look at that as a viable option, or you just thought Hegodu was the only place that you wanted to go? Or why Hegodu? How did you get to know of it? Because I'm also curious as to how young people get to know of this thing. Is it because of the 2 or 3 superstars we have in Kannada, some of them infamous, some of them famous?
No, actually I think I got to know about Hegodu through my mom. She always used to speak about Ninasam, and I always like to do theatre. But in Davangere, there was not many opportunities for that. So I was good in studies, so I just I did my engineering, but throughout my college years, I was involved with theatre. Then I happened to join an organization called Dina Bandhu. So for me, life was like, okay, the studies are done, and I know what to do with my life, so I will be working in Dina Bandhu. Everything was set. So doing a theatre course was never on the agenda. But what happened was I got to know about the 21-day summer camp. So I thought, just 21 days, let me go. I always want to do theatre. This can be a good place for me to start. And I always wanted to do theatre with the children at Dina Bandhu. So I enjoyed theatre always. So for that, I came for 21 days, and I fell in love with that place. And I was like, even after going back from Ninasam, I can continue working for Dina Bandhu, but if I don't do it now, I will pass the age limit. So I just went and applied for Ninasam, and Tirugata happened like that.
So, okay, let me sort of stay with you for a bit. Tell me, how is life in Hegodu? Because you go from outside. There's a local village setting, and usually villages are very compact, as is Hegodu. A lot of community activity that's going on there, a lot of local level politics. One, how do you connect? How does the population around connect with students who are outsiders? That's their day-to-day connection with the outer world in one sense. That is one. And second, what do you discuss when you're there? Do you compare yourself with NSD, with the other theatre schools? How does the student's life work out there? the reason why I'm asking this question is because unlike other institutes which are located in metropolises and have a different social dynamics, being in a village like Hegodo has a different social dynamics. So how does that shape your learning, and how does that shape your worldview and your connection with the village?
So one thing is, in those 21 days of summer camp, I realized it is a sort of a gurukula. So we stay with the teachers, we eat with them, and then since morning, 6 to night 10, we are just, working on so many aspects of theater. So NST was never in the conversation because we really, whoever were there, we really thought Ninasam is the best place to be. So there was no comparison as such. We always knew it at the best place that we can be. So that was there. And connection with the community is, in the evening they used to come and sit around, and sometimes we used to join the conversation. But also, I remember this one time, I had gone again to Ninasam after my graduation also to learn Yakshagana with another batch. So what was happening was the teacher used to teach one student at a time, whoever was playing that particular role, and we used to practice by the side or in front of the stage like that. And the next day, so like, okay, few of the, the older, the Ninasam elders, they came and visited us. And the next day we got this input that we should not be practicing by the side or off the stage because it is disturbing the around. So that's why we learned that there are certain limits. We may not be able to comprehend it, why they said it or what they said it. So we learned to just, embrace it because that's what they felt culturally, more appropriate. So that way I think it was, we did mistakes and we learned from it, and that's how it went for us.
Okay, I'll stay with you. Be patient. You continued after you graduated and went on the Tirugata for a year. Why? And why do people go into Tirugata? Because you already had a job in Dinabandhu, and it's, one of the things is they may not get immediately placed, and therefore they may take some time to continue with the theatre. But why did you go with the repertory company, and is the repertory company integral to the activities of Ninasam, or how does that work?
See, when it was started, maybe it was to give them some employment as soon as they graduated. But by the time we were graduating, it was more. I felt my education at Ninasam was completed only because of Tirugata I did.
Yeah, Tirugata is tough life, no?
Yeah, it is, but it's one of the most wonderful and lots of learning, and
tell us why it is tough life.
So okay, so we are just going from one place to another place, performing plays. One day, if we go there by the afternoon, we set up the stage and the lighting, everything, and in the night we perform there. So the next day morning, we set up the stage for the next play, and then we perform, and we pack it up on the second day night, and we leave on the third day morning. So it's continuously we are going from one place to another. And some places it was, everything was set. In a way, the stage was there, everything was there. And in some places we used to go and nothing, just a plain field or maybe a corner site they used to give us. And then even to tables and all to set up the stage used to come later, like our show was supposed to start at 6 or 7 o'clock, they used to come at 4 o'clock and all. So, and after setting all this, we have to go do our makeup, put our costumes and perform. And also the culture was so different. In Mysore, people treated us differently. In Yadgir, it was culturally very different. So it was with lot of challenges, and each place came with its own challenges. I was with the lighting team. So to some places we used to get, from wherever the generator was, some place we used to go and search where it is and then get the mains from there. So yeah, it was a lot of nights without almost no sleep, and with a lot of negotiation with so many different cultures. And at the end of the day, it was a lot of fun. So.
Thank you. Ashok, I'll come to you. You've been part insider, but also as a cultural commentator, you've also been looking at Ninasam from outside as well. You also don't live in Hegodu, you live a little far away in Sagar. Not very far away, but you live far away. You're not sort of day-to-day integrally involved with the Ninasam, but you're close enough to Ninasam. How do you see Ninasam in the larger cultural setting of Karnataka? Given that we have, and in the context of literature, art, performance, cinema, because while Ninasam, as Akshara said, is a theatre institute and a repertory and a performance space there, it has had a multiplier influence in Karnataka. If you can sort of encapsulate that and locate it in the larger cultural scene, that would be useful.
Well, I mean, Ninasam is not the first or the only such institution. Even before Ninasam was founded, vibrant cultural activities were taking place in other parts of Karnataka. For example, in Dharwad, Gelayara Gumpu and Manohara Granthamala, they were conducting many programs. And then two things, I think, influenced the Ninasam community. One is the annual Dasara Literary Festival organized and conducted by Shivram Karanta. And then his brother, Kota Lakshmi Narayan Karant, he was a teacher in Kundapur High School. He would arrange film screenings. Okay. And then the neighboring town, Sirsi, which is known for its Marikamba temple, they used to have annual Dasara Literary Festival. And the district headquarters, Shumogga, Karnataka Sangha, I mean, it's an old institution, and they were very active. Ninasam has these memories, and Ninasam is a continuation of these activities. And we should know one thing, Ninasam was born out of the aspirations of the local community. It is not a government-founded institution like NSD or the Rangayanas or different academies, Sahitya Academy and so on. And therefore, if Ninasam has survived all these 77 years, it is with the collective strength and support of the local community. No other cultural organization in Karnataka has this kind of continuous organic relationship with its local community. But Ninasam has not confined itself to the local community. It has actually expanded the community through the theatre school, Tirugata, Samskruti Shibira, and the short-term literature, film, theatre, appreciation courses all over Karnataka. And all these people are Ninasam community. That's one thing. Secondly, locally, Ninasam, the local community which is supporting Ninasam is a very enlightened community. It has resident playwrights, translators, scholars, critics, background stage workers. All these people have been continuously nurturing Ninasam with their intellectual output also. And another major strength of Ninasam is its voluntarism. True, Ninasam receives some grants from government, and many donors have come forward to support it. But Ninasam has sustained because of this support from its community. And lastly, I would like to place and record that Ninasam is not just a theater organization. See, other cultural institutions concentrate on one art. You know, if there's a music organization, they conduct music, and our Sahitya Academy concentrates on literature. But Ninasam is more integrated, inclusive, and holistic in its approach. And therefore, what we see in Ninasam today is not just a theater institute, but a theater laboratory. And in this theater laboratory, people from not only Karnataka and India, but outside India also, they have come to Ninasam, experimented with different kinds of plays, and so on and so on. And therefore, Ninasam is different from other theater institutions in this manner also. You know, there are different groups. They have put up very good performances. That is true. But in Ninasam, new things are born. New things are experimented with in its laboratory. And therefore, in the larger cultural context of Karnataka, I think Ninasam stands out. I think Ninasam is unique. I have seen Ninasam as an insider, and I have also engaged myself with many cultural organizations in Karnataka, and I can very confidently say that Ninasam is a very unique institution.
Akshara, let me come to you. Ashok mentioned that. You have a mic? Ashok mentioned that there is a lot of in-house capabilities, translators, technicians, etc., etc. Is it innate to the village, or is it because of Ninasam that this has happened? That's one. Which is basically then brings me to the next question. Why does the world come to Hegodu? And how does Hegodu respond? Obviously it responds with a festive mood every time we come there. But what is the dynamics that happens when we are not there in the village?
Yeah. So what you are actually asking is the dynamics between the local and the global. So with the title says from Hegodu to the world. Actually, the Ninasam mission is the opposite. It's from the world to the Hegodu, not Hegodu to the world. I think there are those are two different kinds of negotiations that is possible, and both are happening in Karnataka. For example, the Bahuvachana thing that has happened, and the hyphen, the journal which has come out, they are trying to take the literature of Karnataka into other languages.
India.
Indian. And to the outside world. So it's the local world which is going into that is the focus there, whereas the Ninasam's focus is to bring the world to Hegodu. So all the major playwrights, when we decided that we do a repertory company, the first thing that we decided was every year we will do a Western play, an Indian play, and then a Kannada play. So that's the formula is to include the whole world. So that concept was there from the beginning with Ninasam. It always used Sanskrit plays, the classical Sanskrit plays, Kalidasa, Bhuvati, and then Shakespeare, Brecht, and Indian Mohan Rakesh. So all these playwrights came together at Ninasam for the program. And also, the students were taught the Stanislavski system, the Grotowski method, as well as Yakshagana and Shri Krishna Parijata. So it was neither a local school nor an international school. Similarly, when the repertory happened, most of the repertories in India, including National School of Drama Repertory, and most of the repertories which are there in India are modeled on Western repertories. You form a group, and then you start doing plays, and then you collect some of the productions and keep on doing it. So you develop a company. That's how National School of Drama Repertory or various other repertories in India and in the West. That's how the concept of repertory works. But with Ninasam, the concept of repertory comes not from the Western side. It is from the Yakshagana Mela. Therefore, we did not call it as a repertory company. We called it as a traveling itinerant theatre group. We deliberately did not use the word repertory in our nomenclature. So because for us, the model was the Yakshagana Mela. If you know the Mela, there is a season. They travel every day to a new village and set up their stage, do their thing, and then they take out everything on a truck and then go to the next place. That is how the image of a traveling company came to Ninasam, and Tirugata still does that. And initially it used to do one play in every place. Now we do at least, so it gives a little bit of breathing space for the actors. For the second day will be slightly less tiresome. So in this way, what we have tried, these are only some of the examples. I can, go to many other examples. For example, how the curriculum has been formed, including the Western and the Indian inputs, and how we have combined the Indian concepts as well as specifically things like local cultural forms. For example, one thing that every student will learn is a form called Kolata, which is the stick dance, which they do almost every day in the morning. So that, that is the form of that village. So starting from that village to what happened, what was, invented in 1900 Russia, the Stanislavski method, so all these things are creatively combined in a useful way. And also our repertory is more audience-centric. It's not experiment-centric. So we work for a specific kind of audience. I'm not saying that all of this has been successful. There has been various degrees of success and failures all through these years, and that is part of the whole exercise. I mean, as an organizer of Ninasam, I don't really care for the success or failure. It's actually, it has been experimenting, changing everything, changing a little bit every year, so that, you do, for example, Ninasam has been doing Tirugata as a ritual for the last 40 plus years. Samskriti Shibra for last 35 years. School for last 45 years. But all these years, small changes have been happening every year. So that
consciously.
Consciously. We are trying out new things, but we don't change anything drastically. So that is the definition of tradition actually. Tradition doesn't change it will change over a period of time. Not, the changes will not happen drastically. So that is the model of evolution, the model of planning that is used by Ninasam.
Ashok, you want to
just
add? Sure.
add a few words to what Akshara was saying. See, Subarna and his contemporaries wanted one thing in particular. They used to say that the best in the world should be available for the people of Hegodu also. If, for example, if films like Rashomon and Pather Panchali can be viewed and enjoyed by urban audience, why not rural audience? So they did not believe the urban-rural divide as far as culture was concerned. And therefore, during our 10-day film appreciation courses, film classics, international classics, were shown to the local people. And Subarna started paradubbing dialogues, reading the subtitles. And then it was continued by his younger contemporaries later. All the reference material would be in Kannada through translations or independent writings and so on. And therefore, the world should come to Hegodu, but people should be able to perceive it in their own language. And therefore, even in our Sanskrit Shivira, people like Ashish Nandi, Shiv Vishwanathan, M.L. Srinivas, they would all come and lecture. And we would offer Kannada translations for people who were not able to follow English. So the point was, the best that is available intellectually and culturally, that should reach the local community also. That was the main philosophy behind it. And therefore, it is not Kannada chauvinism. Kannada is the local language, and people would be comfortable with the language. And if language is a barrier, there are people who would bridge that.
Yeah, I'd like to sort of push this point a little further, Akshara. You said it is for the locals, but is it for the locals or is Hegodu a venue? In the sense that you're getting the world to Hegodu, you're also getting the students from outside. You're getting the Samskriti Shivira participants also from outside. So in a way, how is it integral to the local this thing? That is one question, because when you started off as Neelakanteshwar Nataka Seva Samiti, which was a local theatre group. Now, over a period of time, the theatre group, of course, is still there, and they perform play every time during the culture festival. But that's a smaller subset of the large activity that Ninasam is doing. So, while you say you're getting Hegodu to the world, actually has Hegodu become a little bit of a showpiece for the world?
Yeah, in the sense, see, we bring things from the outside world, the global into the local, but through that transaction, the local also has to grow. Otherwise, it becomes a simple binary.
Right.
Well, one is the feeding thing, and another is something that is fed. That is the initial relationship. When we did the film appreciation course in the beginning, the classics were shown and people appreciated it. At that point of time, it was necessary to tell the whole world that even villagers of Hegodu can see Bergman,
right.
Ingmar Bergman,
right.
who is a difficult director even for an urban audience. So if Bergman can be seen in a small village, then anything can be shown there. The only thing is that then we address the cultural politics where those things are not shown. It's not that it's not seen. So the cultural politics doesn't show certain things to the villagers. Certain things to the, it doesn't give certain things to the villagers. Not that villagers don't use it or don't like that. The liking or disliking is decided by somebody else. So that is the cultural politics we initially Ninasam addressed. But later it should not, Ashok used the word chauvinism. It should not be a point of chauvinism where locals start saying that I am local and I want to be local. It's not that. Even the local has to be global. The local has to be dynamic. Therefore, it has happened in two different kind of ways. One is that the local is slowly educated and they become, mentally they become global. That's one. Secondly, you include students, you include intellectuals, you include people who organize and you include more and more people from the other people. And now we have in Hegodu, we have two kinds of community. One is a community around Hegodo, which is 10 kilometers. Another is a virtual community, people who live in Tokyo, Washington, and various other towns who come for the annual Shibara also. There are many people in Bangalore. For example, there is a group called Abhyasa, which came just out of the Ninasam Shibara as a offshoot of the Ninasam Shibara experiment. So those are the people who belong to this virtual community. So this virtual community is also the part of the community. So community has grown through becoming virtual and also through becoming, enabled. So these are the two ways in which local has grown into trying to become global.
Yeah.
So there is this lake very near to Ninasam, where people all go in the morning to swim in the lake. And most of them are the actors of Ninasam Balaga, so the local repertory team. So I go there whenever I go to Ninasam, and the whole lake is cleanly maintained by them only. And you should hear the conversation among those people. They will be talking about Kalidasa. They also will be talking about Yakshagana that happened the previous nearby village. They also will be talking about a Shakespeare play. Along with that, they also, at that time Olympics was going on. So they were talking about a butterfly, this was the record time, this time the butterfly style. This was the record time in the freestyle. So it is not now, I don't think it is now restricted just to theater, because the conversation has gone even beyond theater into sports and everything, but the community has come from Ninasam.
So let me get back to Ashoka. How do you respond to the changing technology? You've moved, you moved from film appreciation and you've almost done away with film appreciation. Why was that done? Even now, film appreciation could be an integral part of the programs that you run. Why did you do away with that? That is one significant change, if you can explain that. Second is, are you sort of like the old-timers saying, well, cricket is only a 5-day game and test is the purest form, and therefore all these reels and all these things are completely useless, and how do you connect to the next generation, and how do you keep yourself relevant? Is there some thought process that is going on to re-look at the activity while giving the experience of theatre, but also dealing with the OTT, the modern tools that are available for us? And all of us sort of, we've grown up to enjoy films in a theatre with the surround sound, and also sit at home and sort of see serials or OTT serials, which is binge watching, as against the Hamlok type of things, which is, you sit there in front of the television at a given time, week after week after week, or a day after day after day. So how are you dealing with that? Or do you need to deal with that at all?
We definitely need to address these new realities in our society, and this digital world is the future. So we have to accept that, and we have to address those realities. But the way Ninasam can address it is only limited. We cannot do all that we think of doing. First of all, we initially started by just documenting things. And in that area, we are actually far ahead from many other organizations. For example, I'll just give you a statistics. National School of Drama, which gets 100 times funding than our organization, their just search on the web, none of their plays are available on the web. We have made a collaboration with Sanchi Foundation, and almost some 500 of our plays are on the website. So it's available for students to see it and use it. And all our shibiras, we have all the lectures are available. Ashish Nandi, starting from Ashish Nandi to Sundar Sarukai to many other people, to the Kannada, H.S. Venkatesh Murthy, Anant Murthy, Kirtinath Kurtukote, all of them are available on the web because of our the speeches that they have made in our Shibira. So that is one way of entering into that world.
but that's more of documentation. That's not responding to the challenge, right?
No, I'm saying that that much has been done so far, and there is a lot to be done. We know that a lot has to be done, but at the moment we don't have the capacities to go beyond. Just running a theatre school and a repertory company takes all our energy and resources. And as you know too well that Ninasam has always been working with very frugal funding from government and even the CSR funding or whatever, all kinds of funding included. We are much behind many of the bigger organizations, and we don't even complain about it. I'm only stating it as a fact. So with that funding, what has been possible so far, we have been done. But to address the questions of how do you tackle with OTT and those kinds of future things, I think
not necessarily tackle. Do you want to respond to it? I mean, basically that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean
it's not against. It is saying that how do I adapt myself to the changing?
I mean, I would rather say that I will leave it to the next generation of the students like Prajna who have gone out of the school, and many of them are now doing it, and they are probably the more capable of capable people to handle that.
Okay, then I'll ask this question to Pragya. Pragya, I'll
earlier question.
Yeah.
See, now Ninasam has so much intellectual resource, human resource, that the local community can sustain the Theatre Institute and Tirugata. Not necessarily financially, but otherwise. But Ninasam is also always open to new ideas, new experiments.
Ashok, I'm sure you're open to the new ideas. I was not making that point. The point that I was trying to ask Akshara was, how do you respond to the changing ecosystem? That's the only thing. I mean, that was the minimum point that I was making. I mean, this is not to say that you're not open to ideas, but are you proactively looking at doing something given the ecosystem change? Anyway, let me go back to Pragya and throw the ball in her court. Since I'll give you the mic, don't worry. Since Akshara has sort of made you the flag bearer of Ninasam in the next generation, one, what does Ninasam mean to you as a graduate? Suppose Akshara says, we have done our bit, mission accomplished, 80 years, we have done a great work. From tomorrow onwards, we are closing down this, and we go back to our Arakanat cultivation and looking at Yakshagana and whatever other things come, that's it. So how would you respond? How would you want to take the legacy forward?
One, Ninasam for us, it's not just an institution where we learned. It is like our second home. So I think I can't even imagine something like that happening. But if things go wrong or something like that, we will try to raise
Not
funds.
go wrong. It's gone so right that they want to close it down.
No, it should not close at all, because it is
accomplished.
Yeah, no. The thing is that see, I come from a very accomplished, economically very accomplished family. So for me, still it feels like my second home. But I know many of my friends who come from very socially and economically from very marginalized communities, and it's not just one or two. Many of them tell me that if it was not for Ninasam, I would have been a laborer or a construction worker somewhere. Not that it is any less, but just that the talent within them would have just withered away. So it's like, I think we all will just come together and make sure that it will just go on.
This is heart speaking more than the mind. But anyway, so do we have audience questions, or we don't have it here? Vijay Shankar, you want to ask a question or you want to go away? You're walking out, is it? Okay. Okay. Chalo, see you. So I thought Vijay would ask a question. But anyway, you didn't answer the film appreciation bit.
See, not only in Ninasam, but film society movement in general in India, I mean, the nature of film society movement has changed because technology has changed. There was a time.
So Ashok, all the more reason why we need to have film appreciation, I mean, because the technology has changed. It becomes much more accessible.
See, first the problem was the non-availability of films. Films which were screened by film societies were not screened in.
Agreed. My question is, since it is universally available, right? Are we saying that because it's universally available, they'll just see it, so we need not bother? Or is there an aesthetic that we need to discuss something, even though it is universally available, and therefore all the more reason we need to have a film appreciation in the current context? That's
we continue to conduct film appreciation courses. We continue to conduct film appreciation courses for youngsters in different colleges in Karnataka using the modern technology. Because now any great classic is easily available, and I mean, the nature of screening has also changed. See, there was a time when we had to carry these films and
fair enough.
Projectors and all.
My question is again, this is not to you, this is to Akshara. This, when he says I'm taking it to the colleges, it is taking Hegodu to the world. It is not getting the world to Hegodu. If you look at the original film appreciation, it was a classic Pune Film Institute type of a film appreciation course, which had a set of students, and it was a precursor to the cultural course. How come it's completely gone? I mean, and do you think that there is a need to look at it as a part of the larger cultural course? Or even otherwise, even if it's episodic, like Ashok says, outside also?
Yeah, it's probably you are true. I mean, probably Ninasam has neglected, that part of the thing, and the evolution has dropped it for whatever reasons, and you cannot pick it up, just because we get that idea. It has to happen organically, in the sense that there should be some situation where we include it. What I'm trying to say is that Ninasam is not just responding to these technological things. There are many much more fundamental things which are happening. If we don't understand those things, these becomes, the smaller things become big, and we lose the bigger picture. I think the bigger picture is villages are becoming impractical. Agriculture is becoming impractical in this country. So the future of people staying in a place like Hegodu was much more when I was young. In my son's age, my grandson's age, that has reduced drastically. if one person from every family used to go out of Hegodu at, when I was young, during the 70s. Now, during the 2025-26, only the old grandfather and grandmother are remaining in the village, and rest of them are outside. So the exodus from the village has grown so fast, and also the sometimes, the roads are getting better and better. We make fun, it's making easier to go off. So that's a bigger reality. And also, agriculture is becoming an impossible thing. You are a management expert, and also you have worked on economy, and you must know it better than me that how the whole world is against agriculture today. So the market is against it, the weather is against it, the government is against it. Everything is against it. So if you go and ask a farmer today, it's an impossible thing, and some people are farming just because they can't do anything else. So those kinds of impracticability, impracticalness of the whole the village thing has created such a hurdle for organizations like Ninasam that you don't have people to run it. We are having those kinds of problems. It is more than the problems of funding. It's the problems of sustenance which is happening, and actually it is beyond Ninasam to address these issues. So in a way, I completely agree with the apprehensions and the shortfalls of Ninasam and all that, but after a point, it's beyond us.
No, absolutely. One is not expecting Ninasam to be a Superman and do everything that is there. The question was only largely about how you're responding to what is evolving outside. Yeah, and I guess you gave a fairly good picture of it. Yeah, please.
One detail which I forgot to mention is that time again and again we have made changes within the organization to address these things. For example, in 1921, including me, people of my age, we have drawn out of the managing committee and have brought people 35 to 40 years old, people of my son's generation, they have been brought into the managing committee. We are there now only as advisors.
Margadarshak Mandal.
Yeah, whatever you call it. So that's how we are trying to, at least address it indirectly.
Are these young guys coming up with outrageous ideas which sort of shock you? Unless is something of that sort happening? Are you a little rattled once in a while with the younger people?
Yeah, they bring new ideas which cannot be implemented in a short time.
No, that's the whole idea of a change, right?
Their notion of organization, theater is different from
but do they have a point?
From their elders.
No, do they have a point, or are they being just optimistic and stupid?
Yeah, no.
Okay, great. I think we can sort of wind up here. It's been a very fulfilling conversation. One of the things that we have to realize is the size of Ninasam is very small. If you look at its balance sheet, you might wonder, it's less than possibly what a software professional will earn in a year, excluding ESOPs, not even including ESOPs. That's the size, type of balance sheets that they are having. But the zone of influence of an organization like Ninasam is far higher than what its economic power is. And that is actually something that we need to appreciate. Today, if we are talking about Ninasam, and if there are 4 or 5 graduates of Ninasam who have sort of made Ninasam their surname as they get into film acting, then you can see what is the type of power that this happens. And I'm told that once in a while you also get very important phone calls saying that can you get an admission for the for my son in the theatre school and so on. So obviously that's one. I've seen some of the students, I think in your batch or a batch junior to you, saying that I had got an admission in NSD, but I still want to come to Ninasam because this is where the actual training happens. Even though NSD is a 3-year program, much more greater exposure being in Delhi, and you develop networks, and your alumni are all over the place and so on, but there are people who are seeing merit. So that sort of gives a much larger power, and that's a soft cultural power, that a small place, which is even now difficult to reach. Please remember, it's not easy to reach Nina Summit. If you have to go to Hegodu, you'll have to plan. It's not, you can't make a day trip to Hegodu. Even if you're taking a flight to Shumaga, even there it is not possible. I mean, yeah, that's a different story altogether. But there was an attempt to have a flight, and you know, so which means that there are people from the world going all the way to Hegodu just to experience the ecosystem. And I think that's the fundamental power that Ninasam gets. Hegodu as a village gets. I mean, it's actually, it's the ecosystem is created much more. There is Akshara Prakashana, there is Desi, there's a whole lot of other things that are happening, which are beyond theatre, all because of the theatre, all sort of spreading out of theatre. Some of them have gone out of the zone of theatre and created something else. It's a magical place. Those who have not visited, I encourage you to visit. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sriram. You have been very sympathetically hard on us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I think ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆ. ಪ್ಯಾರಲಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸಂತೃಪ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಿಮ್ದಾಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್. ಸೊ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಏನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಕುತೂಹಲ ಇದೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ನಾವೆಲ್. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ನಾವೆಲ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಬರಿಬಹುದು ನನಗಿದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಇನ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ವೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ನಾವೆಲ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಬಟ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ರೈಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದರು ನಾವೆಲ್ನ ಬರೆದಿರುವಂಥವ್ರು, ಮತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಫೈನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಫೈನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ನ ಅಥವಾ ವಿನ್ನರ್ ಅಂತ ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಸೊ ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿನೇ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ದ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಕಾನ್ವರ್ಸೇಷನ್ ವಿತ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಫೈನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. At exactly 6:30 to 8:30, the colorful day of the festival, yavaglu evening idde irutte adu. In the same way, today the colorful part of the day is 6:30 to 8:30. That is a movie which we have Vagha Chipani. So Vagha Chipani. So ಏನಿದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕುತೂಹಲ ನಮಗೂ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಸದ್ಯ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಒಂದು ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಟೈಗರ್ಸ್ ಪಾಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಏನಿರಬಹುದು ಆ ಕುತೂಹಲ ನಮಗೂ ಇದೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೂಡ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡೋರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಭಿನ್ನತೆಯನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತಹ ಚಿತ್ರ. ಸತತವಾಗಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಮರೀದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಮಯನ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, 6:30 8:00ವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ವಿಷಯ ನಿಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಇತರರಿಗೂ ತಿಳಿಸಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹಾಜರಾಗಿರ್ತೀರಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ಮೋರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದರದ್ದೇ ಆದಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳ ಪಟ್ಟಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರವೇ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದರ ಕಡೆಯೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗಮನ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಾಯಿತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಆಸ್ ಐ ಸೆಡ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಕಾನ್ವರ್ಸೇಷನ್ between the jury members and as well as the finalists. The changing landscape of Kannada novel, a conversation with finalists of Book Brahma novel competition with the jury members.
Jury members are Pratibha Nandakumar and S.R. Vijay Shankar, and the 5 finalists are Jay Ramachari, Kusuma Ayrahalli, Mahesha Araballi, Karki Krishnamurthy and Guru Prasad Kantalagere.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's welcome all the finalists and the jury members on stage.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ 5 ಜನ ಫೈನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಲದ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗೆ ಇವರು ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಸುಮ ಆಯರಹಳ್ಳಿಯವರ ಪಾಳೆಯಪಟ್ಟು, ಜಯರಾಮಾಚಾರ್ಯವರ ಮಹಾತ್ಮನ ನೆತ್ತರು, ಗುರುಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಕಂಟಲಕೆರೆ ಅವರ ತುದಿಗಾಲ ಗಿಳಬಾಲೆ, ಕರ್ಕಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರ ಅಮರುಕ ಹಾಗೂ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಅರಬಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರ ನೀರವ. ಇವು ಈ ಸಲ 5 ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆದಂಥ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು 30 ನಿಮಿಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಇವರ ಜೊತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಚರ್ಚೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೇಳೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಮಯ ಬಹುಶಃ ಸಿಗಲಾರ್ದು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈಗ ಮೊದಲು ಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ನಂದಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಮೂವರಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಫೈನಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಸೆರೆಮನಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈಗ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿತ್ತು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಬಹಳ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಇದು, ಮತ್ತು ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಟೈಮ್ ತುಂಬ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದದ್ದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾತು ಹೊರಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು. ಕುಸುಮ ಅವರ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಒಂದು ಜನರಲ್ಲಾಗಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಧಾನ ವಾಹಿನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಚರಿತ್ರೆಯ ಒಂದು ಕಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಯ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅದು. ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತೂ ವಸ್ತು ನೀವು ಆರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದು ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವಸ್ತು ಅದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ಮಂಟೆಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಈ ಎಳೆಯನ್ನು ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀವು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಿರೂಪಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಈ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು, ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್, ಇದು ಅತಿಯಾದ ವರ್ಣನೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಬಳಸಿರೋ ಭಾಷೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಳ ಶಕ್ತಿಯುತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಅತಿಯಾದ ವರ್ಣನೆಯಿಂದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಓಟಕ್ಕೆ ತಡೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತಾ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅಂತ ಇವಾಗೇನಾದರೂ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನಾನು, ಅದು ಅತಿ ವರ್ಣನೆಯಿಂದಾಗಿ ಅದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಓಟಕ್ಕೆ ತಡೆ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಈ ಥರ ನೆಗೆಟಿವಿಂದ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಆ ವರ್ಣನೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಬಹಳ ಕುಸುರಿ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ವಾಕ್ಯ, ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳು, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ವರ್ಣನೆ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಅಂಶ, ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ವಸ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ಓಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಹೇಗೆ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ. ನನಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ವರ್ಣನೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿಲ್ಲ.
ಹತ್ರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತಾಡಿ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ?
ಸರಿಗಿರಲ್ಲ.
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ? ವರ್ಣನೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನನಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗೆ ಹೋಲಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವೇಗವಾಗಿದೆ, ಸಿನಿಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಆಗೋಯ್ತೇನೋ ಅಂತಲೇ ನಂಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೊಂದು ಘಟನೆಗಳು ನಡೀತಾನೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ನಂಗೆ ಬರಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದರೆ ಹಂಗೆ ವರ್ಣನೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಯಿತೋ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಯಿತೋ ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಯಿತು ಅಂತಂತೂ ನನಗನ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದ್ದನ್ನು ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ಸಿದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ, ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಅದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಗಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲೂ ದೊಡ್ಡದಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಘಟನೆಗಳಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಣನೆಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇತ್ತಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನೇ ಈಗ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ನಾಟಕೀಯತೆಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ ಈ ಕಥೆನಲ್ಲಿ. ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ನೀವು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆ ನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ಬರೀ 1-2 ಡೈಲಾಗಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ, ಇದನ್ನು ನಾಟಕೀಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತಲ್ವ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ನೀವು ಅದರ ಗಾತ್ರ ನೋಡಿ ಆ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೋ ಏನೋ ಅಂತ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಗಾತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನೇನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲದ ಕಥೆ ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೂ ಆಟ ಆಡ್ಬೋದು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. 600 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಥೆ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಏನು ಡೀಟೇಲಿಂಗ್ ಬರಿತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೂ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವನು ಬಂದ, ಹೇಗೆ ಬಂದ, ಕೂತ, ಯಾವುದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತ, 600 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಏನಿತ್ತು, ಕುರ್ಚಿ ಇತ್ತ, ಸರಿ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂತ, ಯಾವುದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ, ತಿಂದ, ಏನು ತಿಂದ. ಈ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ಅದು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಕಥೆಯ ಫ್ಲೋ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಡೀಟೇಲಿಂಗು ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡ್ತಾ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ 600 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಈ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅರಮನೆ, ರಾಜರು, ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಜಾಗದ ಹೊರತಾಗಿ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಮೈಸೂರಿದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಆಗಿಂದನೂ ಈ ಕ್ಷಣದವರೆಗೂ ಮೈಸೂರು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಸುತ್ತ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳು, ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ಮೈಸೂರು. ಅರಮನೆ ಸುತ್ತ ಸಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನು ಕರಿತೀವಿ ಅದು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಬೇರೆ ಮೈಸೂರು. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಮೈಸೂರು ಅಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಶಿಷ್ಟ ಭಾಷೆ, ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ನಗರಿ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಟಾಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಈ ಘಟನೆಯ ನಂತರ, ನನ್ನ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಘಟನೆಯ ನಂತರ ಪುರ ಅಂತ ಮೊದಲಿದ್ದ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಮೈಸೂರು ಅರಮನೆಯಾಗಿ ಮೈಸೂರು ಅರಸರು ಈಗ, ಅಂದರೆ ಇತಿಹಾಸದ ಲೆಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ 400 ವರ್ಷ ಏನೂ ದೊಡ್ಡದಲ್ಲ, 400 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅವರು ಮೈಸೂರು ಅರಸರು ಬಂದ ನಂತರ ಆಗಿರೋ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ಪುರಂ, ತಮಿಳರು ಬಂದರು, ಯಾರ್ಯಾರೋ ಬಂದರು, ಸ್ಥಳೀಯರ ಜೊತೆ ಅವರು ಸಂಬಂಧ ಸಂಪರ್ಕವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೇನು ಕಾರಣ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಲೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿರಬಹುದು. ಮೈಸೂರು ಆಗಿರುವುದು, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಮೈಸೂರು ಆಗಿರುವುದು, ನೀವು ಮೈಸೂರು ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ನಗರಿ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ 10 ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾರೇ ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೂ ಆ 10 ಅಂಶಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲ 400 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದೀಚಿನ ಮೈಸೂರು ಅರಮನೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು, ಪಟ್ಟ ಜನರು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು, ಅಥವಾ ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ ಅನಂತಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು, ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅವರು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಮನೆಯಿಂದ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬಹುದಾದಷ್ಟು, ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಿಂದ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬಹುದಾದಷ್ಟು ದೂರದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗರು ನಾವಿದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಬಳಸೋ ಭಾಷೆ ಅದು ಮೈಸೂರ ಭಾಷೆ, ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ತುಂಬ ಜನ ನನ್ನ ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮೈಸೂರ ಭಾಷೆ. ನಮಗೊಂದು ಭಾಷೆ ಇತ್ತು, ನಮಗೊಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕೊಳದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಲು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ನೀರೆಲ್ಲ ಚಿಮ್ಮಿ ಹೋಗುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಸುತ್ತಲವರೆಲ್ಲ ಚಿಮ್ಮಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೊಂದು ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ನಗರಿ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಯಾಗಿ ಅದೇ ಮೈಸೂರೇನೋ ಅನ್ನುವ ಭ್ರಮೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸಿದೆ. 600 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದವರು, ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದವರು, ಈಗಲೂ ಇರುವವರು ನಾವು.
ಈ ವಿಚಾರನ ನಾವೇ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಅವರೇ ಹೇಳಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟವಾದ ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಸಮರ್ಪಕವಾಗಿ ನಿರೂಪಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಓದಲೇಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ. ಇದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದು ಮೈಲಿಗಲ್ಲಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಟೈಮ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಹಾತ್ಮನ ನೆತ್ತರು ಹರಿದ ಸಂಜೆ. ಇದು ಗಾಂಧಿಯನ್ನು ರೀವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಬರೆದಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಬ್ರ್ಯಾಕೆಟಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಡ್ಸೆ ಅಂತಲೂ ಅಂದುಕೊಳ್ಬಹುದು. ನಿರೂಪಕನ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅವನು ಗಾಂಧಿನ ಕೊಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕ್ರಮೇಣ ಬದಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು, ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ದಾಖಲು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಭಾಳ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಉದ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ಚಾರಿತ್ರಿಕ ಘಟನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ನೀವು ಹೆಣೆದ ರೀತಿಯೂ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಕ್ಲೈಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಗುಂಡು ಹಾರಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಸರಿ, ಆದರೆ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 12 ವರ್ಷದ ನಂತರದ ಕತೆ, ಶಿವರಾಮ್ ಕಾರಂತರ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗೂ ಆ ಲಾಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿರೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ.
ಖಂಡಿತ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಹುಚ್ಚು ಹಿಡಿಸಿದ್ದು ಶಿವರಾಮ್ ಕಾರಂತರು. ಅವರ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ಕೂಲು ಅಥವಾ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲೇ ನಾನು ಅಷ್ಟು ಅವರ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಓದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕಾರಂತರನ್ನ ನನ್ನ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ವರ್ಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ತರಬೇಕನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇತ್ತು. ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಒಂದು ಜಯಂತ್ ಕಾಂಕಿನಿಯವರು ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಬರೆದಿರು. ಅವರು ಅಂಬಾಸಿಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಬರೆದಿರು. ಆ ಒಂದು ಇಮೇಜು ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಾಡಿತ್ತು. ನಾನು ಏನಾರು ಆ ಥರದೊಂದು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾಯಕನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕಲ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅವನೊಂದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಸರ್ಕಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರಂತರನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದೆ.
ಓಕೆ, ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿ ಏನೇನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿ. ತುದಿಗಾಲ ಗಿಡ ಬಾಲ್ಯನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯಾನು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕತೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಭಾಳ ಓದಿ ಮೆಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಇದು. ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ಲಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ ಮತ್ತು ದಲಿತ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪಠ್ಯ ಥರ ಇದೆ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ. ಎರಡೂ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀವು ಬಹಳ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅದು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಅಂತ, ಅಥವಾ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊರತೆ ಇದೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊರತೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಬಹಳ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆದರೆ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವೆರಡೂ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಒಂದಾಗಲಾರದು ಅನ್ನುವ ನಿಲುವನ್ನೇ ನೀವು ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ಲಾಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವಾಕ್ಯ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಬ್ಬಳು ಮಾರಿ ಬ್ಯಾಲಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಪಟ್ಟದ ಕೋಣನ್ನು ಬಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಬದಲಾಗುವ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇಲ್ಲವೇ? ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಏನು? ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಈ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ ಮತ್ತು ದಲಿತ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಈ ಭಿನ್ನತೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಮೀರಕ್ಕಾಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ವಾ?
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ನಮ್ಮೂರಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ನೆಂಟರ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋ ಹಬ್ಬನೇ ಕಾರಣ. ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋ ಮಾರಿ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಅದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೇಳೋಂಥ ಕತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಮುತ್ತಾತನ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳೋಂಥ ಕತೆಗಳು ನನ್ನೊಳಗಡೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಿಂಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಮಾರಿ ಬಲಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಈ ಥರದ್ದೊಂದು ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಸೊ ನಾವಿದು ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಾತಿ ವಿವಾಹಗಳು ಆಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇವೆರಡೂ ಡೈಲಮ್ಮ. ಅಂದರೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಒಂದು ನಾವು ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಅಂತರ್ಜಾತಿ ವಿವಾಹಗಳು, ಇವೆರಡನ್ನೂ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಹೊರಟಾಗ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ನಾನು ಈ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದಾಗ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ 6 ತಿಂಗಳಾಗಿದೆ. ಆನಂತರ ನನಗೂ ಇದ್ದ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಬಂತು, ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ಥರ ಏನೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೇನೋ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ನೀರವ ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ ಸೈಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಪಕ್ಕ ನಗರ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ. ಅದು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನಗರ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ಇದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಚಿತ್ರಣ ಇದೆ, ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿಯೇ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ನಿಂದ ಆಗುವ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಒಂದಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಹೊಸ ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ನ ಇಂಟ್ರಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ. ಇದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ನಿಂದ ಆಗುವ ಪರಿಣಾಮ, ಅದರ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಂತೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಅಂದರೆ ಇದರ ತೀವ್ರತೆ ನಿಜವಾದದ್ದೋ ಅಥವಾ ಕಲ್ಪಿತವೋ?
ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಈಗ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರೋ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ವಿಷಯಗಳು, ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸು, ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯಿಂದ ಅಥವಾ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸಿಂದ ಹೇಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಚಾಯ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಕೊರಿತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ನಾನು 22 ವರ್ಷ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಸ್ಪೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನರು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೇ ಹೇಗೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಥವಾ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗಳು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಆವರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಆಗ್ತಾರೋ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳು ಸ್ವತಃ ಯೂಸರ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತುಗಳನ್ನ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗ ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಟ್ಟು ತೊಗೊಂಡಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಡ್ರಿವನ್ ಬೈ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. ಈ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಕೌಟುಂಬಿಕ ವಿಷಯ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗಿರೋ ಅನುಭವನ ಒಂದು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಹಿತದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದು ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಈ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನನಗೂ ಒಂದು ಅಳುಕಿತ್ತು, ಹೇಗೆ ಬರಿಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಅಂದಾಜಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಬರಿತಾ ಹೋದಾಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಫೀಲ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಯಾವುದ್ಯಾವುದು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನು, ಅದು ಓವರಾಲಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀಳ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಕಟ್ಟೋಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅದ್ರ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಸಮುದ್ರ ತೀರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ದೂರದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೊಂದು ದೋಣಿ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ತಕ್ಷಣ ನನಗೆ ಅದು ದೋಣಿ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತು, ತಕ್ಷಣ ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರ ದೋಣಿ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಆ ವಿಷಯ ನನ್ನ ತಲೆಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವೇಟೆಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ 6 months. ದೆನ್ ಐ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ಡ್ ದಟ್ ಬೋಟ್. ಅದು ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಅದು ಬೋಟೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಹಡಗು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಆ ವಿಷಯನ ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಅದ್ರ ಓವರಾಲ್ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಒಂದು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಆಗಲಿ, ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ಗಾಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ರೀತಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಒಂದು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಅಥವಾ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಹಣಿಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಷಯನ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಓಕೆ, ಮುಂದೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ನೀವು ತರಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಅಮರುಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಖುಷಿಯನ್ನು ಅಳೆಯುವ ಯಂತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಅದು ಸೆಕ್ಸ್ ಅಳೆಯುವ ಯಂತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಪರಿಣಮಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಅಂತ. ಅದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಂದರೆ ಉದ್ದೇಶಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ತಿರುವುಗಳನ್ನು ತಂದಾಗ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಒಂದು ತಂತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಳಾಗುವ ಅಪಾಯ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರಾ?
ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದಿರಿ ಅಂತಾದರೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಓದುಗರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ,
ನಾನು ಬೇಕಂತಾನೆ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವಾಗ ವಿಜಯ್ ಶಂಕರ್ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಅಥವಾ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಅಂತ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಅದೊಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಅಥವಾ ಅದೊಂದು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಅನಿಸಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದು ಆ ರೀತಿ ಅನಿಸಿದೆ, ಅದು ಆ ರೀತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದು. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂತಂದರೆ ಗಿರಿಡಿಯವರು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಕವನ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎತ್ತಿಕೊಂಡವರ ಕೂಸು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಎತ್ತಿಕೊಂಡವರ ಕೂಸು, ಅದು ನೀವು ಹಾಗನ್ಸಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಲೇ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀನಿ.
ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಉಳಿದ ಒಂದು 15 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ 5 ಜನರ ಹತ್ರ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ರೌಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಲೋಕದ ಪಲ್ಲಟಗಳು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಚೇಂಜಿಂಗ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾವೆಲ್ ಅಂತ. ನೀವು ಈ ಚೇಂಜಿಂಗ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ಕೇಪ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ 5 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಕಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಉತ್ತರಿಸ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬ್ರಾಡಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೀಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯ ಮುಂದುವರಿದ ರೂಪ ಅಂತಲೂ ನೀವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ನಾನು ಮೊದಲಿನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕುಸುಮ ಆಯರಹಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಪಾಳೆಪಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಭಾಳ ವಿವರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಇದು ಪುರಮ್ಮು, ಹಾಗೆ ನೀವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪಾಳೆಯ ಪಟ್ಟುಗಳ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರು ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೆಲವು ವಿವರಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಹಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆಗಿನ ವಿವರ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಪ್ರೇಮ, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ವರ್ಣನೆಗಳು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಲಿಂಗಾಯತ ಅಥವಾ ವೀರಶೈವ ಧರ್ಮದ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು, ಮತ್ತು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೂ ಮತ್ತು ಜನರಿಗಿದ್ದ ಸಂಬಂಧ, ಹೀಗೆ ಒಂದು ಚಾರಿತ್ರಿಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿನ ನೀವು ಕಟ್ತೀರಿ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ವಿವರಗಳು ಇತ್ಯಾದಿಗಳ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ನೀವು ಆಗ ಹೇಳಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ರೈಟರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ, ಏನು ತಿಂದ, ಇಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಸಹಜವಾದ್ದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಬೋನ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ. ಚರಿತ್ರೆನ ನೋಡುವ ಕ್ರಮವೇ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು 600 ವರ್ಷದ ಚರಿತ್ರೆಯೇ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಾಗೆ ಚರಿತ್ರೆಯನ್ನು ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನಿಸುವ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚಾರಿತ್ರಿಕ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೀರಿದ ಅಂಶಗಳು ಯಾವುದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ರೈಟರ್ ಆಗಿ? ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ಚಾರಿತ್ರಿಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು, ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಾನು ಕೆಲವರನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ನಾನು 60 ಚಾರಿತ್ರಿಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 1-2 ಮಾತ್ರ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಚರಿತ್ರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಥರ ಹೋಲ್ಸೇಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡವರು ಹಂಗೆ ಬರೀತಾ ಇರುವ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೀರಿದ ಅಂಶಗಳೇನು ಅಂತ? ಇಲ್ಲ,
ಬಂತು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಪರಿಚಯ ಇದ್ದವರಿಗೆ ಕಳೆದ 1-2 ದಶಕದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅಂಕಣಕಾರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅದು ಏನು ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಈ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಎಸಿತಾ ಇರುವ ನಾನು, ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ವಯಂ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಈ ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ರಾಜರ ಕಥೆ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇವಾಗ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ಓದ್ತಾರೆ ಕೂಡ, ಅಂದರೆ ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಅದು. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಇದೇನಪ್ಪ ಅದು ಸೇಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷವಷ್ಟೇ ಅಂದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ನಾನು. ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಬದುಕಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣೆದ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ನೋಡೋದದು, ನಮಗೆ ಕೇಳೋದದು, ನಾವು ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದದು. ಇದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾವುದೋ ನಾವು ಕಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಬರಿಬೇಕು? ಸತ್ತೋಗಿರೋ ಚರಿತ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅನ್ನುವ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ಬರೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ನಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ನನ್ನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನಗೇ ಆಗುವ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ. ಆದರೆ 2 ಥರ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ನೀವು ಭಾಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದಿರಿ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸುಮಾರು ಅಂದರೆ ಓದೋಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಪಟ್ಟು ಓದೋಕ್ಕಾಗದೆ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ನಾಳೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಇರಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವ ಥರ ಒಂದು ವೀರಾವೇಶದ ಮಾತುಗಳು, ಆ ದೃಶ್ಯ ವರ್ಣನೆ, ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಅವನು ಹೊಡೆಯೋದು, ರೋಚಕತೆ, ಇದು ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅಂತನೋ ಒಂದಿದೆ. ನನ್ನ ಕಾದಂಬರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಓದ್ದವರಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ 2026ಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಆ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಆ ಕಾಲ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಏನಾದರೂ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ಆ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ನಾನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದು 2 ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ. ಜಾತಿಯ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಇಡೀ 2 ಪಾಳೆಯ ಪಟ್ಟುಗಳು ಸರ್ವನಾಶ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತವೆ. ಜಾತಿಯ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನು ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ವೆಜ್ಜು ನಾನ್ ವೆಜ್ಜಿನ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಲಿಂಗದ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು 2 ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಒಂದು ಗಂಡು ಮಗ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಇಡೀ 600 ವರ್ಷದ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಚರಿತ್ರೆಯೇ ಬದಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಒಂದು ಲಿಂಗದ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ. ಅಂದರೆ 600 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಜಾತಿಗಾಗಿ ಸತ್ರು, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಇವತ್ತೇನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಬರೆದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಂಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು ಒಂದೇ, ಕಳೆದ 600 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಾಗೇನೋ ಬೇರೆ ಥರ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಹಾಕೋತಿದ್ರು, ಇವತ್ತು ಜೀನ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕೋತೀವಿ. ಆವಾಗ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದು ಪಾರಿವಾಳದ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರೋ ಏನೋ ಆ ಥರ ಇತ್ತು, ಇವಾಗ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಉಳಿದಂತೆ ಯಾವ ಅಂಶಗಳೂ ಬದಲಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಕನ್ನಡಿಯಾಗಬೇಕು, ಏನೂ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವತ್ತವಳಿಗೆ ಪಾಳೆಗಾತಿ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವತ್ತವಳು ಪಾಳೆ ಪಟ್ಟನ್ನು ಅವಳು ಆಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಪಾಳೆಗಾರನ ಮಗಳು ಇನ್ಯಾವನೋ ಬಂದು ಅವಳ ಗಂಡ ಯಾವನೋ ಅಳಿಯನಾಗಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕಾಯೋ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ದೇಶ ಬಿಡಿ ವಿಶ್ವ ಬಿಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟಲ್ಲಿ 1 ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಸೀಟ್ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಸೊ ಏನೂ ಬದಲಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ನಮ್ಮದು. ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು.
ಸರಿ, ಒಂಥರ ಇಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿಟೇಷನ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಸರಿ, ಇನ್ನು ಅಮರುಕ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು ಕರ್ಕಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಮರುಕ ಶತಕ ಕೂಡ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುವಾದ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈಗ 1-2 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂಥರ ಅದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಕಾವ್ಯ. ನಮ್ಮ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಕಾವ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ದೈಹಿಕ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಇದೆ, ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯ ಶೃಂಗಾರಗಳಿವೆ. ಭಾರತ ಬಹಳ ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲದಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಶೃಂಗಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದು ಅವನು ಬಹುಭೂತಿ ಬರುವಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ, ಕರುಣಯವ ರಸಃ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಡಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಈ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ನೀವೊಂದು ಕೈಗಾರಿಕಾ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಈಗ ಜಯಕೃಷ್ಣನ್ ನಾಯರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವವನು, ಅವನು ಮತ್ತು ದೇಶ ವಿದೇಶಗಳ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆಯನ್ನು ಹೆಣಿಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿತ್ತು. ಈ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಸಂಬಂಧಗಳ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಿ ಇದರ ಸಂಬಂಧದ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಒಂದು ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆಯನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತು. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇದು ಲೇಖಕರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಒಂದು ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆಯ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ವರ್ತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅನುಭವ ಲೋಕ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಎದುರಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ತಾತ್ವಿಕ ಲೋಕ ಅದರಿಂದ ಹುಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಏನಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ? ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಅನುಭವ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆನ ಒಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗಿತ್ತು, ಮತ್ತು ಇದು ಈ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತಿರುವ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಅನ್ವಯಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ?
ತುಂಬ ಹೊತ್ತು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಆದರೆ ಸಂಕ್ಷಿಪ್ತವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಅಥವಾ ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆ ಅನ್ನುವ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯ ಅರ್ಥದಲ್ಲೂ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಪರಿಗಣಿಸಲ್ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯನೂ ಒಂದು ಕಮೋಡಿಟಿ. ಅವನು ಒಂದು ಕಮೋಡಿಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನೋಡಲ್ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ನಾವು ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಾವು ಅದು ಇದು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ, ಬಟ್ ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಸೀನ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಕಮೋಡಿಟಿ ಓನ್ಲಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಳಿಯಲ್ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ನಾವೇನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಾವು ಅಳಿತೀವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಅಳಿಯುವವರ ಅಥವಾ ಅಳಿಯಲ್ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವವರ ಅಥವಾ ನಾವು ಅಳೆಯುವ ಮಾಪಕವ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಒಂದು ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾಲ್ಸ್ ಅಗೈನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಸರ್ಕಲ್. ಯಾವುದೇ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದರೂ ನಮಗೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಕಮೋಡಿಟಿ ಅಂತಲೇ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾನೆ ಇವತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅದೊಂದು ವಿಷಯ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ನಂತರ ನಾನು ಅಮರುಕ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಮರುಕದ ಅನೇಕ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಅರ್ಥ ಇದೆ, ಇವನ್ ಅಮರುಕ ಶತಕ ಕೂಡ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪರಕಾಯ ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರ ರೀತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಲೇ ಬಯಸುವ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶ ಏನಿದೆ. ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನಾನು ಹಾಗಿರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಹೀಗಿರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಲೇ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಹೊರತು ನಾನಾಗಿರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಮುಖೇನ ಹೇಳೋಣ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ನಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 3 ನಿಮಿಷ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರಿಗಿದೆ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯು ಸೇರಿ, ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವೇಗವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ನೀವು ನೀರವದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಅರಬಳ್ಳಿಯವರು, ನೀವು ಆಟಿಸಮ್ಮಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಓದಿದಾಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನೀವು ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ ಮನರಂಜನಾ ಉದ್ದೇಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ಲೈಮರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಅಪಾಯ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಿಂದ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಕೋಟಿಂಗ್, ಯಾವ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ತಪ್ಪುಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಸಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ತಿದೆಯೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ನೀನೇ ಅಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಯಂತ್ರದ ಭಾಗವಾಗುವ ಅಪಾಯವಿದೆ. ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ನೋವನ್ನು ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸಿದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯತ್ವಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಯಂತ್ರದ ಲೆಕ್ಕಾಚಾರವೇ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಆಟಿಸಮ್ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಅಂದರೆ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ, ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, ಅದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರೋ ಹಣ, ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕೆ ಒಂದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಎದುರು ಬದಲಾಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿತ್ತು? ಕ್ವಿಕ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್.
ಅಂದರೆ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ, ಮನೋರಂಜನೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಟಿವ್ ರೋಲ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಟೆಡ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಇನ್ ಕನ್ನಡ. ಸೊ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ಬರೆದಿರೋದು ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಆಟಿಸಮ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಷಯ ಈಗ ತುಂಬ ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು ಸಹಿತ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಮು ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ. ಇರೋ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಿವ್. ಈಗ ನಗರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ಜಾಬಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋರಿಗೆ ಈ ಥರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಬಂದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಎದುರಿಸೋದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅಂಥ ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಬಾಂಬೆ ಅಂಥ ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಲಭ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದೇ ಒಂದು ರೂರಲ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆನ ಅಕ್ನಾಲೇಜ್ ಸಹಿತ ಯಾರೂ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಇದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಕ್ನಾಲೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಥರ ವಿಷಯ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಮೂಲಕನೇ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ವಿ ಆಲ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಕಮಾಡಿಟೀಸ್, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಟ್ರೂ ಇನ್ ಆಲ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್. ಈಗ ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಸಂಕೀರ್ಣವಾದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿನ ಎದುರು ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ಓನ್ಲಿ ದಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ದ ಲಾರ್ಜರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಈ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಆಧುನೀಕರಣದಿಂದ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ರೀಚ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅದನ್ನು ಎದುರ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯೋ ಸಂಘರ್ಷಗಳೇನು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ತಾತ್ವಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ತಾರ್ಕಿಕವಾಗಿ ಬರೋ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳೇನು, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೇ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಬಲಿಪಶುಗಳಾಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು
ಸರಿ. ತುದಿಗಾಲ ಗಿಡಬಾಲೆ ಗುರುಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಕಂಟಲ್ಗೆರೆ ಅವರು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನೀವು ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಳೆದ ಇಂದಿನ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಓದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಗೊತ್ತಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂಥರ ಅಸುರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ರೀತಿ, ಆ ರೀತಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಆಹಾರ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಿಂದ, ಒಂದು ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಿಂದ, ಒಂದು ತಳವರ್ಗ ಮತ್ತು ಇತರ ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಭಾಳ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ನನಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟಾದ್ದೇನು ಅಂದರೆ ಎರಡೂ ವರ್ಗಗಳ, ಒಂದು ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ ಮತ್ತು ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಕೃಷಿ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ ಎರಡು ಸಂದರ್ಭವನ್ನೇ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ. ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಈ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ನೇರವಾದ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಪರಿಹಾರ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರುವುದಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವದ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ತಳಮಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಥ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಹೇಗೆ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರವನ್ನು ಸೂಚಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ? ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಒಟ್ಟು.
ಹೌದು ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ನೆನಪಿಸಿದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಥರದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನ ಎದುರುಗೊಂಡೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ನೀವು ಈ ತುದಿಗಾಲ ಗಿಡಬಾಲೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಏನನ್ನು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೆಯಾ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಇಂಥದ್ದೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನಗೆ ಎದುರಾಗುತ್ತೇನೋ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನನಗೇನೆ. ಸೊ ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಥರದ ತೀರ್ಮಾನನ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ದಲೇ, ಐದರ್ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ನೆಗೆಟಿವ್ ಈ ಥರದ್ದೇನೂ ಇಲ್ದಲೇ ಇದನ್ನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೇನು ಅಂತ ತಾನೇ ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ನೀತಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಎದುರಾದಂಥ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳೇ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬಗೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೇನೋ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
ಅದು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಂದರ್ಭಕ್ಕೆ ಅದರ ರೆಲೆವೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ನೀವು ಹೇಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನ ನಾನು ಮಹಾತ್ಮನ ನೆತ್ತರು ಬರೆದ ಜಯರಾಮಾಚಾರ್ಯ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇಡೀ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಇದು ಭಾಳ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟವಾದ ಒಂದು ತಂತ್ರವನ್ನು ಅನುಸರಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂಸೆಯಿಂದ ಅಹಿಂಸೆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಚಲಿಸೋದೇ ಅದರ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ತಾತ್ವಿಕ ಅರಿವು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ತಾತ್ವಿಕ ಅರಿವು ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸೋದು ಒಂದು ಘಟನೆಯಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಘಟನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗೋದರಿಂದ ತಾತ್ವಿಕ ಆಳ ಮತ್ತು ಅರಿವು ಮತ್ತು ಅನುಭವ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಘಟನಾವಳಿಗಳನ್ನು ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಹಾಗಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಈ ತಾತ್ವಿಕ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ, ನೀವು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ದೇವನೂರು ಮಹಾದೇವ ಅವರ ಕೊಟೇಶನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಗಾಂಧಿ ಒಂದು ಇವತ್ತು ರೆಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಬರೆದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಈಗ ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿ ನೋಡುವಾಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾವುದೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತಾ? ಅನಿಸಿದರೆ ಹೇಗೆ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿಲ್ಲ. ಗಾಂಧಿ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ನಾನು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಿಡಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಂಧಿ ನನಗೆ ದಕ್ಕಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ದೇವನೂರು ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಒಂದು ಇಮೇಜ್ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಆ ಇಮೇಜ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ನನಗೆ ಫ್ಯಾಷನೇಟ್ ಅನಿಸ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ, ಬಹುಶಃ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ವೇಸ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಬದುಕಿದ್ರೆ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಆ ಇಮೇಜ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡೇ ಬರೀತಿದ್ನೇನೋ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತು. ಸೊ ಆ ಒಂದು ಇಮೇಜಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅಂದರೆ ಗಾಂಧಿನ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ರೀತಿ ಅರಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಿತಾ ಹೋದೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ.
ಅಂದರೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಭಾಳ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಗಾಂಧಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹೊರಟು ಕೊಲ್ಲಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗದೇ ಇರುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ, ಅವನ ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದೇ ಇರುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಒಂದು ಅಹಿಂಸೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಿಸೋದು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮುಖ್ಯನೋ ಅಥವಾ ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದವನು ಮುಖ್ಯನೋ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ, ಯಾರು ನೀವು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾರನ್ನ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ.
ಗಾಂಧಿನೇ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಗಾಂಧಿನೇ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಗಾಂಧಿ ಯಾವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ, ಮುಂದೆನೂ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಅಂದರೆ ಒಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಈ 5 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಓದಿದಾಗ ನಾವು ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ ಚರ್ಚೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲವನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಈಗ ಕುಸುಮಾಯರಹಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರದ್ದು ಅದು ಚರಿತ್ರೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ, ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರದ್ದು ವರ್ತಮಾನದ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ, ನೀರವ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಒಂದು ಆಟಿಸಮ್ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಮೂಲಕ, ಮತ್ತು ಕಂಠಲ್ಗೆರೆಯವರ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕರ್ಷಣದ ಮೂಲಕ, ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಗಾಂಧಿಯ ತತ್ವದ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಎದುರು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಹೊಸ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕ್ರೋಢೀಕರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ 5 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾತಿನಿಧಿಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತೇಳುವ ಆಶಯದೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸಿ ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೋತ್ತರವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಅಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸರ್,
ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಮಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಗಿಸಿದ್ದೇವಪ್ಪ, ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅಂದರೆ 30 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಜನರಿಗೆ ನಾವಿಬ್ಬರು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಅವಸರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಅವರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಳ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಸಮಂಜಸವಾಗಿ ಉತ್ತರವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಪ್ರಕಟ ಆದಾಗ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನು ಓದಿ ಸಂತೋಷ ಪಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಫೈನಲಿಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಅಷ್ಟೂ 5 ಬರಹಗಾರರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ಹೇಳ್ದ ಹಾಗೆ ಇದು ಬರೀ ನಿಮಿತ್ತ ಮಾತ್ರ, ಬರವಣಿಗೆಗೆ ಅಂತ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಜುರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ನ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, 5 ಜನ ಫೈನಲಿಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ವಿಜೇತರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಾಗಿಯೇ ಮತ್ತೋರ್ವ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ 2025, ಈ ಒಂದು ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮದಾಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಕೇರಳ ಮೂಲದ ಬರಹಗಾರ್ತಿ KR ಮೀರಾ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ the noted Indian writer from Kerala, KR Meera madam. So requesting you on the stage, please. So ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ 2025 KR ಮೀರಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಲಭಿಸಿತ್ತು. ಬಹುಶಃ ಆ ಕ್ಷಣ, ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ 2026 ಕೂಡ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಾಕಿ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಕೊನೆಯ ದಿನ ಸಾಬೀತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ಆ ಒಂದು ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಒಂದು ನಾವೆಲ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದರ ವಿಜೇತರೇನಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಕಳೆದ ಬಾರಿಯ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಯಾರು ತಮ್ಮದಾಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೋ ಅವರ ಮುಖೇನವೇ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವದನ್ನು ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ the noted Indian writer from Kerala and also the prestigious award of Book Brahma Foundation, that is Book Brahma Sahitya Puraskara 2025 awardee, that is KR Meera madam, requesting you on the stage please. And ಅವರು ಬರೋಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು once again, ladies and gentlemen, join your hands and let's welcome our chief guest, KR ಮೀರಾ madam. Ma'am, we welcome you. ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಒಟ್ಟು ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡೋದಾದರೆ 80ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಸ್ತಪ್ರತಿಗಳೇ. ಹಸ್ತಪ್ರತಿಗಳು ಅಂತಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಫೈನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ವಿಜೇತರನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಡೀ ತಂಡ, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಸರ್ ವಿಜೇತರನ್ನು ನೀವೀಗ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ವಿಜೇತರನ್ನು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಇರುವಂಥ 5 ಫೈನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ವಾ, ನೀವು ವಿಜೇತರನ್ನು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು, ಮಿಕ್ಕುಳಿದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಿಗಳ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನು ನೀವು ತಗೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನೀವು ವಿಜೇತರನ್ನ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಸರ್ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹಾಂ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮಾಹಿತಿ, ವಿಜೇತರನ್ನ ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಯಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾರೋ ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಾಳುಗಳಿಗೆ, ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರಹಗಾರರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಕೂಡ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿಸಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಈಗ ನಾನು ನನಗೀಗ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಈಗ ತಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಐ ಗಾಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ದ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೇರ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ not published earlier. This is something what they have been doing, that it's announced at the last moment. Even though we are the judges, we give our final views and discussion points and everything to them. So it becomes at the end of this one. So first of all, I congratulate all of you, all the 5 of you, for the great novels you have given and given it. And also I thank and congratulate the management and Book Brahma itself for conducting this kind of competition to encourage writers to write novels and come forward. And I wish them all best. First of all, I just declare the 4 Samadhanakara Baumanakalu, which 4 of them get, and 1 will be the winner, which will come at the end. First, I declare here, this is Paleyapattu by Kusuma Ayarahalli.
ಕುಸುಮಾ ಆಯ್ರಹಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರು ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಮೀರಾ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಟು ಹಾನರ್ ಆರ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಫೈನಲಿಸ್ಟ್, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕುಸುಮಾ ಆಯ್ರಹಳ್ಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜೆಂಟ್ಲ್ಮೆನ್, ಬಹುಶಃ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾದರೆ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಚಂದ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
Next I announce Amaruka by Karki Krishnamurti.
ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಕರ್ಕಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಗೌರವಿಸಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Next is Mahatmana Nettaru Harida Sanjay by Jayaramachari. Congratulations.
ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಜಯರಾಮಾಚಾರಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನದ ಮೂಲಕ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Next one is Tudigala Gidabale by Guru Prasad Kantalagire. Congratulations.
ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಗುರುಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಕಂಟಲಗೆರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೊನೆಯ ಸಮಾಧಾನಕರ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಸಲ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. Thank you, sir. And Vijay,
sir. The other one is very obvious. The winner of this year's Book Brahma is Mahesh Araballi.
ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಅರಬಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮದಾಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2026ರ ನಾವೆಲ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, madam. Please be seated. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ.
Now,
Thank
we
you,
will
sir.
ask him to speak something.
Yes, of course, the winner speech definitely we need. So before that, I'm requesting our chief guest, that is K.R. Meera madam, to speak few words about the festival. Not only that, how was the reaction once after you got the award, that is Book Brahma Sahitya Puraskara 2025? How was the reaction from your readers? That we want to know.
It's a nice feeling, no? I was really flattered to get the award last time, because that was the second Book Brahma Sahitya Puraskar, and this is the first time I was honored for my lifetime achievement. Normally the awards are given to one of the books, no? Yeah. This time it was for the whole of my work, and actually from other languages, more readers started contacting me, and I think we could connect with each other in such a way that it just made me aware how deeply linked our roots are.
Okay.
And so I thank Book Brahma and Satish Chapparike and his team behind this, because South Indian languages, their importance is actually overlooked in this country, and by bringing together the young writers, and I hope each one of you has something to contribute to the shared civilization of our country, not to your language only. And that's the importance of this being together. Should I
Yes, of course,
go
ma'am.
on
We have
speaking like this, or it's like, is there a question, or
Okay.
I congratulate Book Brahma for this.
Okay, and my last question, so of course with that you can wind up, not a problem. According to you, the Book Brahma Literature Festival, the platform, how it is going to useful, or maybe it is going to be to the writer and as well as for the reader, or to become a good reader?
It's a long answer, in fact.
Right.
There's a Tamil movie which was released in 2019, Asuran. So there is one dialogue which the protagonist Swamy tells his son when he was about to be jailed. He says like this, see, namakita card irunda avare eduthukanga. If we have land, they will take it away from us. Okay. If we have poovirunda, whatever we have, they will take away. Pakshe namakita arivirunda, they can't take it from us. If we have knowledge, if we have wisdom, they can't take it from us. They means you know who they are. And there is only one way to take arivu from us. Arivu means knowledge, wisdom from us, and that is by taking away the language from us. Because a language, especially a South Indian language, which has very rich historical antiquity, it is like a continuity of the human race, human civilization. And if you take that language from us, each one of the Dravidian languages, no, we are losing not only a language, a tool for communication, but also a shared civilization. That's very important, and that is why I am looking forward to the success of Book Brahma and this festival. I want this festival to be successful. I want this auditorium to be full. I want so many readers so many listeners from all the 4 languages be present here. It is not like demeaning any other language of North India, no, not at all. But the South Indian languages should not be overlooked. Their importance should be understood. They should be celebrated. So this is the need of the hour. Namakita arivirunda adu கொடுக்க முடியாது. You can't give your language away. You can't give your knowledge of the ancient knowledge away.
True.
So all these languages are very important, and I think Brahma has done a great deal of. See, language is not just a tool for communication, but it is an expression of dissent. Have you ever thought why there are so many languages? There are so many languages to express our dissent. Without dissent, there is no plurality. Without dissent, there is no democracy, no federalism. So a language should voice the dissent and should survive for the sake of democracy as well.
True.
This is very important.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing your views. And yes, ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೊ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ವಿಜೇತಗಾರರ ಮಾತನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಅರಬಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರನ್ನು. ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಳಹೊಕ್ಕು ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ.
No, first of all, ನನಗೆ I can't believe that I have won. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು 3-4 ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ವಿಷಯ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಸುಮಾರು 4-5 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಕನ್ನಡ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಓದೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ನನಗೆ ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಓದೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸುಖ ಆಯಿತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಸುಮಾರು ಕನ್ನಡದ್ದು ಒಂದು 500-600 ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು 4 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಓದುವಾಗ ಒಂದು ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಒಂದು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಆಯಿತು ನನಗೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದೇನೆಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಟ್ರೈಂಗ್ ಟು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ದ ಡಾಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಇದಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಕಥಾವಸ್ತು ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಬಾಲ್ಯ ಅದರ ಆಚೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದು ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಇತ್ತು. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಬರಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಂಕ್ಟ್ ಬಂತು. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಕಂಪ್ಯಾರಿಸನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಸೀಶೋರಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡುವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಇಮೇಜ್ ಬಂತು ನನಗೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುವಾಗ ಈಗ ಬರೆಯೋ ಒಂದು ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕ್ನ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಬೇಕೋ ಅದನ್ನು ಸೂಚ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ರೀಡರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ಆಯಾಮಗಳನ್ನ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸುಮಾರು ಜಾಪನೀಸ್ ರೈಟರ್ಸ್ದು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ನಾವೆಲ್ಗಳು ಈಗ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಬರೆಯೋ ಥರ ಶೈಲಿಗಳನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಯುರೋಪಿಯನ್ ರೈಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರೆಯೋದು. ಈಗ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಬರೆಯೋ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಥರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಈಗೇನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಮಗೆ 30 ಸೆಕೆಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ರೀಲ್ಸು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು 2 ಗಂಟೆಯ ಪಾಡ್ಕಾಸ್ಟು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ, ಸೇಮ್ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿನೇ ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ನೋಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನಿಗೆ 30 ಸೆಕೆಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗೋ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ಸೈಟ್ಸು ಅಥವಾ 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗೋ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಎರಡೂ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗಿರುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಓದುಗರು ಯಾವ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಾರು ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ ಬಂತು ನನಗೆ. ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ನಾವು ಈಗಿನ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ವಿ ಆರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಟು ಸಿಮಿಲರ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಸ್. ನಾವು ಬಳಸೋ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು, ನಾವು ಇಂಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಜನ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರ, ನಾವು ಅನುಭವಿಸೋ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಜಾಮ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಏನೇ ವಿಷಯಗಳಾದರೂ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದೇ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಸಿಗುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕದು. ಅಂದರೆ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಂಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಅದು ಅನುಭವದ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಕಾಮನ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ನ ಒಂದು ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನರಿಗೆ ರಂಜಿಸೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಆಲ್ ಈ ಕತೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಒಂದು ಅದರ ಮೇಜರ್ ಅಂಶನೇ ಮನೋರಂಜನೆಯೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಮನೋರಂಜನೆಗೆ ಬರೀತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸದು ಒಂದು ಡೈಮೆನ್ಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ರೀಡರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ರೈಟರ್ದು ಒಂದು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಕಥೆಕೂಟ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದರದ್ದು ಭಾಗ ನಾನು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆರಿಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಯೋಚನೆ ಇತ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ಏನಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕಿಂತ ನಾನು ಕಲ್ತಿರೋದು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೇನು ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಲೂ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಥರ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ನಾನು ಬರೆದಿರೋದು ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 800ರಿಂದ 1000 ಪೇಜ್ ಬರೆದಿರ್ಬೋದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಅದೊಂದು ಟ್ರಯಲ್ಗೆ ಅಂತಲೇ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದು ಟ್ರಯಲ್ ಬರೆದು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಬರಿಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಆ 800 ಪೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಬರಿಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದು ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 150 ಪುಟಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಫ್ರಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿಂಗ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಕೀಪ್ ಆನ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್. ಐ ನೋ ದ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ರೈಟ್, ಬಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ದೇರ್. ಎವ್ರಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ 70%, 80%, and still I am not satisfied. So what should I do? I kept on repeating, and then I got the sense, okay, this is not, I shouldn't write. So ನಾವು ನಮ್ಗೇನು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ಆವಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೇನು ಬೇಡ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ರೈಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲೂ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅದನ್ನು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ದೆನ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈಡ್. ದೆನ್ ಐ ನೀಡ್, ನನಗೆ ಮೊದಲು ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಷನ್ ಬೇಕು, ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಓದಿ ನನಗೇನಾದ್ರು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಕೊನೆ ವರ್ಷನ್ ನಾನೇನು ಬರೆದೆ, ನಾನು ಬಹುಶಃ ಯಾರು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯನೂ ಕೇಳಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈಡ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ಹವ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಮೈ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಡಿಡ್ ಇನ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 1 year.
ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸರ್. ಕುತೂಹಲಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಮಾತು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಬರವಣಿಗೆಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಕಥಾಹಂದರ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆಯಾ ಅಥವಾ ಸಿಗುವ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಹೇಗೆ?
ಈಗ ಇದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಬರೆಯೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಒಂದು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಈಸ್ ಸಿಮಿಲರ್. ಒಂದು 1000 ಐಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
ಓಕೆ.
ಸೊ ಈವನ್ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಅಂತ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಯು ನೋ ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರಗಲ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಏನಂದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರೋ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಂದರೆ, ಯು ಆರ್ ಗುಡ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎನ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಅಂತ. ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನೀವು ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗಿಂತ ಬೆಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಸಮಾಜ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಗುರುತಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಇನಿಷಿಯಲಿ ಒಂಚೂರು ಕಿಕ್ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ, ಹೌದು ಐ ಆಮ್ ಬೆಟರ್ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ತುಂಬ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ನ ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇರೋದು ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ನನಗೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 1000 ಪೇಜ್ ಬರೆದು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 150 ಪೇಜು ನಾನು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಐ ನೀಡ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಅ ಗೈ, a lot of patience. I can wait for years to get that idea which I can implement.
ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸರ್. ತಡವಾಗಿ ಬಂದರೂ ಚಿಂತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹದವಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಸಾಕು ನಮಗೆ, ಅದೇ ಚಂದ. ಸೊ ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದರೆ ಇಬ್ಬರು ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಉತ್ತಮ ಅಥವಾ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಉತ್ತಮ. ಸೊ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಒಂದು ಹುಡುಕಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ವಿಜೇತರನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಘೋಷಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಜೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಸವಾಲುಗಳಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಸೊ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಅರಬಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಯಾವ ಅಂಶಗಳು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆಯಿತು?
I would like to go one step backward and say what were the process the juries followed while
please sir, please
we doing, and then I will come to what were the points, because ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, we also as juries, we didn't know what was the final thing till now. That's how it was done. We have given our opinion, had the discussion, and as you know, there were more than 80 novels which came for competition, and we were given 11 novels out of them to select the 5 first for discussion. Now, what it happened was, what I liked most, because I was a judge for many competitions last several years, and in many areas. What I liked most with the book Brahma was that they just didn't say that you are the judge for this year. That was not the only thing. They said, in the month of May, such and such a date, before such and such a date, we would give you so many novels. At least you have to keep 1 month for reading these many novels, say 10 novels, because you have other readings a day. Can you afford to give us that time in the month of May, June? This is what they first told us. You know, that's the process which I liked most. And I took a week to answer them. And then I said, okay, I can manage some time and do that. And I agreed. That's how they felt that the quality time of reading every detail is most important for judging a work. It was not just given out of 11. It was more than, it was like an examination for all of us. We were like reading continuously, because reading 11 novels in detail was not an easy thing. And when the script was given to us, even while we were discussing on the novel, we had absolutely no idea on who wrote it. Absolutely zero idea on who wrote it. ಯಾರು ಬರೆದದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು ಆ ಚೀಟನ್ನು ಬರೆದು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಫೈನಲ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಮಗೆ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೂ ಆರ್ ದ ವಿನ್ನರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಈ 5 ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು. ಟಿಲ್ ದೆನ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ನೋನ್ ಟು ಅಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್, till we go for that discussion point, who are the other judges? That also was not known to us. ಯಾರು ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಪರಸ್ಪರ we could not discuss that. You know, there is a kind of that kind of transparency is kept to make it very. It should not be name friendly. It should be only novel friendly and subject friendly. That was the idea. And there should not be any influence of anything. That was the idea of the organizers. And who are the other judges? That we didn't know till we meet in that final day meeting. And that was one. And one whole day was kept for discussion of 5 novels. You could imagine. It was more than 5 to 6 hours which we discussed in every detail. There were about, for this time, there were about 6 to 7 rounds of discussion on every novel with footnotes and notes, and everybody had to make a note on the thing why they say for 5 years, 5 novels, and those kind of discussions were happened on that. And to consider the marks, we had certain points which were given to us. That is, first is the language, bhashe. And then there was Shaili and the style and the writing and the technique what they have used, what is called tantra also was considered. Vastu, subject, and the nirupane, the kind of narrations, and their response to the contemporary issues. I won't say that contemporary problems alone, contemporary issues. There were, for example, several, out of 80, there were several historical novels. And even in the 11 also, there were more than one historical novel. And finally, one novel we all the 3 of us could get into for the final shortlisted one. That's why I want to. And then how it fits into the environment of Kannada as a Kannada novel. That was also one of the points for consideration. These were all the things considered. And then we had a very lengthy, long discussion. And on every point, what we said, whether this novel or that novel, not merely from that, what are the point of philosophy, point of language, point of technique, point of narration. And even I remember we had a kind of a very elaborate discussion on whether certain points of certain novels would become a narration or description. And if it is a description, we can remove that part without disturbing the novel. If it's a narrative part of the novel, we won't be able to remove it from the novel. ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಆದರೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಮುಂದೆ ಅದರನ್ನು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪಾತ್ರದಿಂದ, ಅದರನ್ನು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂಶದಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ತೆಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವಿವರಣೆ ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗೆ. ಇಂಥ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಯನ್ನಿಟ್ಟು ಐದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಯನ್ನಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು 3 ಜಡ್ಜಸ್ಸು ಇದನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ವಿವರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು. And your question is why this thing was, on all these 5 parameters, there were stiff competition. ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ 5ರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದೇ ಭಾಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ everybody. Who would rate first? Finally, we had to give our marks in written thing, and with that you can make a calculation. That's how it was done, and finally that total based on the marks and the discussions, we have taken our marks and discussed on the base of the discussion. We have given that marks to the thing, and it was calculated or whatever the way, and that is being finalized. One thing what I would say is that the kind of one freshness with the ನೀರವ which I felt, ಅಂದರೆ ನೀರವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸತನ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನೀರವ ಮತ್ತು ಗಾಂಧಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಹೊಸತನ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಸಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡು ತೀರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬರೆದಂಥ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರಾ ನೂತನವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ತಂತ್ರ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಹಿಂಸೆಯಿಂದ ಅಹಿಂಸೆಗೆ ನಡೆಯುವ ಚಲನೆಯನ್ನು ಹಿಂಸೆಯ ಮೂಲಕವೇ ಅದನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವನು ಕ್ರಮೇಣ ಹಿಂಸೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ದಾಟಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಹೊಸದಾದಂಥ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯ ಅಂಶ ಇತ್ತು. ನೀರವ ವಾಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ದ ನೀರವ ನಾವೆಲ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ, ಟು ಅವರ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್, ಟು ಮೈ ನಾಲೆಜ್, ಈಸ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವೆಲ್ ಆನ್ ಆಟಿಸಮ್. Autism is a kind of a situation. I don't know whether you know some autistic boy in your vicinity, friends, in your circle or whatever. If autism is being studied, it is very differently wired system of the mind. ಅವನಿಗೊಂದು ಅಕಲೇಲಿಯ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಕಲೇಲಿಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಬ್ಸೆಷನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಹಿಸ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದೇರ್, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸರ್ಟನ್ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ a boy who has autism, he or she will not be able to have an eye contact with another person. Psychology, on the issue of psychology, there are many novels in Kannada. ಮನಃಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಇದ್ದ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಇದು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಆಟಿಸಮ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಮೊದಲ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ, ಮೇಡಮ್, ಯು ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಥಿಂಕ್ she also felt that this is the first novel in Kannada on autism. Autism ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮತಿ ವಿಭ್ರಮಣೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. Their mind is very differently wired. They have tremendous memory. ಅವರ ಇಡೀ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿರೈವ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ they do it on memory. And I have studied, and C.R. Chandrasekhar has written a book on autism recently in Kannada. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಕನ್ನಡವನ್ನೇ ಓದಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ, and there are a few good books available on autism in English. And because I read this before going for the meeting, I had a kind of a homework, very in detail, to understand what is autism. And this novel, ಒಬ್ಬ autism ಹುಡುಗ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ, and that boy is taken care by the parents, and the mother leaves the job there and wants to dedicate for the upbringing of that child, and the autism details are given. And ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, when they are involved in training him in Bangalore, they think that a kind of a technology support would help. ಬಟ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಆ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ತುಂಬ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನೀಡೆಡ್ ಬೈ ಮೆನಿ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಮೆನಿ ಸಮ್ ವೆಂಚರ್ ಫಂಡಿಂಗ್ನವನು ಬರ್ತಾನೆ. he wants to come with more investment of money, and then it goes out of humanity. For what kind of good purpose that technology entered, and that technology itself becomes a point of exploitation of the suffering. Andre humanitarian element vanishes slowly, and the money element, the element of a kind of exploitative situation enters. That is the story part of it. And there are many details, and there are many symbolic elements in which it is being discussed, and symbolism is there in all the 5 novels. I am not saying that it is not there in other novels. And every novel has responded to the present situation and the changing landscape of novel in Kannada anta helodakke. These 5 novels are good example, and in which this Neerava has given a new area and has explored that to bring humanism, and also technology is seen as a kind of a supporting factor to humanism, but human requirement. Historically also, technology is proved in France and in England with Luddites and so many history. I won't get into that details. But what it has proved is that it has become a tool of more and more exploitation in multiple various ways. That there are books on that which has explained. And this book, Neerava, takes a lot of elements of that human and technology related relationship, and the money relationship, business relationship, human relationship being harnessed, or being troubled by this one and becoming a tool of that problem. And it discusses that and responds to the current situation. And that is being one of the things what we thought that it takes a new subject and explores that which is to be done. And I strongly disagree with the author as a reader of this novel, that taking this is as a matter of entertainment is not. This is a serious philosophical perceptions are there in that novel. If I were to be your copy editor, I am telling you, if I were to have the privilege of becoming your copy editor, like in English novels, if Kannada editor, if you make me your copy editor, I would dignity of equality as a writer, respecting for their creativity. And Book Brahma and all the judges respect your creativity, and we thank you for participating in this competition, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Pratibha madam, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತು ಪೋಣಿಸೋದಾದ್ರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಅದೇಯ ಸಂತೋಷ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಸೊ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಚೀಫ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾರ್ಮೀರಾ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಫಾರ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟು honoring all the finalists and as well as the winner of the novel competition. Thank you sir, thank you so much. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರಹಗಾರರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ. ಸೊ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್, ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅ ಲಾಟ್. ಸೊ ಬಹುಶಃ ಒಂದು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ sir, please, requesting everyone for the group photo. One the group photo. Yes, ma'am, please. ಎಸ್, ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆನ್ ಟು ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ನಾನು ಆಗ್ಲಿಂದನೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ದ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡೇ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದಂತೂ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ. ಆ ನಂಬಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ವಾಘ ಚಿಪಾಣಿ. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಬ್ರ್ಯಾಕೆಟಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಟೈಗರ್ಸ್ ಪಾಂಡ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕುತೂಹಲಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆರಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹೇಗಿರಬಹುದು ಒಂದು ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಿಂಗ್, ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಮಗೂ ಕುತೂಹಲ ಕೆರಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಚಿತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಎಸ್ ಸಂಚನಾ.
2025ರಲ್ಲಿ ತಯಾರಾದಂತಹ ಈ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಶಿರಸಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರು ಇದನ್ನು ಶೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಬರ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೀಮಿಯರ್ ಶೋ ಕಂಡಿದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಭಾರತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ವಿಶ್ವದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಿಂಗ್ ಪಡೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನು ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥವರು ರಿಷಬ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೋ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸರ್ ಅನುರಾಗ್ ಕಶ್ಯಪ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಂಜನ್ ಸಿಂಗ್. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆಯಾಗಿ ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೆ ವಿಶ್ವದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯ ಕತೆಗೆ ಮನ್ನಣೆ ಪಡೆದಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಇದಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು.
ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಿಂಗ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಸಜ್ಜಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಳಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಆರಂಭ ಹೇಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಇಣುಕು ನೋಟ ಅಂತಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ನಾಳೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 8:30 ಆರಂಭವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಶುರುವಾಗುವಂಥದ್ದೇ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜುಗಲ್ಬಂದಿ. ಸೊ ಸತಾರ್ ಜುಗಲ್ಬಂದಿ ಇದರಿಂದನೇ ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೆರೆನಿಟಿ ಬೈ
ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೆರೆನಿಟಿ ಬೈ ಉಸ್ತಾದ್ ರಫೀಕ್ ಖಾನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಉಸ್ತಾದ್ ಶಫೀಕ್ ಖಾನ್. ಒಂದು ಸಿತಾರ್ ಜುಗಲ್ಬಂದಿ ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 8 ಇದೇ ಮಂಟಪ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ.
ಸೊ ಆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಿಗೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಸ್ ವಿ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಗೈನ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ ಎಂಡಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡೇ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಎಕೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿವೋಷನ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅ ಕಾರ್ನಾಟಿಕ್ ಓಕಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸರ್ಟ್ ಬೈ TS ಸತ್ಯವತಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೀಮ್. ಸೊ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂತಹ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಇದೆ. ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೆಸರೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಎಕೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿವೋಷನ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು. ಆ ಒಂದು ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಸ್ವರಗಳ ಏರಿಳಿತಗಳನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಈಗ ಸಜ್ಜಾಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ವಾಘ ಚಿಪಾಣಿ, ಸೊ ಇದರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಸೊ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ನ ನಾನು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ನಟೇಶ್ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. So requesting the director of the movie Vagha Chipani, Mr. Natesh Hegde on stage, please. So please, ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ನಟೇಶ್ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಮೂವಿ Vagha Chipani. So please. ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್. ಸೊ ವಾಘ ಚಿಪಾಣಿ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕುತೂಹಲದಿಂದ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ದಾರ ಎಳೆನಾದರೂ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡಬಹುದಾ? ನಾವು ಸಿದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್.
ಸೊ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಮುಗಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ಬಟ್ ಇದು ವಾಘ ಚಿಪಾಣಿ ಅಂತ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಅಮರೇಶ್ ನುಗುಡೋಣಿ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೀಸ್. ಶಿರ್ಸಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಶೂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು. ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ದೋ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟೇಷನ್, ಬಟ್ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಅದ್ರ ಕತೆ, ಮೂಲ ಕತೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದರ ಸ್ಲೇವ್ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಅ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ, ಬಟ್ ಅದೊಂದು ಮೀಡಿಯಮಿಂದ ಮೀಡಿಯಮಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಅದು ಬೇರೆನೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಓಕೆ.
ಸೊ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಬರೀ ಕತೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದರ ಸರ್ವಿಸಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ. It's inspired by many paintings, maybe sound or a space. ಅದು ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ನಾವು ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಕತೆ ಅಂತ ಕತೆನೇ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಕತೆನೇ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಕತೆಯೂ ಹೌದು, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ತುಂಬ ಏನೇನೋ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸಿನಿಮಾದಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬಾರ್ದೇನಾ, ಬಟ್ ಎನಿವೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಆ ಕಥೆಗಿಂತ.
ಶೋರ್ ಸರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಐಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ತಾವು ಕೂಡ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಸವಾರಿಲಿ ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ನೀವೇ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ಸೊ ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜೆಂಟ್ಲ್ಮೆನ್, ಆರ್ ಯು ರೆಡಿ? ಶಾಲ್ ವಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಕೌಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ 5, 3, 4 ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಎಸ್, ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾನೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು. ಕಮ್ ಆನ್ ಟೀಮ್, ರೆಡಿ ಸರ್? ಓಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಓಕೆ, countdown start. 5, 4, 3. ಈ ಸಾರಿ ನನಗೆ 1 2 3 ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವರೇ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಟೀಮ್ನ. ಎಸ್, ಲೆಟ್ ಮೀ ಕೌಂಟ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೌಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್. 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1. Here we go.
ಅಧ್ಯಯನದ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಧೂಮಪಾನ ತ್ಯಜಿಸಿದ 20 ನಿಮಿಷದ ನಂತರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಕ್ತ ಸಂಚಲನ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಕೆಲವು ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ದೇಹದಲ್ಲಿ